live for a whopping 4 seconds.
Hopefully, that is now working. But I think what it's done, I have this feeling, it has set up a new live.
It appears to have done so.
Yep. It has set up a new live.
I've just had another one.
Marvelous.
With exactly the same name.
Ah.
Helpful. Helpful. So hopefully everyone's now sort of going to find us, because I'm going to have to quickly rebuild things. Hello everyone. Don't mind me. The system was supposed to go to the one which was already scheduled, and instead it's created a new one. So yeah, it's helpful like that sometimes. Hello everyone. Is this working?
Appears to be.
Twitch is running 5 seconds ahead. Well, friggin', I can deal with Twitch being 5 seconds ahead. I'll have to deal with Twitch being 5 seconds ahead. Hey, look, just think. If you want to be really smart, people, you can be watching Twitch at the same time. You can predict what I'm going to say 5 seconds before I say it. Yeah. That's skills. Now, hello everyone. I should have a chat over there, not on the screen, not displayed on screen, which displays all the chat from all the different areas which are running. And it should be running live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. And this is basically me practicing for next week, the Historiathon. And me finding out that if I schedule videos for next week, it will probably rewrite them. So that's not really much help. So I'm going to have to figure it out somehow, aren't I? I will figure it out, though. I will figure it out. Luckily, I'm here. I have Raleigh as my supporting act, so all is good. I also have Runon. I have Runon in my ear, as well as Fleet and Leslie as well, because I asked Leslie very kindly if you'd help, because we needed extra people to be watching all the different sections and make sure we're watching them all. And watch them all correctly. PT. Look, nice to wait, my dog has got you better trained than I have. This is problematic. You see him, you go PT, and he goes, yay! And then people wonder why he jumps up so much at me when he realizes I'm live and talking to you all. It's literally him jumping up to go, hello. I'd like this. I'm just going to disappear this, which is up above my head. Another joy of dog ownership. Hello everyone, how are you doing today? Hopefully the others can say hello now.
Hello.
There's Fleet.
Hello.
Renan.
Hello.
And Leslie. And so we have got the Q&A running. The good thing about the Q&A, the thing I'm going to announce is, it's supposed to take messages from both the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream. I don't think it yet works on the Facebook.
No, it does not.
From Runon's face,
And
no,
it likely will not.
And it likely will not, because Facebook is more difficult and slightly more annoying. So when I'm doing the full...
Well, mainly because the software does not have integration with Facebook's API, like it does for Twitch and YouTube.
So I'm basically running on Facebook this week, because this is the biggest stress test I can give to this software, to everything, is to max out and add in Facebook as well. But for the Historiathon, I won't have Facebook running because I don't want to have people asking questions and then me not being able to respond. Facebook's about 30 seconds behind. Oh, that's not unusual. That is not unusual. So, with that being said, the bot is on.
Although I did,
And
I don't want to touch. Listen, the only drug of choice that Meta provides that I have any interest in is Instagram, and that's as far as I go. And I'm not poking around with that. Although one thing of note, I did figure out why we're having the trouble with timestamps as I've created them in the chat. It appears that YouTube's general video link and timestampable link are two completely different links in the sense of you can't just add the time.
Okay.
You have to get an entirely different link in order to get the timestamped link.
Oh, fun.
Yay.
Fun. Now, I will say this, the one which keeps playing me up on the set also is Facebook. So if I get to the point with the internet streaming that one of them has to die, guess which one I'm going to kill. But we do have 34 people watching on Bruships on YouTube, which is not as many as we normally have, but it's a few. And we have, probably because the one which they were all waiting for has now decided not to work and it's produced a new one. So probably a lot of people are missing notifications. It's not unusual.
YouTube? Fail notifications?
Yes.
Alrighty.
That's Kingdom of Vinland. That's confusing me at all what it's done there, but hey ho, we'll work it out. So, question 1. And how are people viewing this? Is this coming through? Is it visible? Is it able to be viewed by you? Because I have to have a very small screen to watch everything at the moment because I have to have so many things up in front of me running around the screens. So if something's not working right, you need to tell me if something's not visible. Okay. You have 2 notifications just arrived.
Twitch seems to be doing well.
That's good. Twitch seems to be doing well. That's good. And YouTube's working very nicely, and everything's going through. Right. It wasn't difficult to get from the dead link to here. Oh, good. That's good. So, first question tonight. Question 1 from Night 681. If the British had gotten the 130 mil, that's the 5.2. That's not the 5-inch, is it? That's the 5.25 inch, isn't it? 50 cal in the early 1930s. How much of that really change the Dido class? It probably means it's a mature turret design and a mature system, but also it's going to change a few other things, because if they've got the 130 mil in 50 cal sorted out in the early 1930s, there's going to be a temptation to try and put it on destroyers. There's going to be a temptation to try and put it on other things. I don't think it will make it onto destroyers, but it could well make it onto the aircraft carriers. It could well make it onto the aircraft carriers. As for the Didos, well, again, the question becomes, if they get at that point, what are they going to be putting on? They're going to be putting it maybe as the secondary on the town class cruisers, because that's where it fits, and the secondary on the King George V's, and the secondary on the aircraft carriers, as I said. At which point, if you've got enough of those ships floating around, the temptation is going to be to not have an AA cruiser for the British. It's going to be to be ordering the counties, but maybe they come with. They are designed with three 666-inch turrets and 5 twin 5.25s. What do you think, Fleet?
It's a tough one. Depends how wedded the RN is to the 4.5.
The thing is, the reason they're wedded to the 4.5 and for the destroyer guns is because it's the rate of fire which you can manually move. and the rate of fire. They decide at 5-inch. Well, let's put it this way: if they got the 5-inch gun working, then I have no doubt that would have been to destroy the general purpose everywhere, like it was for the Americans, because it's the sweet spot between the two. But
Yeah.
the 5.25 is just that much more heavier than the 5-inch to make it slightly more difficult to have the high rate of fire with manual loading and targeting and tracking from a destroyer-sized platform. And the 4.5 is not really meaty enough to make for the dual-purpose weapon for an AA cruiser. Is it? In this period.
Basically.
Or the secondary for the heavy secondary for a capital ship either. Because, yeah, if you're firing 4.5-inch shells at an enemy battleship, it ain't gonna do much. It is not gonna do much at all.
Dr. Clarke,
Yeah?
you may want to click over to Twitch and just make sure you've got your category set to just chatting.
Okay. Yeah. Hey. Oh, good lord. Let me just check the category is set up. It's got category of set to none at the moment.
Yep, and that is apparently a video game.
Oh, I did not realise that.
Well, I didn't realize that either until I saw the cover art.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, Twitch will get grumpy.
Okay.
You must watch these
idea.
points.
Just chatting's also something, apparently.
Yep, I think that's the correct category for what we're doing here.
Okay, alright. Okay. Sorry, if you heard a poodle make a noise, I think his ears sent tender. I had to wash it out earlier. So, yeah. And he was crawling across me, and unfortunately I reached across him and knocked his ear. So I do apologise for that. And he's now, of course, saying that means he needs another PT. So, round of PTs in the chat, please, so at least I don't feel like I'm just giving to him gratuitously.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's fun. Matthew Blends, do you believe the World War I Baltic project could have succeeded? If so, which plan would have been best? Cutting off German trade with Sweden or invading Pomerania?
Any invasion, any land invasion into Germany, included in the Baltic plan, is fanciful, and is probably an extreme version designed to be walked back to something more reasonable.
Yes, it's basically the blockading of Sweden is enough. You don't need to do any more than that. You really don't.
And
if you have defeated the High Seas fleet enough that you can dominate the Baltic, then frankly, you don't need to do anything more.
Yeah, and also landing
So
British troops
what
in
is
German
PG?
home territory.
I know what
besides.
PT is. That's poodle treat. But what's PG, Seneca Nero?
Likely a typo.
Sorry, Fu. I spoke over you then, but I was kind of shocked what PG meant.
It's all right.
Oh, I don't know. But yeah, I would say it's got to be the cutting off trade with German Scandinavia. That's going to crush them quickly enough. And most of the rest when they're talking about it, they're talking about sending in. Well, they're quite literally talking about sending in Russians and landing the Russian troops. It's always someone else. I'm not sure what the noises that are coming from various things are you're hearing. I have no idea what's going on. Discord is flashing at me, but it appears to be working, so we're going to go with it's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. It's fun. For some reason, my one has a now blue tint over my YouTube screen. I'm not sure why. I'm presuming it's because of Restream. So they're possibly annoyed me about something, or happy with me about something. I have no idea.
I mean, it's clean on my end.
Well, that's fine. As long as it's clean on your end, I don't mind. I'm just going to. I'm guessing it's because it's coming from Restream. Because what happens with Restream is I stream to them, and then I've paid money, so they distribute it to the others. Which also, in some ways, cleans up the stream, stops it suffering from hiccups so much. Because they have a buffer as well. It's fun. It's fun. Poodle gone to sleep now. Good boy. Right then, next question. Question 2. What from 9681? What destroyer class would have been the first to get a 130 such 50 cal gun? Well, I thought that would be where you were going, and as said, that's the interesting thing. I don't think the Royal Navy's going to like that gun for its destroyers. It's too much gun for them. It's the whole thing about the Royal Navy's destroyers was they were designed to absolutely overwhelm with weight of fire, volume of fire, any opponent that gets within their gun's range. 130mm 50 cal gun. It's lovely, but getting it to do the work the 4.7s did for the triples in Narvik. I know I'm supposed to talk about Warspite in Narvik and how that blows the opponents away, and I realise that comes up as a question quite regularly, but let's be honest, the destroyers do the lion's share of the killing work that day, but just through sheer volume of fire and target acquisition. And yeah, they're good with that. They are very good with that. Now, as said earlier to people if they're listening, is that the question... I have a synthesized chat, so I will see all the chat, doesn't matter which channel it is on. But I'm just not displaying that because it also displays everything else. That chat screen can't be displayed because it literally gives every detail possible known to mankind. I am never, under any circumstances, I've spent so much time in my life dealing with data protection, I'm never displaying that chat stream in any time at all. But saying that, what I will say is that the questions thing, the question, same as on the YouTube, if you do the exclamation mark question, that should go into the questions that we are downloading in the center, shouldn't it? Renan, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep. Exclamation mark question. Exclamation mark Q&A. Ampersand instead of spelling out A or and. And then exclamation mark query.
Cool.
And if I do this...
And thank you for teaching me that just chatting is a different thing on is the correct thing on Twitch, because I just written none. No game. I just went none. No game. Perfect selection. No.
Iron brew out of the bottle. Not the same. It's usually flat.
What bottle have you got? Is it a plastic bottle or a glass bottle?
Plastic. Which is the problem.
I have the plastic bottles, but mine don't come as far from a decent, let's say, brewery than yours do.
Well, ostensibly...
Whilst I realise it is a soft drink, and please note the Iron Brew is a soft drink we're discussing here, a drink made from girders has to be brewed. There's no other way of making it.
Ostensibly, I think it's brewed in South Carolina, because it's labeled for U.S. distribution. It's not labeled for European distribution. So,
Wayne, hey Alex, think of shelving a scholarship's method of getting you to exercise. I have a poodle, and normally, when I can go to the gym and do more than 10 minutes before I collapse on the floor going... which is literally what I have done the last 2 times I've been, because I'm allowed to go once a week at the moment.
He's suffering from... He's recovering from pneumonia, people. Cut him some slack.
I'm gonna keep bringing it up until I'm fit again. Then I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm over pneumonia. It's fun. But yeah, if any Knights of the Front, if any destroyer was going to get the 130mm gun, it would be the tribal class. But I doubt that. I don't see them getting it because the whole point the Royal Navy went with for their guns and on their destroyers was they wanted that rapid rate of fire. And a 130mm gun on a destroyer, as you're talking about prior to World War II and even during World War II, is a lot of gun. 120. This is almost people looking and go, that's strange, but the Americans are using 125mm guns. I go, yes.
Well, 127s technically.
127s versus 130mm. You know, what's the difference here? What's the difference? The 130mm is designed originally as a cruiser gun, so it has a longer shell, a longer cartridge and shell system than you would want to put on a destroyer. And B, and this is the more important thing for our topic of conversation, look at the weight of the shell versus the 5-inch and versus even the versus even the 127mm or the Americans shells which they're using on their ships, or especially the British 4.7-inch, even the long 4.7-inch, which was the long 4.7-inch, which is put on the L's from memory, is the closest the British get in. So is an equivalent of the same Genesis as the one going into 5.25, and yeah, there's a reason that's only fitted to one class of destroyers. Team Looker, what if the IJN would remove all opposition of their views from the IJA? How different would the World War II have been for the Japanese? Well, that's suggesting that the IJN have one view on anything, and that they have
yeah.
Look, in the nicest way, as I said in the video, there's the majority of the IJN do not want war with America or Britain because they've seen them far closer and they know what fighting that kind of mass is going to be like. But there's also a minority of the IJA who do not want war for a similar reason. But the trouble is, there's a minority within the IJN who still believe that their martial glory means they will win. Because there's always someone. And that's part of the trouble for the IJN. But also, I'd say it's part of the reason why we still have this today, though. You know, you want to have fun with the British Armed Forces, you bring up the topic of the aircraft carriers, the Queen Elizabeth class, which, as far as anyone, it seems, from the Army or the Air Force is concerned, the moment they get into the Ministry of Defence, are huge funding black holes who are responsible for all the problems in their services. And then the moment they leave them, and they leave the Ministry of Defence, and they are now calling out for air support or helicopter support, or they want to do anything kind of expeditionary outside of Europe, they're the most useful things the Royal Navy has, and why do they bother with anything else? I have literally had the conversations, and I will not bring Leslie into this because that's been cruel to him, but I have literally had a conversation with a British Army colonel 1 week when he was in the Ministry of Defence who was telling me all the problems with the carrier programme and how they should be cancelled. And then 2 weeks later, when he was deployed somewhere in the world and had moved to somewhere else where he was on a liaison duty, let's say, I have another conversation with him, and I don't think I'm that persuasive a speaker that I will have converted someone in one conversation previously who was arguing against me the whole time to do a complete 180 on their opinion of aircraft carriers. I just don't think... I know I'm okay. I'm quite a good lecturer, I would like to believe. Having heard some of my colleagues speak, I would think I was fantastic. But no, I'm going to go for quite good. But I don't think I could accomplish that. I don't think I could accomplish that. But yeah, as Leslie's here, any views on the Japan question?
Right. The Japan question is, you can't. Each different fleet would almost be different.
Yeah.
They're more fractured than people believe.
Well,
And so is the army as well.
yeah.
They're running under this Bushido code idealist, and I think this leads them to choosing wrong options. I'm trying to think of
Well, there was a reason.
this idea that you can't surrender comes from the idea of the dragonfly that never flies backwards, and all samurai are dragonflies.
I'd say that's one of the reasons
The
why.
wise-
One of the reasons why when I was talking about the video on the video the other night, that came out yesterday, and when I did it last week on Yonai, Yonai has so many personal connections that even I can find. That's why I said he could probably get the Navy on, keep the Navy on side, not because they all agree with him, but because they all owe him and respect him. And that's far more likely to get the Navy to fall in line and back him up than if they just agreed with him. Because it was an interesting thing, because I was doing the maths and I was working out, yes, the guy in charge of the combined fleet, the guy in charge of this fleet, the guy in charge, they all owe Yonai their lives.
I'm sure that had no impact on Yonai's ability to broker compromise and act as an intermediary between the occupation force and the rest of the Japanese military after the war.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you start sort of looking at it, if you look at it in a different way, Yamamoto's appointment to command the combined fleet is always said it's done for his safety. But it also means that the Yonai gets a key loyalist, a guy who's always singing his praises, always saying how great he is, who literally owes him his life, is now in charge of the most important fleet of the Navy. So, you can't say it doesn't exactly work in Yonai's favour there. Oh, and by the way, the reason why Nagumo is in the position he is also because guess who owes a debt to someone for helping him get through the academy. Yeah, Yonai. It's quite scary. The man's network.
Do we want to jump the queue here with Mike Cavallero's question? How much did the rivalry between IJA and IJN?
We can do. It contributes to their defeat. It certainly does. I think we should probably jump to it. But it's one of those things of the Imperial Japanese Army and the Navy, they're always going to be defeated. So saying it's contributed to their defeat is like saying it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Their back was going to be broken no matter what we've been putting that load on there. The just question was when it was going to happen. If the IGA and IGN had worked more closely together and actually managed to have a pragmatic working relationship on a strategic level as well as a local level, they might have achieved less bad defeats, but they're not going to win.
Yeah, they're never going to win. Just forget that as ever an option. The best they can hope for is a winning draw, because the Americans get pushed back on the thought of invading Japan. That's the best they can go for.
You basically have to radically change the war situation generally in order to come close to a timeline where Japan has an option to achieve victory.
No, there's no victory option, because American can outproduce, even if you
Is he?
Oh, Leslie, you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
American producer. But
Just
your
but the
system.
biggest-
Discord
I mean,
node
the
over there
biggest-
seems to be having difficulties.
Yeah, it cut you off.
It's a
They
fickle
worked
beast.
together with the. If they worked with the, if the IGN and IGA had worked together on just coding, that could have probably added to their effectiveness.
Hmm.
But they didn't. So what you were left with was a local commander would get an intelligence report from his army decoding group. He'd then send it all the way to Tokyo, hope he crossed the building, and then get sent back to the guy who was sat next to him. That's how bad it was.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer Steve Clarke's question about was Nagumo that bad a student, Nagumo wasn't that bad a student. No, he managed to get into trouble. The story goes that he got into trouble with some very nasty, some people who felt he was uppity, let's say. And Yonai calmed the waters. Nagumo was actually quite a good student. And you've got quite a few interesting stories of that about Yonai. Yonai calming the waters, and also Yonai himself is always not considered is sometimes marketed as not being that great a student himself when he was in the academy. But he also then gets some very plum positions, and he gets picked up. He's spotted earlier by Togo Hayachiro, basically, and he's. That's the sort of the history I've sort of picked out on from him.
Yeah, I don't think he was a very good military student, but if you look at his actual results, his diplomacy scores were a lot higher than everyone else's. So, as a military commander, he's probably never going to be the world's greatest. But as a person who can build a unit that can cover his shortcomings, he's probably going to be the world's best.
That's actually one of the interesting things about him, because he apparently never lost an exercise, a tabletop exercise. So
did you see who he brought with him?
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. You know, that's the trick, because I realise what you're saying, and this is what sort of I'm trying to highlight. He never loses a tabletop exercise. But the thing is, also, that means he listens to people who are below him, which is, as we know, is a problem for Japanese commanders in that not a lot of them do seem to listen to the people below them. And actually heed their advice.
Nagumo will listen to advice from his senior air chiefs. And Nagumo assumes that his senior air chiefs listened to advice from their wing commanders. That's probably Nagumo's mistake.
Yeah.
And I think he gets a raw deal in history.
I think the trouble is you have that generation who were sort of trained by the Russo-Japanese War generation, which includes Yonai, etc., who try and pass on their learnings. And I don't think they always get picked up by the people who come after them. And I think that's where the problem starts to get in. They get so... They stop listening to the people below them. They stop exercising good leadership, because sometimes... And, yeah, as I said, Yonai never lost an exercise, which actually caused an embarrassment a couple of times. It caused an embarrassment because there was a certain prince who thought he was an amazing naval commander, and he did an exercise versus Yonai, and he got schooled quite badly. And that may have been part of the reason why a certain prince actually didn't like Yonai. Could also have been because my suspicion is Yonai was on the was part of the advisors and the prince wasn't, and the prince knew it. But we'll leave that to one side. Chandler, which capital ship hulls, battleships, and battlecruisers are best suited to adapt to a purpose-built fleet carrier in the 30s, 40s specific classes? Battlecruisers. every single time. Battlecruiser is far better to adapt than a battleship because they are you've got less armor to take off, and they're designed to be faster already. They've already got that advantage, and they're usually longer, because they usually have a greater length to beam ratio, which means they're going to be faster naturally. And if we're doing stuff in the 30s, 40s, battlecruiser round options are the Congos or HMS Tiger, Renowned, Repulse, or Hood. Those are the only battlecruisers around in the 30s and 40s. No one else has the. Well, there is, of course, what's sitting in Turkey, but you lose. Yeah, that ship's a whole bucket of. How do I put it? It does not get well cared for, and that it is not helped by the fact that the people who were the industry which it looked at to get its spare parts was utterly and completely dismantled after 1918. At which point they pretty much had to custom build domestically its spare parts or replace it with machinery which came from elsewhere, which does turn your machinery spaces into a Frankenshop. And anyone who knows the phraseologies around machinery space on ships, the ones who, if you're using phrases like Frankenshop, that's not a good term. That's not a good situation. That A is going to require a very skilled engineers to keep it going. We're talking Chief O'Brien Deep Space Nine levels of skills who can keep Federation and Cardassian technology working alongside each other by literally just staring at it in Irish brogue. But the thing is, again, the trouble for the lovely people in Turkey is that getting those engineers with those skills.
Surprise, he's been chipping in and out.
Yep, I've been noticing that. I wasn't sure if it was on my end.
Are you guys okay?
Yep.
Yes, well.
Discord for some reason went circle and then came back.
Or might be a bit grumpy tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Discord might be a bit grumpy. Everything else seems to be working okay. And drop frames, I've got 557 drop frames apparently. Out of the last... which is working out as 0.08%. So, things are working okay.
Destination shouldn't impact anything. Information Mimic is reporting that YouTube is operating smoothly.
Yeah. That's good. Well, YouTube's working, and apparently I've got 8 people watching on Twitch. Hello!
One of them's me, so we're cheating a little bit, and Steve.
Yeah.
Another one's me.
Okay, so it's on those are the admins watching the chickens working. But hello to the people on Twitch who are just watching on Twitch. And hello to the 65 we now have on YouTube. So, would you agree with that, Fleet? No? With the Battlecruiser?
Considering that I didn't hear too much of it, owing to the broken nature of how Discord was treating you at the time, Dr. Clarke, I'm just going to nod and say yes.
I would point out too that if you have a Frankenstein or Frankenshopped engineering plant, that engineering crew is not necessarily going to be cross compatible with other vessels on your fleet.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Because you're going to have so many bespoke systems and so many, yes, this is what the system is designed as and designed to do, but we've had to modify it so much to either get it working or keep it working that really it's now a, model number mod 1. It's no longer the same thing. So if we send you to another ship that has what is ostensibly the same piece of engineering plant, your training may not actually work.
And then which cruisers,
all very true statements.
Which cruisers, excluding battlecruisers, are best suited to adapt to purpose-built, light fleet carrier in the 30s, 40s, specific classes? Town class for the Royal Navy. It's got to be the town class. I was thinking counties, but I think the town's actually better. Des Moines. In the US.
I'm just thinking any 8-inch cruiser with 3 or more turrets.
The Japanese have a few that can probably do it, but it's a case of I wouldn't like to convert the Deutschlands. They're a bit squat.
The Tony might be a very good one.
Tony will be a very good one. But the thing is, again, one of the things I often have to explain to people, it's something that comes up quite a lot, is if you converted every ship to an aircraft carrier in the Royal Navy in the 1930s, all the ships you could, all the cruisers and everything, you would actually have a fleet which would get decimated in World War II.
Well, you've not got enough pilots to begin with. You've not got enough planes to man them all.
Yeah.
And you haven't got the ability to get that number of pilots.
Leslie, are you disrupting our planned fleet expansion with such minor things as training pipelines and logistics?
But the other problem you've got is, think about the task groups you build around carriers for them to have layered defense and for them to operate. If you get rid of all the cruisers and all the capital ships... Now, the Royal Navy might be doing okay because it has night flying capability baked in from the get-go, but that's going to then slow down the Royal Navy getting enough pilots by even longer, because their pilot training takes that much longer to get them certified and ready to go. But the fleets which don't have night flying as a constant, they've now got real trouble. You need aircraft carriers. They are useful. And this is the fun thing when I get people writing things about, the Royal Navy's carriers being absolute dead weight, the Queen Elizabeth class now, or older ones. You sit there and go, they're not. Okay, they might not be the best of what you probably would want to build, but again, what is the best for you might not be the best for them. What the Royal Navy really needed was to get aircraft carriers into service, and setting them up for a political fight with the Royal Air Force was going to just cause trouble. The Royal Navy hadn't been through that. It was called CVA-01. Look what happened. So this time the Royal Navy built the aircraft carriers, which to an extent went along with the RAF's the RAF's policies as well. That's one of the reasons why F-35B is chosen, because F-35C, if that's selected, is a threat to the Eurofighter program. Because let's be honest, if you have F-35C fleets and and Eurofighters, considering the strike range of the F-35C and the capabilities of it in even an air defense role, you've got to really work hard to make the case for the Eurofighter program, haven't you? And that's not the only program which suffers, because if we think about it, they have the E7 Wedgetail as their AWACS. Well, if you have the Hawkeye, if you're procuring the Hawkeye for your carriers, why not procure Hawkeye to replace your E3 Sentries? In which case, you end up with 2 joint programs. And this is the problem. If you go down that route, yes, it produces a better carrier, but you're also in a route which is going to directly disrupt the Royal Air Force, who are going to then politically oppose it, and you're going to end up in a fight with them. And half of what's happened recently in terms of the Navy and the Air Force getting what they need procured is they have teamed up and presented their cases. And this is what's caused the Army a lot of trouble, because they had got lazy and started relying on just going, look, Afghanistan, we need funding, or Iraq, we need funding. And they got out of the practice of making the case. And I have a feeling that this current SDSR is going to have the same problem as the last one, because the Army is just so bad at making its case for its stuff now. It would have been one type buy, and it would have been F-35C if you go for Catabuy. It wouldn't have been F-35A and 35C. They wouldn't go for a mixed group, because you can never have enough for the carriers and enough for our needs if you get the 2 groups mixed up. So you're just going to get the 35Cs. In which case, you get Hawkeyes, you get 35Cs. You're not getting Wedgetail, and you're not getting an Eurofighter tranche. Goodbye to him. But also, here's the other thing. Gentlemen, what is the next generation British aircraft?
Tempest.
And if you've got F-35...
Well, technically it's a joint project. It's a joint project with...
If you have F-35C procured for the Royal Air Force, and therefore you are now you're now direct threat to the Eurofighter fleet.
Unless you are
What's also going to be threatened? What other program would also be threatened by the F-35C being procured?
Well, the thing with
Typhoon?
Tempest is that it's somewhat shielded by both being a joint project with Japan and Italy.
It is now.
And being
No, it is
and
now.
being and it's
but think about
and it's also
think about 20 years ago. Was it then?
yes. Well, to a certain extent, basically because Tempest is an air superiority platform. It's not.
Are you telling me the F-35C can't do air superiority?
No, but the F-35 is a multi-role platform.
Oh, so you mean that the F-35 is more useful than the Tempest because it can do more jobs? Sorry, I'm taking on the persona of the accountant in the Treasury making this case and arguing against you. Do you see how quickly...
5C to replace both?
Yeah.
Unless you're going to procure enough F-35C to replace Tornado and the Eurofighter program, then I'm sorry, but we still need Tempest. And of course, unless you want to then have the cost to lay off the entirety of the staff on...
Tornado's gone.
Like, this is the thing.
No, Tornado's already gone. So that's not the problem. We're just talking about a Typhoon program here. And the thing is, the F-35C would be a long-term procurement. Yes, we'll do that. We'll promise you... Again, we're promising you jam tomorrow. And yet we'll procure enough F-35C, etc. This is what happens in UK defence. So this is the trouble. When people look at the carriers, you have to put them in the context of the politics around them. And that is the decision making. So when people make those cases arguments, I go, well, then you're probably not going to get the carriers. Or if you do get the carriers, then there's going to be a lot more trouble in UK defence right now. Alex should have been a lawyer. Alex is weird when it comes to international maritime law. Yeah.
And here's the funny thing. A lot of the training that you associate with legal training.
Yeah.
Some of the baby law training that I got when I got my criminology degree is quite useful when I have to look through the building code. Or the electrical code, because it taught me how to reference and how to make arguments and how to parse language.
Which is also the core of being a historian.
Like earlier this week, I had a inspection for some work I'm helping a friend with, and there was a comment made by the inspector, which I then went to look up, and it's one of those things of, I can argue that you're wrong based on how the code is written, but I don't think I'm going to win the argument. So, yes, lawyer training. We all laugh at it, but it's actually quite useful in a variety of fields. And I'm going to knock you all over the head and kick us over to Knight 6831's question, because we've been chewing on this for 14, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Knight 6831 question.
Let me just ask Tobias's answer to Tobias's question. You mentioned Wedgetail, as in E7. Yes, Wedgetail, E7 Wedgetail. Okay.
Knight 6831 question 3. If the British used a 130mm/50 cal gun during the war, how likely is it that the 5.150 would have been replaced by a 5.160 like the 4.555 did to the 4.545?
Well, you already have a 50 caliber gun. Going beyond that to 60 is unnecessary, complex, and, well, to be blunt, you're basically saying, yes, goodbye, barrel life.
Barrel life is something that happens to other people, Fleet. Get with the program.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but no, there's no real reason to replace it with a 60 caliber weapon. You'll notice that a lot of modern naval guns are 54 caliber or 55 caliber and no more than that. Because when you start going beyond that length of barrel with large caliber guns, look, you really do start to have problems.
There's
in terms of
there's a reason why the US Navy went to 16-inch 50 and then went, no, we're not. We don't think going more is going to be a good idea. And the British were quite happy with 15-inch 45s, and they did look at 15-inch 50 and at the end of World War One, etc. and those things, because believe it or not, if you want better barrel life, 45 is far better. That can deliver almost. There's arguments about it's up to 20% more rounds in practice than a 50 in terms of barrel life, because you have the theoretical barrel life of guns, which is done of them firing in perfect conditions under perfect weighting, usually the barrel safe and level. The moment you start adding in things like elevation, all those things into use of the barrel, that can force it to degrade more quickly. A 50 is longer than a 45 and weighs more, and as such feels the effects of Earth's gravity trying to restrain it more than a 45 does. Just enough more that it can cause issues when you're doing elevated firing on a regular basis. There's this thing called barrel droop. It's a fun thing, but basically
Yes,
it means gravity is winning the argument. Is how a friend of mine described it. There is lots of complicated maths and things we could get into with if I had slides and things behind me. But the basic point of barrel droop is gravity's winning the argument.
I would also like to point out to all the gentlemen involved, apply the resulting realization of everything Dr. Clarke has just said to a 60 caliber 5.1 inch weapon that will go through hundreds of rounds at its level.
Thanks, Leslie.
Yeah.
Good night, Leslie. And also, too, the 5-inch 62 was developed and deployed, or more accurately, was deployed in the early 70s. I just looked it up on the Navy.mil site.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's benefiting from 30 to 40 years of improved metallurgy and machining practices. It is. It's also not going to be used as much in the air defense role. That is what the Aegis system is for. It is going to be used for a limited either surface-to-surface strike capability or surface-to-shore strike capability, in which case requiring the you want the additional range and accuracy so you don't have to get as close for 62 is different. Additionally, because they're not going to use it in the air defense role, and their land strike options are far more VLS based or JDAM based, depending upon what the force structure looks like, they're not going to be firing as many rounds in a given engagement as they would have during the old days of the 5-inch 45.
Nah. Although
Man's basically got it in one.
Please excuse me.
my sister has come to try and retrieve the fluffy research assistant for his bedtime. He is winning the argument. He wants to stay with his audience who are declaring PT.
He has not really won the argument. He has lost.
And thank you, DV Pierce, for the super chat over on
you,
YouTube.
Thank you.
Also,
Hey!
to those over on Twitch who have not tuned in for Bruships before, we are taking questions from chat. You'll see that I did put in a prompt for Powder Monkey with the relevant instructions for the chat bot. It goes into a queue, and as we work our way through the queue over the 3 to 4 plus hours, your question will come up in the order in which it was received.
And please, if
Also,
anyone knows
no,
what
we are not giving Raleigh another poodle treat. He has been barking and resisting arrest.
And I would say
Literally.
that if you heard some growling, etc. noises. I thought, well, hang on, what's going on? I went out, and apparently, next door's cat was sitting in the garden as the corgi and the poodle went out. And according to my sister, she's never seen a feline move so fast.
This
so
is unsurprising.
that was the noises. As a cat was running away from a poodle and a corgi going, "Hello, you're in our garden." Corgi causing issues. I would say, look, if I was a cat, the place I would not sit is right outside the back door of a house containing a corgi and a standard poodle. I just wouldn't. You know, I would want to keep at least a 12 to 18 foot gap between me and that door. I would not be 3 foot away from it. Unless they want a really high adrenaline run. And thank you again, David Pierce. And if anyone's noticed, I've been pointing to people and waving on the chat. That one, and waving. That's me saying hello while other people are speaking. I don't want to speak over them, but I do want to say hello. The cat is fine. The cat got away safe. Alright, RG. Question. You are sent back to 1898 and will be in charge of the US Navy with 30 years of guaranteed control that can be extended on good work. How does one build the Navy for the future in World War II? I might actually have to befriend Tillman in this scenario, might I? This is the trouble. There are many people I'm going to There are many people I will despise on the terms of their political views and what they do, but I will have to befriend to make sure I have the funding and infrastructure I need. Because whilst I will have control of the US Navy, I doubt I have omniscient power to set funding through Congress or get infrastructure built. I probably need to get those things approved. But what I'd start by doing is by making sure I'm building up decent yards on both coasts. I would make sure I had the infrastructure in place. I'd make sure I had the training in place. And I'd start off with probably destroyers and some training cruisers. And then work my way up. Battleships, again, are a good thing. But training cruisers that I can send on that are designed for long-range voyages.
Sorry, going to bed.
Okay. Yes, my sister is no longer as shy on camera as she used to be.
Too tired to bother.
Yeah. For those wondering. Right, but no, I think that's what I do. What
Into
do
the
you
water
do,
as quickly as much as I can.
Yeah.
So that's why there's a slightly stronger hand when it comes to Washington Naval Treaty.
Oh, yeah, but that's... Well, that is in the point, yeah. But honestly, if I've managed to build up Navy strong enough, then... Washington Naval Treaty might not be so much a problem, but also... I will hopefully have made them so wedded to the idea of naval construction as an key employment thing in enough senators' constituencies that when someone suggests a 10-year building holiday, they get looked at as if they're insane. Because what you need is a construction which is in enough senators' things. So you need to be able to point to gun foundries in some inland senators' territories. Maybe some steel works. You need to be able to point to shipyards in coastal senators' areas and bases, and go, well, sir, you do realise if I'm not building anything new, then I'm going to have to start closing things down. Of course, that will mean a few thousand job losses. It's unfortunate, but it's necessary. You understand, don't you, sir? Yeah. Just usually saying that in the right way will possibly make sure that there's no Washington Treaty that gets elected goes through. Will not have a building holiday, but will still have a limited construction program, just enough to keep my yards open.
Yeah. Especially if it's somebody from the house. A local diner or bar. Although in this case, this 28, I don't think Prohibition was passed might have been passed by 28.
Yeah,
Um,
no. Prohibition was well past by 28.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like,
you know
it's been nearly a decade of prohibition by this point.
Oh, and that's
you
the other group I
you
need to
you
make sure I have on side, the Mafia.
you give mention to a local diner or eating establishment that's an institution of the area and say, yeah, well, I guess if we have to close down those gun pits, then that's going to put all those people out of work, and I'm going to miss Rosie's
Yeah.
Diner because I don't
Yeah.
think they're going to have enough trade to stay open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Mining industry, so you can have so much if you structure it. Look, as Garius the Brit has often said, if you put him in charge of transport, he would do such a good job. No one would ever want him to leave, and he'd be prime minister within 2 years, and no one would ever want him to go. It's kind of the same if you put me or Drac in charge of defense, because we might like to believe that we are more honourable than that. But we understand, we know exactly from studying the past how how people have made defense programs bulletproof against being cancelled. And yes, it puts in waste into the system. Yes, it puts in some financial issues. But if it makes it so that your system is not going to be cut, well, that makes it all that much better.
yeah.
And also, anyone who's sticking 8-inch guns on Lexington-class carriers, if they are converted to carriers under my watch, is probably going to be taken outside.
What if during the Cold War the UK had gone full Stovall and developed a tilt rotor AEW as a light carrier package and sold it around the world? Which navies would buy it?
Okay, so let's consider the joy of the first generation tilt rotor, shall we? The Osprey. And this is why when people start suggesting, well, why can't we put the things like the E7 Wedgetails radar system on top of an Osprey or things like that? They are incredibly complicated assets, the first generation.
Oh my goodness!
If you're doing that in the Cold War, you're not going to be talking about your first generation aircraft will have that in. It's probably going to have to be your second or third generation to develop the necessary capabilities. Okay? So that means if you want to have the Cold War, 3 generations, you're going to have your first tilt rotor in at some point in the 1940s. Second one in the 1960s, and it'll be in the 1980s by the time you get the one which will actually be able to do a airborne early warning. And, okay, if you do develop it, then, frankly, there's going to be lots of navies which want it. If you've got a tilt rotor asset that can do that, that will also be converted into carrier on-board delivery, you can basically make a Stovall carrier the functional equivalent, to an extent, of a Catabar carrier. It's for 70% of the solution. It's the same as... It's the reason why, again, the Royal Navy's developed a helicopter-based airborne early warning. And, by the way, they're not the only ones. I've talked about this. There are actually more navies using helicopter-based airborne early warning aircraft than there are navies using fixed-wing aviation assets providing airborne early warning. This is the thing. People go, the Hawkeye's the best. It is the best. It's not the most common one being used, though. The most common are helicopter-based airborne early warning assets. They're used by the British, the Russians, the Chinese, and other navies as well have got systems they can put onto their helicopters for their Stovall carriers. It might not be the best system. I'm not going to argue with you and sit here going that it's better than Hawkeye. No, but it works. It's a good enough system. Again, when the people talk about having Hawkeye in the Falklands, it didn't need Hawkeye in the Falklands. Just having the Sea Kings with it on as the system that was developed and deployed down on Illustrious would have been enough. Would have been enough to make a massive difference in the Falklands War. Pretty much, you would probably cut the ship losses by 50% in that scenario. Maybe more. I am willing to say 50%, but it could well have been more if you've got that. So yes, if you have got a tilt rotor, which would be far better performance than a helicopter able to go higher and give you far closer performance than a Hawkeye, yeah, I can see the Italians, the possibly even the French, just so they don't have to buy the hawk out of the Americans, because we know how the French like to be independent. But the Italians, the Spanish, everyone buying them. And again, if they're working in that practical, then that might change other nations' approach to having such vessels. What do you two think?
I think you've pretty much you've just hit the nail on the head. Don't think. I mean, it's quite hard to extrapolate on something that you've pretty much just got right dead on first time.
You are good for my ego, Fleet. You really are.
Look, I says it like it is. Well, or how I sees it.
I've just been looking at the E7 wedge tail, and I'm like, who hurt you?
There's nothing wrong with the wedge tail.
Have you seen the... Okay, well, you do like the host. You do like the host, so I guess I guess that does explain, but, you know, I'm not saying it's ugly. I'm just saying...
Yeah,
late interwar France called, and they want their engineers back. That is a weird-looking plane.
I'd say it's more like someone whoever's designed it had a love for Star Wars and really liked the design of the command structure on the Star Destroyers.
Yeah, it looks like somebody took one of the Venator eye stalks and stuck it to the top of the fuselage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see here. Stafford Thompson.
He does-
How come there aren't stockpiles?
Can I just give you something? Steve, he doesn't lose every time. The Fu wins sometimes, and he's getting better every single time. Give him credit.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Okay.
And I will point out that I'm going to win Drekstrom because I am not defending that at all. Therefore, I'm going to win.
Okay. This is a me question.
Yeah.
All right. So the answer is yes, but no. Stafford Thompson. How come there aren't stockpiles of transformers for emergency setup in the event of an EMP, targeted or naturally occurring? There are and there aren't. So for the transformers that are doing the last 100 yards, so from your 5 and 15 kilovolt lines that step down to, if you're a North American residence, split phase 240 VAC, there are, generally speaking, at a macro level, plenty of those. Substations, not so much, because many of those transformers and substations are not quite custom made, but they are made to order because they are so large and they are so involved, and they are designed to work within the specific parameters of the system in which they are installed. So you might have one or two of them stuck around, but you're not going to have enough to replace a whole grid node en masse like you would have to if there was EMP leakage. Additionally, because of the various green energy initiatives and just the fact that in North America, at least, the grid is getting old and needed to be overhauled anyway, including we have the explosion of data centers, which are huge power sinks and water sinks. Manufacturing is starting to get rehomed back to the U.S. That means we have to heavy up the grid, and that means that now we are ordering not only the replacements for the initial installed or the last generation transformers, but we're also ordering new builds to deal with the increased demands onto the grid. Additionally, we saw this I know that this is what happened with at least a couple of electrical companies such as Schneider Electric. When COVID happened, everybody expected the market to implode. It didn't implode. It went into a boom. But what happens is that they, expecting the implosion, a lot of these manufacturers laid off all the boomers and gave them early retirement. Well, a lot of those boomers don't want to come back to their jobs, which means that a lot of these places don't want to build up the staffing levels that they really should have because it looks bad on their balance sheet. And as a result, you now have not only a loss of institutional knowledge from these companies, you also have a understaffing issue. And Thomas, if you can get those transformers within 9 months, you've done really, really, really well. And for those of you that don't quite have the scale concept, these transformers can go anywhere between the size of a city bus to an array the size of a house for a single transformer bank. And you can have multiples of these in a substation that is a major node of the grid. And then it's also on top of that, you only have a small number, like a small number you have as electricians in the North America. You have an even smaller that are certified high voltage. So it's not necessarily that it is that there's not necessarily the parts, but it's also a lot more than just the raw parts. It's the whole infrastructure and logistics system feeding that is not set up to do large wholesale replacement at the best of times, and especially not now.
And
When at my last job, some of the scuttlebutt we got was that the one of the utility plants that served an area in Virginia called the Northern Neck got one load of transformers, and that was all they were expecting to get for an entire 12-month period. One flatbed load. That was it. I yield the floor.
it's the classic thing, and I would say on the subject of the boomers, as my mum, who's worked in HR all her life and has advised, still does advise. She's doing so many weird things at the moment. I just some point I've got to explain to her what retired is, but I don't think I'm ever going to win that argument.
Sounds like my dad.
And she said the big trouble with getting back a lot of the boomer generation is that they want to come back at pay which is acceptable to them. It's not that they won't come back to work; they will, but you have to offer them enough money to incentivize them. And the trouble is, they don't just want they don't just want the paycheck they had when you laid them off. They want the paycheck they think they should be having now, adjusted for inflation. And companies really don't want to pay that. And there are some companies which are finding it even worse because when they have to get them back, and a good example is the whole Stinger missile system problem. You have to hire them back because they are the only people you can get who know how to do it. You have to hire them back at consultancy wages. And that's basically their old wages plus a zero in those kinds of markets. And that's not a zero on the end you want it to be on. That's a zero on the end you don't want to be on. That basically explains things like why the Stinger missile costs so much now versus what it used to be. But adjusted for inflation, it's actually not that different. But adjusted for inflation, new components and all those things, it actually works out still being quite good. But it's the case of, yeah, who knew shutting down factories would make things so expensive to rebuild?
Shocking, insane, truly. How can we live in this world where
Yeah.
where facts and logic like this are things that exist? I thought like it was like Industry Giant where you can build a factory from nothing and then build a logistics network from nothing and suddenly boom, capitalism.
No.
You're telling me it's not like that?
No.
And to back up information mimics point, they cost a ton and are custom made if IRC. Also, country grids are different in terms of settings and topology, and my country needs a lot of new transformers because bad people tend to blow them up. Yeah, it's the thing where, like, I don't know if it was last year or the year prior, some people decided to take pot shots at a substation in South Carolina. It was a Duke, I think it was South Carolina, one of the Duke Energy substations. It took them months to bring that substation back up. And that was mainly because because of the nature of the incident, they were able to twist arms and get funding to get the transformers quickly. There's also the immense logistical challenges to getting these things from production to installation site. Copper is extremely heavy, and you are essentially dealing with large refrigerator-sized coils of it in series.
Oh my goodness.
on these large grid scale ones. Even a transformer like you would use
Back in a minute.
for a 200-watt transformer for 120 volts in, 12 volts out, at 200 watts, which is about the size of a box of tissues, weighs 10 to 15 pounds. And the larger ones that are doing, whole office spaces for the utility load can be 1,000 pounds plus, and they're the size of a chunky mini fridge. And yeah, Steve Clarke points out, the coolant can be a big issue too. We're at least in the U.S., we're slowly working our way through it, but there are still a lot of transformers, and this was part of that overhaul and replacement thing, that were using PCB coolants, which are a strong toxin for humans and most everybody else. So,
but they were very
there's a lot
efficient
that
in
goes into it.
transmitting heat.
Yes, they were very good at what they did. It was just everything else was a bit of a problem.
And then we've got the other thing which is headed on, which is fun, is, of course, I've been quite honest. I want to put in solar panels on this house, and I want batteries, which is great for me. But that means the grid, if you think about the number of houses which are now getting solar panels and batteries, and these things, that adds another pressure onto the grid, because suddenly, it used to be quite easy. The power came from the power station, came through a network to the nodes and went out to the houses. But now, some of the houses are generating power and sending that back up. And you have to design a system to deal with that. Which gets fun.
Information mimic, yes, but actually no. The U.S. runs on, so for most residential spaces, U.S. runs on what is called a split phase system, where you get one phase at 240 volts phase to ground, AC current, and we center tap a neutral into the secondary transformer coil, and we can either get that 240 or we can get 120, and then the 120 is what supplies most common appliances. Brendan Larson, you need to make sure you add the ampersand A to that so the bot grabs it. Mm-hmm. So we do technically run on a 240 volt grid, except in commercial where you'll run either 120 208 or 277 480. And then the Canadians do weird things with their voltages.
Let's be honest, no one ever questions the Canadians, because let's be honest, what they get up to in war is very weird, so we try to not to have those with them, so we just don't question them anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. But the U.S. does very technically run on a 240 volt grid for its residential loads. All right, okay. Moving on to Knight 6831's fourth question. As the 4.7-inch mount was used as the test bed, would it be right that the compatibility with the 4.7 Mark 9 mounts would have been intended? I presume this is for the 130/50?
It is used as a test bed.
Or the 5.150?
Yeah, it is used as a test bed, yes, but it's not a straight-on commonality and compatibility. It's a... we're going to have to make quite a few changes, and it doesn't get the same angles. So it's used as a test bed, but you have to remember the 4.7, the Mark 9 mount is designed for a certain gun. Again, quite a lot of detail for these sort of things is in this book, which is pretty darn good. Again, when Fu sends me his address, he'll get another copy of that sent to him. But the reality is, the Mark 9 mount would have been the basis for the mount which would have been developed for it, but it wasn't going to be an mount used for it, because it's not able to get a high enough angle, etc. for it, and even for low angle firing. Would it be fair to compare the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer to the American idea of a sea control ship?
Okay. I don't have enough information to have an opinion on this one.
You're not the only one who's probably looking up. It's the small one, the small Star Destroyer. It's only 600 meters long, or something. Yeah, escort frigate class Star Destroyer. Why the frigate is called a Star Destroyer if it's only 600 meters long? They're usually kilometers long. Well, a sea control ship, I'm not sure I would say it's a sea control ship, but it's probably a more cost-effective than a regular Star Destroyer, but I'm honestly starting to wonder why you're building it in a world... I suppose it makes sense, but there's part of me sitting there going, if anyone wants to know, it's the Star Destroyer, which looks like a sort of open-mouth manta ray. It's that Star Destroyer. It really does look something interesting. I'm not sure I would say sea control ship, but yeah, it's basically the smallest of the all-round general-purpose assets.
Classing the Gladiator as a Star Destroyer, I just feel is incorrect.
Yeah, I do too. I'm going quick buy a brick, like you just did, Fleet. I'm going to leave you with the Gladiator question, because I know how much you enjoy it.
Well, that's not entirely correct.
Poor Fleet. Not really, but poor Fleet.
Of course, I'm left to carry the can. All I had to do was to go make a pot of tea.
I mean, I'm still with you in audio form, so I don't know if that helps you at all.
Gladiator.
Problem is, Fleet, I don't know enough to answer. So, this one I can sit out on.
Well, what was the original question again? I just came back to about the Gladiator. What am I answering?
Look in the Bruships chat.
All right, let Fleet dig into Discord.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I'm away from keyboard right now.
Oh, for the love of Mike, it's all me! It's all me!
It's quite a simple question. It is the Sea Gladiator, the equivalent of a Sea Control. It's the Star Destroyer, the Gladiator, the Star Wars equivalent of the Sea Control ship of the US Navy.
Nothing in Star Wars. Very few things in Star Wars have direct equivalents.
And I would say also, am I the only one who finds it slightly weird that Star Wars, despite the fact they're using planet-sized force, etc., and all these things, that apparently their battalions are like 600 men. It just seems absurd to me. If I was deploying a force down to a planet, and literally they're saying it's 600 meters long, oh, and by the way, it's got 2 battalions, 1,200 soldiers.
Yeah, that's because most sci-fi writers don't really have a good concept of scale.
No, they really don't.
Yes, and Wayne's World of Science and Technology goes to continue to prove to me, presuming that he is Canadian, that Canadians are weird when it comes to their electricity distribution and supply network.
Yes, and people have already picked up that 2 more litres of Iron Brew have arrived. Yes, I am working on the idea that next week's 36-hour Historiathon is going to require some region of...
3 gallon
about
minimum?
4 bottles. 4 bottles, at least 8 litres.
You're going to get away with it with only 8 liters?
I'm trying to be good because I've got Christmas coming up. I know how much I'm going to consume at Christmas.
Yeah, but Christmas is a month away.
Yeah. But also, at certain points, I don't technically have a dentist at the moment, which I don't consider necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, it's kind of worse. I actually think more about my teeth and worry more about them when I don't have a dentist who's going to tell me off about them than when I do. It's amazing. What do you think of defense unification and later abolishment of ministers for individual services? Okay, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to get my friend James Smith to come on to Two Historians. Because as controversial as he is, and he's one of my... he's a really nice guy, he's a really good historian, but he does like picking a fight on social media. I think even he will admit that. He does like picking a fight on social media. I don't see the point. I have never seen the reason in picking a fight on Twitter, etc., because I don't think it changes anyone's mind. It doesn't change anyone who's viewing its mind, honestly. But I will see a debate going on Twitter, and I will go and do a video about the topic and put forward my positions in the video quite happily. But I will not. I'm not going to get into a Twitter fight because I don't see the point. It's just annoying. But he actually has the patience and does those things. And yeah, he would tell you it started out as a sensible idea, but it got wrong quite quickly, and it got bad quite quickly once defense was turned into just another civil service department, in the phraseology of some of the senior civil servants at the time. It was okay as long as defense was still treated as a specialist department where the civil servants were specialists, and defense was focused that way. But once it became far more part of the general service, civil service, which is what happened, then you had problems. And further defense unification, I don't think the services should be unified. I do think if they get much smaller, the argument against it is going to be far more difficult. But I think the reality is that, because someone was trying to say the other day that, we should have a combined officer training. Do we really need separate officer training? And I went, well, do you need to teach naval officers how to do infantry drills and set a squadron section leaderships in combat, those things? No. So okay. So what parts of the course are going to be commonality? Well, the history courses taught are very different because one, for some reason, naval officers' course tends to focus on naval history with a little bit of
your
land and
party
air.
on a boarding action.
Yeah, and all these things. It's focused. Okay, so the history course is going to be different. Okay, what about the command leadership styles? Well, let's be honest. The naval officers are mostly have to do engineering, etc., as part of their things, and have to know leadership in terms of how they lead engineering teams. Again, that's not the same as most of the army officers. Okay, well, the trouble, and then you started going, well, okay, which is the largest group? The largest group of officers going through is going to be the army officers, because they're the most numerous and they require the highest density of officers. Oh. That's going to be a problem then, because the temptation is going to be to focus in on the largest cohort of students, isn't it?
Yep.
And so you go for it, and then you sort of go, well, for the RAF, officer training almost takes a secondary role to that of pilot training. Pilot training is more important almost than officer training for the pilots going through. Well, that can't happen in a combined system.
Nope.
So yeah, it's just, let's put it this way. And also, look at the poor Canadians. They tried it. They found it very expensive to break it up again. They did try it. They found it incredibly expensive to break it up again. What are your thoughts on Canada calling the Type 31 frigates that they are building destroyers? They're building Type 26, not Type 31s. So that's the first thing. And, well, their purpose these days, as I said before, frigate and destroyer basically means ASW cruiser or AA warfare cruiser. And I would say the Canadian versions of Type 26 are going to be the strongest AA armament of the class and the most general purpose focus on that. So yes, destroyer probably does fit more as a more accurate thing than frigate. But when you start realizing that there are quite a lot of frigates which are larger than some ships which are called destroyers in service in the world, and that sort of thing, you start to realize, well, hang on, destroyer basically means air warfare asset, and frigate means ASW asset. Pretty much. These days. Would you disagree, Fu?
I'd say you're being a little bit too generalist, given how in the Royal Navy we have 3 different frigates doing 3 different things coming down the pipeline.
No. We have 2 different classes of frigates. Where's the third?
Anti-submarine warfare frigate, and then we've got the third one that I can't quite remember what it does.
We've got the Type 26 ASW and we've got the Type 31s. They're frigates. The Type 83 coming is a destroyer. Let's replace the
I
Type
said
25.
33.
32, you mean?
I'm sure there's yeah, sorry.
Oh, the 31, the 32 is the 31, but adjusted for drone warfare.
Oh.
That's all that is. The point to work that one out was quite simple. Oh, so who's the Type 32 team? Oh, it's that bloke sitting in the corner of the Type 31 office. Basically, the Type 31s are flak frigates. And they are general-purpose overseas frigates, which are going to be our presence missions. The Type 32s are probably going to take on the lion's share of the mine warfare and drone warfare vessels. And as Darren Maris
yes, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you know, but in a nice way, the Type 32 hasn't even been ordered yet. It's just been talked about. Yeah, and also, this was the other fun, was when they were saying, oh, there's going to be a competition for us. The UK has 2 frigate factories. We spent a lot of money building up so we have 2 frigate factories, right? So, one's got the Type 26 program where they're building 8 ships, and then they are going to get to build the Type 83, because we know that's the bigger yard, so it's the only one that can take the Type 83. So, guess who's going to win the contract for the Type 32? Anyone want to guess?
The Type 80,
The factory which is producing the Type 31, isn't it? That's the only option. Because the other one's going to be filled with the Type 26 and the Type 83. So, you know, it's just, yeah. When people start saying, this is one of the reasons why occasionally I find myself arguing in favour of re-establishing raw dockyards and getting rid of the private companies doing it, because I just sit there and go, you're just paying for profit margin when there is no you're just paying profit margin for these companies as if there's an actual competition. There's not enough work coming down the hill for there to be competition. If you want to build domestically in the UK, they might as well be royal dockyards, and then you're eliminating from the cost of your ships the profit margin you're having to give these companies, because they have to pay shareholders and they legally have to make a profit. So in nicest way, once you're down to single source suppliers of things for governments, when their only people they're selling to is the British government, and the only people who's buying from them is the British government, then the question becomes, why the frigate are they, and why the frigate are they an independent company? And if you consider, that's pretty much what we've done with Sheffield Steel. Basically, the only people who are buying from were the government, and the government's gone, you know what? You guys are going bankrupt because you keep trying to run at a profit and you can't with us. We'll just buy you. And then you don't
Sheffield
have to worry
Forge Masters had to be nationalised.
Yeah. And I keep being tempted. It's going to sound. I probably have more headway with this government than I would the last, despite which party I identify more closely with myself. I agree with more often than I agree with the others. Thank you, Rick Vassar. It's the fun situation you have.
Box.
When PO Xbox set up, honestly, I will just post my address at some point. I'm not going to do a PO box, but the thing is, I'm just going to do a drac and just post my address. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it, though. I'm not sure where he puts it on his site. I think he has a website set up, doesn't he? Or has it on there?
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't have it on the YouTube channel anywhere. So I think I will have to at some point either reform my old Blogspot site or actually get a Squarespace or something website stood up.
Use Drax Link for the link code and all that good stuff.
I could do that. I think I've set one up though before myself or something. I think I set one up for a conference a while back. I think I still have it somewhere. Okay. Ethan Yang. Why did the British move away from the 120mm 4.7-inch caliber to the 113mm 4.5-inch caliber for their dual-purpose nail guns? Rate of fire. And literally that was it. It was rate of fire and ease of movement. They could have just achieved just that fraction faster firing with the 113mm versus the 120. Again, it's weight of shell and how quickly humans can move it. I wouldn't just post my address, Doctor. It's what Drac does, and he still survived okay. And also, if you do come down to Cornwall, you're going to have to try and track me down. I wish you luck. This is the sort of place which will spot you coming. But Drac does post his address, so maybe I won't. Maybe I will get a PO box set up, but yeah.
There are many options.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Mara, unfortunately, you have missed the Poodle, as the Poodle has been submitted for his nightly photon leak inspection.
The Poodle's not any happier about it than any of you are. He's looking forward to the 36-hour live stream. He's petitioning to be in here the whole time. Apparently I have to move his bed in here so he can sleep in here overnight. And because he tried actually pulling his bed into here today. That was one of the fun things we had this morning before I went live. Was while I was doing some work in the garden, I heard some noises coming from the house, and it was my mum and sister basically explaining to the Poodle why he couldn't carry his bed into my office. He literally had picked his bed up from his bed from where it lies in where he goes to sleep, and had walked it through the house and was happily carrying it through to my office. Oh. Yes, Thomas. Yes, I am. Matthew Blaris. In Ed Hampshire's book about the Cold War Royal Navy, he says that in talks over the CVO-1, they were offered a 30 to 35,000 ton carrier and said, what would the Royal Navy look like with this ship? Well, the trouble is,
well, you've basically got the first problem.
It'll be a super invincible, or it would be. It's basically going to be roughly the same as the Audacious class as built, because the 35,000 ton carrier is pretty much the same. Those are the same as the Audacious class, which by the end of their career are carrying roughly 38 aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, as I've said before, it's a problem. You have to work up in 18s. And theoretically, for a fleet carrier, you need at least 54 aircraft. Because that gives you the ability to have 18 aircraft roll for air defense, 18 aircraft roll for strike, and 18 aircraft roll for ASW and support. ASW and support.
This all makes perfect sense to me.
It's very simple. Usually you can make that up to 60, and you go right, an 18 aircraft for ASW and then 6 for the support. And that's your 60 aircraft air group. And then you go look through history and you go, wow, this aircraft carrier has an air group size of 60. This has an air group size of 60. This has an air group size. And then you add up and they go, oh, this one's air group is 78, or this one's air group is 96. It's all working up. It's the joy of history. And the reason you need the 18 aircraft is that's 4 in the air, 4 on alert, 4 on alert, 4 on plus 15, and 4 in maintenance, and 2 spare airframes. to pop in if you need to take something out for longer maintenance. That's your 18 aircraft. That's literally how it cycles through. The British, the Americans, and everyone worked this out in the 1920s and 1930s with exercises, and it got proved in World War II repeatedly. If you want to have, your minimum number of fighters you need to maintain a cap over a carrier battle group is 18. If you want to be able to if you want to have an on-call strike capability, you need 18 aircraft, and usually that works out as 6. The 6 groups of 6. Okay, 6 going off to strike, 6 on alert, ready to launch, and 6 down below maintenance. But again, you can do that in 4s, and this is the reality of what we operate in. So you always look at air groups, and just remember that when they're sort of, if they might go, well, we have 3 squadrons, we can have 3 squadrons of 12 F-35, 12 F-35s. Okay, so 36 F-35s. And you go, well, why are they working out a squadrons of 12? Well, that's because that's what the Air Force works in. There's a reason why the Royal Navy and the Royal Naval Air Service in World War I was working in squadrons of 18, but that was actually nothing to do with this. And there is roughly a soft limit on the amount of aircraft a carrier can carry, over roughly 90 for it to work properly. But yeah, this is the sort of the history we deal with in terms of the aircraft. Once they are on there, they're going to work as long as it's multiples of 18. It'll provide enough. And if you have the free squadrons of 12, well, that's fine. You can still have 18 rolled to the mission for air defense and 18 rolled to the mission for strike. But you're just adapting across 3 squadrons of 12. And if it's the same aircraft, 36 is the same aircraft, then that's really great, because that means you end up with a pool of 4 spare airframes in that 36. And you've got cross-pollination, which you can use to maintain your cap and maintain your strike.
Makes sense. Like, the reason I'm just not saying is you basically just you're doing it all yourself. Like, I don't even need to be here. Like, the man knows his stuff.
Well, no, pop in. You know, just bump in if you want to. You can start taking questions first. So take Knight's questions first.
Yeah.
But while you're reading it, I'm just going to ask something. Are people worried about the family at home, etc.? I will refer you to the message I said before. When we slept down here on holiday, we often slept, the place we slept in didn't have air conditioning or things like that. It'd get hot, so you'd have the windows open. And if you came into my window at night, you'd probably find me awake, and I'd go, "Excuse me, what the friggin' are you doing here?" If you go into my mother's room, you find a poodle. And if you try, who will fly at you quite happily, because defend his mother, but also whatever my mum's going to bring to the table, which we will never discuss, but she has a range of sticks by her bed and various other things, and very good at aim. And in my sister's room, as I've often said, is the corgi, who, whilst my sister
50 cal would have been turned.
Well, my sister is probably the nicest in our family and the one who's least likely to harm anyone, because she doesn't. She's really, she's dyspraxic and she's lovely, but she's definitely not that way inclined, even in self-defense. The corgi, if you wake him up in the middle of the night without food and he doesn't know who you are, you have now crossed the line from A, you have disturbed his sleep, B, you've not fed him, and C, you are someone in a personal and a private space who he has not given permission to be there. You have therefore crossed the boundary from being an intruder to being an annoyance to being food yourself. And what will happen to you is something which will later be recounted when it's being added on to the War Crimes Tribunal. I don't know what it will be. I just know you won't be walking away from it. Okay? That's all I'll leave it
in the corgi's mind,
just the corgi goes full Canadian, okay? Just full Canadian.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, it's fun.
Go ahead, Fleet.
So 9631 asks, what if what are the chances that the 130 mil would be turned into a 127 mil? It depends entirely on what the development goals are and what the Royal Navy is trying to procure, and it's It's one of those things where I don't like to call it because you're developing a caliber of gun the Royal Navy historically did not ever develop. Um,
Fleet, you've gone quiet on me.
which is slightly bigger, and you've got guns that are small, like the 4.5. This 130mm is in a weird spot. So it's one of those things where it's possible, but I don't know why you would.
Now, I would say the odds are kind of low, because if you set out to develop 130mm, you've chosen that for a reason. And as it was being developed primarily as a cruiser gun, the idea might go on other things, but primarily as a cruiser gun. Taking it down to a 5-inch means it's not going to have the firepower as far as the British is concerned for a cruiser weapon. It took a lot of effort to get the British to go below a 6-inch gun. They would have loved a 6-inch dual purpose. If they could have made a Dido's 6-inch gun cruisers, they would have done. And Discord is being interesting this evening. It is.
It really is, yeah.
It's fun. I'm not sure how often the very nice friends will be popping in over the Historiathon. I will keep Discord open for the Historiathon so they can pop in and out as they wish. But
So
yeah.
I will definitely be there for the first World of Warships event. I think I'll probably be running, depending on
what's going on. Yeah, I think I'm not
can
sure.
convince Drac to be there, which might mean I might be able to bring in an incredible amount of people by basically rousing the entire population of the dry dock.
Yeah, it could be fun.
Please don't.
Yeah, please do.
There's only so much moderation I can handle.
I have my own team.
Yes, but your team is not authorized for this server.
And Runon, so the thing I should probably not tell you is that World of Warships are going to be announcing the Historiathon on Friday's Armchair Admirals, the day before, and there are discussions about what's going to be what
So
taking part in it.
So do you want me to bring my team in? The offer's still on the table.
I think there might have to be some rapid appointments to the Master at Arms. I think that might have to rapidly expand.
Who's going to be there?
I won't expand the flotilla leaders, but I will expand the Master at Arms. I think. Sorry, this is completely Discord server discussions, but this is the reality for next week's Historiathon. It is either going to be absolutely amazing, and then it's going to set a precedent. And you have to remember, there's a lot of historians watching it, so please do spread it around. There's a lot of historians watching it, because if it's popular and it works, there are going to be a lot more people who are going to do it. There are a lot of people asking me how I'm approaching it, how I'm doing it. In many ways, my Historiathon is going to be a testbed for a lot of others. And I want that to be emphatically received. It's a lot of others are looking at it as a testbed for maybe how to do things, and some very exciting potential others. But if it's a flop, then no, there's not going to be more. But if it works, and if it's popular, there's going to be you could be getting a lot of very interesting history events done this way. But yeah, it's got to be successful for that to work.
Yeah, Brendan Larson, the Historiathon is starting next weekend at 1400 GMT.
1200 hours GMT. 1200 hours.
Okay.
It's starting at the midday on the 23rd, and it's going through to midnight on the 24th.
I will be there later on the 23rd because of time difference, and I have a 40k game. Mama.
Why is it mostly admins are saying getting ready their wackety devices? Oh.
because you have an open Discord server and you, yeah, you get a higher when you have more people. You probably still get the same percentage of idiots. It's just you get more of them because you have a larger absolute number overall.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho,
What if in a
RG,
1939 the US receives 2 test XF-55U flying flapjacks modified to have a Harrier jump jet engines instead of their props and the ability to make more?
well, they're probably not receiving an XF5U flying flapjack anymore because you have to fit the Harrier engine. But they're going to say, thank you. Vought is going to be very confused. They are going to take one of them and take the...
Again, he's just
The
got
other
quiet.
one...
Back.
how much did you lose?
Take one and then it went silent.
They'll take one of them, rip the engines out of it, and use them as examples to reverse engineer, and the other one they will use to try and pump performance data out of.
Yeah.
And for reference, for those that don't know, the XF5U is essentially a aircraft with a stall speed of 2. It has an incredibly low stall speed.
It's a incredibly interesting aircraft. Mildly scary. But honestly, it's Vort's early experiments with the flying wing ideas. They also had the V173 at one point. Yeah, they are. The Vought have some
Which
fun
is
with their
said,
wing designs.
in larger gatherings, pulling more bots. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
Thanks, Night Heron Productions.
Auto mods. So, Twitch is better. YouTube is, well, YouTube.
Let's be honest. And the thing I want to do, Make, is the thing you have to remember about super chats, etc., and things when they go through YouTube. They actually YouTube, I swear, as the super chats go through, promotes things up the algorithm because they want to make money, and money coming. They get. This is one of the things I'm having to factor in. I'm going to explain in Historiafun video when I'm factoring in things and I'm going for. I'm going to set the marker at this level, this amount of money earned equals this result, etc. I'm factoring in how much money YouTube will take, and I'm going to explain that in the video which will come out tomorrow for Historiafun. And it's really interesting when you realize roughly YouTube takes roughly 30%, which I don't mind because they need money to run it. They can't run it for free. They can't run it on hopes and dreams. No. But also there's the fact that if you are bringing in more money like super chats, etc., they do start advertising things more because they think, well, if they're generating this many super chats from this many viewers, if it gets promoted and it gets to more people and they're watching it, then they'll get more money from them, and then it makes them happy. So yeah. 25% deducted minimum from YouTube super chat. Yeah, it works out roughly 30% once you get through the full things of what they do to it.
Yeah, and to be honest, 30% is standard for tech. It's almost everybody takes a 30% cut. The ones that don't are absolutely in the minority. So,
or the Apple, which takes 40% if they can get that, or get away with it.
Yeah. Candlelord channel. Question.
Carl, KVG, thank you for it, but it doesn't count because the Princess Bride stuff doesn't count till next week.
Yep.
I am being very careful. If you want the Princess Bride, there are actual figures for it.
Either out of kindness or cruelty, keep your powder dry until next week.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, we gotta keep going here because Chandler's put in a 2-parter.
Yeah.
How true is it that the assertion that the Imperial Spanish Navy named warships after saints, depending upon how powerful they were, as in advocations of the Virgin Mary and the Sacred Family for first rates, important saints to second and the bigger third rates, and other more secular names for third rates and smaller ships?
They go through periods of trying to keep to that and periods of going far away from that. So the thing is, there are periods when that does fit, and there are periods when it's a case of, oh. Basically, it depends on how badly they're doing and how much they're appealing to the Almighty to save them from the Royal Navy.
Ah.
Because the Spanish are actually good sailors and good fighters, and they do often do well. But the thing is, they usually find themselves suffering in the attrition, in the aggregate. They will win individual battles. They will win some. They will win fights, and then they'll lose a big battle. Usually because the Royal Navy will turn up with enough third rates and enough captains who are sufficiently motivated by prize money and crews that, frankly, the Spanish are lucky if they get away with their clothes intact. In fact, they regularly don't get away with their clothes intact. We'll leave that to one side.
Oh, Dr. Clarke, Jonathan Moon is attempting to extort a stretch out of you.
What?
You still have your channel point redeems live on Twitch.
Oh, a stretch. Thank you. I didn't realise that. Let's test that again. Yeah, the things doesn't. Thank you for that. And yeah, that doesn't. I've got it so that it's now showing me when YouTube does the super chats on the main chat, on the combined chat thing, but it doesn't yet do me give me details for the Twitch. But we'll have fun. We'll have fun.
Alrighty. Knight 6831, question 6. How accurate is it that no matter what gun size the RN got, whether it would be 114 or 127 or 130 millimeter, it would still have been next to useless against fast attack jets? No, because that's less a gun issue and more of a mount and auto-loading issue.
Also, Knight, do you need to stop asking leading questions, my guy?
It is not so much the gun as it is the ability to get the muzzle on target and put the rounds in the tube. That is what is going to be the deciding factor on whether or not it's effective to take down fast. It is the last resort, but that's what we're using. So you can do it. You just need to have the appropriate drive and turret control systems in order to get the muzzle on target and with enough lead to actually make the projectile hit the target. So they could have done it. They just hadn't developed it that way because it was always cheaper and easier to get the rate of fire and the agility that you needed to just use a smaller gun, like in that 40 millimeter to 3-inch range.
Steve, can I just say thank you for reminding me? What happens if Gareth does a Twitch raid next week? How loud will the raid music get? I quickly turned off the sound alerts on Twitch. Just to prevent that happening all live. Oh, if we do get a raid, we get a raid. But hey ho. Actually, the more interesting thing I'm more worried about is if it does particularly well. My mum is seriously starting to work towards having her office ready for her.
God, no.
Whatever. Be afraid, Runon. Be afraid. Yeah.
Special for you and the channel, but if it works and Powder Monkey holds up,
yeah,
it might be getting communicated by a couple of people.
There are a few. Carmen Gosberg, what do you do to upset North?
Going if Ruinon succeeds. The possibilities. Since Fleet also has plans. Big plans.
Fleet, please remember I work a full-time job.
I wish I worked a full-time job.
We'll get you there, my friend.
Well,
we'll
don't worry. This very well may become your full-time job.
Oh no, I want it
I'm
to. Problem is,
sure
it's
I'd
not
turn
doing
that
it
off.
fast enough. It's not
I'm
doing
sure
it
I'd turn
fast
that
enough.
off. I'm sure I'd turn that off. Who played the cannon?
I didn't. Oh, that's why I didn't hear it because I don't listen.
Tematus82
I'm not
subscribed
tied
to your
into
channel for
the.
11 months. Oh,
Thank you,
Tematus82.
Tematus.
Thank you.
I feel like some of my fellow panelists now may need new underwear, but thank you.
I
Blackburn,
don't need new anime. I'm
question
going,
2.
where is it? Did it come through on the live stream for everyone else?
Yes, it did. Steve is saying, "Ouch."
Oh,
Blackburn. Question 2. In the early 1910s, how were action stations called? Via voice pipe, some other method, or a combination? Very loud chiefs. And also, as we have hit the 2-hour mark, I'm going to close the queue until we chew through our backlog.
Okay, pipe usually. There's pipes, and they have people, sound or trumpets, and this is depending on the ship. A smaller ship would have a little sort of pipe, little reed pipe. A bigger ship would have a bugle. And these things work out. They have methods of, and there's also always the voice pipes for shouting around a ship. But yes, there's also loud chiefs and alarms.
Wow. Crap.
Blackman Maximus, in the early 1910s, how were actions scored? We answered that one, so let's go for the next one.
You just did that. I think my fix did not seem to fix, or something was pushed wrong. Hang 1 second. Night Heron Productions. Thoughts on the Colossus hull-sized angled flight deck with two 60 by 40 foot centerline lifts carrier designed from 1945, as referenced in British Carrier Aviation by Friedman, page 335.
Yay. Okay, let me grab that out. Sweet, do you want to have you start off on this? While I grab my copy of Freeman's, where it is.
Problem is I don't have the references, but...
Well, Colossus class. They're cute.
Plus hull-sized angled flight deck, 2 centerline discs. Well, I feel like it's not enough carrier. If you're building a new carrier, that's not enough carrier.
That period
would be my first thought. Especially not with one eye turned towards the future.
Earlier. Where have I stuck it? I was literally reading it this morning. Okay, admittedly it was at 3 AM this morning, but I don't usually put these things down in that random places, do I? Do I? Have I got that random? There's always a possibility I put it down over here because I was moving it around and organising things, but no, it's not there. Up here. Have I put it down there? No, I don't think I put it down there. Oh! Have I put it down there? No. I have it. Where is I put it? Yeah. Quickly pop to the next question, and then we'll come back to this one once I found the book.
Yes, probably a good idea, that one.
Working on it. Just give me one minute here.
There is some fast coding going on.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's literally staring at me the whole time.
That's not working very well.
There you
go. I'll have to fight with that later.
Page 335.
From Seneca Nero, what questions have baffled you the most? As much as I probably shouldn't pick on him, Knight 6831s.
I kind of have to agree with that
kind of
one.
A bare bones design, I have to say.
I mean, Knight, we love you, and you do ask some good questions, but you can be a little bit leading in the way they're phrased. That's my only real gripe, if you can call it that.
It's a fairly decent carrier design, but it's going to be limited in its air group size. And that's going to present problems going forward. It was fine for the generation of aircraft they had. But it's almost a short-term fix.
This is what I mean.
We're going to have aircraft. We're going to have a carrier in service which can take the current aircraft we have, and hopefully that's going to buy us through for next decade till we get the next generation of aircraft. By then, we can hopefully be getting decent-sized carriers. What questions have baffled you the most? Ooh. I'm not going to pick on Knight because actually, no, Knight's questions usually haven't baffled me, but sometimes they have had me looking at it going. Yeah, and don't take this wrong way. They are sometimes leading, but I understand where Knight's coming from. So I accept it, but I do point it out because I think one of the things about Knight is that you produce so many good quality questions. If you'd phrased them a bit better, you'd go from the occasional good quality question to almost always great questions. And it's just a slight changing of phraseology. But I would say the ones that tend to baffle me are when I get questions and they are science fiction ones, and they are about science fiction sections which I haven't actually even watched, and I'm sitting there going, okay, I need to look this up and give me some time, because I know I kind of brought this on myself, but I wasn't expecting it. Because I do talk about railways, I do talk about science fiction, I do talk about my other hobbies outside naval history. But the thing is, I never expected that to become as much a part of this channel as it has.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Right, next question. And poor Runel's now created a rod to break their back, and this is going to be a trouble for. We're going to have to sort this out before we get to next weekend, because otherwise you're going to.
And I thought I had fixed it, but apparently I haven't. Essentially, in answer to whose was it? I saw it in their channel or channel statement. It's something has changed at some point, and I don't believe it was a change that I implemented. I think it was something that maybe the way it works in StreamerBot was changed by an update. Something has changed to where instead of just pausing the queue when we close it, it wipes the queue. And I've patched around it so it's actually just bypassing the queue and sending it to a channel that only I have access to, and then staying in the queue until we can release it, which is why I'm able to now go in and copy those questions over. But I do not know what has changed. I pushed Dr. Clarke a patch on, I believe it was Saturday, that I thought would have worked around that, but it does not appear to have stuck. So now I'm just sneaker netting them out of what I call Archive Monkey, so that I can get them into the chat here and we can answer them. Speaking of said sneaker-netted question from Ethan Yang, any thoughts on the recent Times article arguing that the Queen Elizabeth-class carriers are too vulnerable to anti-ship missiles like the DF-21 to remain relevant?
I would point out that any carrier is vulnerable to anti-ship missiles. If their escorts are stupid enough to... Well, first of all, if the Navy's stupid enough to send them out without escorts... The Queen Elizabeths are no more vulnerable to anti-ship missiles than any other carrier without an escort.
I would say, actually, the trouble is, I was reading through the article, and everyone seems to skip past the point in the article which made the most sense to me. This was about, it said this was quoting based on data from exercises where the Royal Navy was stretched to overmatch. And if it's the exercises I think they were, I heard a rumour not long ago that the Royal Navy did some exercises and some digital exercises and simulations where basically a Royal Navy carrier battle group was taking on entire nations solo. And whilst, yes, some of them were smaller nations, it also included taking on the entirety of Russia, it also included taking on the entirety of China and the entirety of America solo. I.e., you test it to the point of breaking to find out where your point of failure is. And it's kind of like sort of case where you're going, oh, so you did an exercise where the purpose of the exercise was to test overmatch, and you found that you did get overmatched. And now that's the reason to get rid of their systems. No, it doesn't work.
It's from the sound of it, it's a lot like when the people say that the F-22 got its keister handed to it by Gripen or other more or less allied fighter platform. A lot of the times when that happens, the F-22 has got its hands tied behind its back for whatever reason.
Huh.
Either its stealth's been compromised, its maneuverability has been compromised because it is an adversarial test condition.
Yeah.
So
It's
hopefully that was a salient point.
It's the point is, Alessio Patalano did a very good, the great Alessio did a wonderful response to this on Twitter. And again, as I said, that's one of the reasons why I say I don't engage in those things. But mainly, we've got an FCSR going on. There are going to be lots of claims made to try and make funding. Some people honestly really do believe that if you get rid of the carriers, the funding will then swing into the army and that'll solve all their problems, and that the army will get all the money and that will solve the problems. But I'd say the army's issue stems more to their management of programs like Ajax. And I'm sorry, Army, you've had a lot more money than has even been spent on the carriers. I'd also say the problem for the aircraft carriers, people like to pick on them because they're not Kadabar and go, this makes them less useful. But as said, there are reasons why they are not. There was the whole political views and points as I went through with Paul Fleet earlier. The fact is, if they had been great, but you still got the problem that the system was we have designed our escort fleet and our carrier force and all these things in a period when it was believed wars were going to be wars of choice. So you've got 2 aircraft carriers, you have 6 Type 45s, you've got 8 Type 26s coming around down the line. We all know that's not enough. But if you get rid of the 2 carriers, that's not going to suddenly make you able to go. You're going to go, yes, we can now have 12 Type 26s. That's great. What are they protecting? American carriers? Because they won't be able to do anything themselves because they're not going to have the organic air defense that comes from the organic outer air defense and strike that comes from having the carriers. So the answer to the question is not, let's get rid of the carriers. The answer to the question is, okay, so we've made some poor assumptions. We made some poor assumptions that affected the Royal Navy. We made some poor assumptions that affected the Royal Air Force. We made some poor assumptions that affected the Army. We've got to fix these. And the thing is, you're going to have to bite the bullet and spend some more money to do it. And this is why I hate the whole percentages debate you get on defence. Of, are we spending 2.5% or are we spending this? The question shouldn't be whether we're spending the percentage. It's, are we spending the correct amount of money? And one of the big troubles for the British, and this is the problem, is we like to change our minds a lot. And this is what causes us to have the issues with in terms of value for money. But also that people often are comparing apples and oranges. And the British tend to invest far more in logistics and infrastructure to support things to actually project their things than some other nations. So it looks like, people go, well, they've got this many ships and we've got this many ships, so we can't be, we're not getting as value for money for them as they are. Well, the reality is we probably are. But also there's the reality, and this is the other problem people forget, is if you want to build the ships in the UK, you have to pay UK worker wages.
Yep.
And they aren't
Which,
as cheap
believe it
as
or not,
elsewhere.
are higher than American worker wages.
Yeah. And this all adds on to the cost of the ships. So, then it's Lions. Question: a rogue C-130 Hercules magically appears with 1 pilot of Rapid Dragon. Where do you send them? When?
I mean, if we're
When's
talking
Lions?
right now, and I can do it without repercussions, I have a list, but yeah, when is going to be critical for that question?
I mean, I'm sending it
In
to
World War
Ukraine.
II. In World War II. Where do I send them?
The problem with that is you're missing a lot of the capability that makes Rapid Dragon work.
Yeah, but a saturation bombardment of the here / German High Command, I think you could probably still get away with.
How are the missiles going to know where their targets are, though, without GPS?
Because the missiles know where they are.
Without GPS?
I'm being a wise arse. Sorry.
I don't know if the missiles have a
Missile
backup
knows where it
terrain.
is.
If the missiles have a backup terrain mapping guidance system.
Yeah, the problem with that,
I don't think they do.
Dr. Clarke, is that the terrain is completely different. The landmarks are completely different because we're in the middle of the Second World War.
Yeah, you'd have to program it in. Well, no, the geographical features, mountains and rivers are still roughly where they were.
True, but it's not just mountains and rivers that the missiles
and dams.
use, sadly.
No, it isn't, but, and dams. It's fun. It's an interesting question, but in practice, it's not really viable for World War II.
No.
Now, if you're talking JDAM with a laser guidance system, that's a little more plausible. But
yes, and
Hendrik
that's
Buther,
going to be a bit of a nightmare for people.
Hendrik Butha provided the 5.25-inch twin mounts could be built fast enough if the Dido and destroyers are amalgamated into something like a Trump class with the 3x2 6-inch with the 3x2 3x2 525s.
The problem with the Trumps are a very Dutch solution to a very Dutch problem. They know that they need new capital ships. They know that they need new cruisers, but they know they can't get both. So what the Dutch decided to do is they decided to build a set of flotilla leaders that will categorically outmatch any destroyer they come across. But they can still have at least two of them to lead the two destroyer flotillas they're planning to have with each of the destroyer flotilla they're planning to have with each of the 1047s they're going to build. It doesn't. If you apply the same logic to the British, you've created a ship that carries 3 5.25 mounts, which is great. The problem you've then got is that you've got a ship that's got 2 less guns than a tribal, which fire less rapidly. You've got a ship that has 4 less guns than a Dido, so can't really be used as a cruiser.
No, it's got
You've
three
basically got a ship.
got 3 twin 6-inch guns as well. So
Replacing the 6s. He posted an edit. Replacing the 6s with the 525. So there's that implies there are no 6-inch guns on this hull.
The problem you've still got is that again, it's
frigate.
You've still got the problem that the Trump class and the whole philosophy behind it are born out of a requirement the Dutch have, not a requirement the British have. The British look at this whole doctrinal niche and go, it's not something we need, and there's a reason why when they're fitting out the other Trump, they go to the Dutch and say, look, we don't have the guns to fit this out as you originally designed it. Would it be okay to refit it into some form of anti-aircraft cruiser?
Yeah, which is why it ends up with 5 4-inch guns, 5 twin 4-inch mounts. That's the Jacob van Hermes. And that was quite a good fit, actually, really. So, yeah, it just doesn't work. South Thompson, will they ever make NR2 to replace NR1 or have USV taken over the role? More than considering the research submarine, I think it's been out of service until 2008. It's going to depend on what they need because it's a research system to study a lot of things, but also to study a lot of systems for the USN. So if they need to study those some systems again, I could see them making another one. But if they don't, then it won't, because that's the thing with research subs. They tend to they come up, they're one-offs. And they can be repeated again if you need them, but if you don't need them and don't need to do that research, you won't do it again. Nice hearing. Was it the Vietnam or the Falklands that proved that the whole missiles will replace the gun was out of tosh? Falklands more than Vietnam.
Neither.
Well, neither. Again, this is an example of one of those lovely. Look, the whole. There was never a conclusive debate on the missiles will replace the gun. There was
There
a
was.
series of discussions. I mean, well,
No,
yes,
look,
but not
there
to
is
the
only
same
one
extent
place
that-
where it really works through, and that's in the Royal Navy's sort of frigate design teams and selections, and it affects the Type 22 frigates. And it's not until after the Falklands War that the batch threes are changed to have a gun, and the Type 23 design conclusively gets a 4.5-inch gun. So the thing is, there was a debate, but it's not as widespread as people think it is, and the British are the only ones really trying to push down the route of going for the full missile ship. And yeah, other people who had been watching the British experiment and considering it, quickly after the Falklands War dropped it. There was a debate. It was not quite a whole platform, but it was something the British had done literally with the Type 22s and some of the conversions of the Leander class.
And also,
which is why, please note, poor HMS Phoebe, which led the amphibious task group into San Carlos water, was sent an instruction: if you see movement ashore, engage with gun. She didn't have a 4.5-inch gun, and she was at the front of it. She only had Exocet missiles, and I think it was Phoebe who was at the front. I think this was Phoebe. Not 100% sure, I might be wrong, but I think it was Phoebe. And the only guns they had on were a couple of 20mm Orlicons. So yeah,
boy.
That's the thing, and it was quite funny because it comes back, and the people who sent the person who sent the signal then takes it back to the flag captain and Michael Clarke, as the story goes, and they went, "Why did you send that signal?" Because they needed to be given permission to do it. Yes, but Phoebe doesn't have it. She's the best anti-submarine warfare frigate we have in this attachment, so she's at the front to ping in case there's a submarine or something waiting for us. Oh.
Oh dear. You do have to wonder sometimes.
And yeah, it was someone sending out the boilerplate message to give them permission to fire, and it wasn't them which had the gun to fire back. It was the second in line which had the guns to fire back, and so they then had to resend the message to the second ship in a line going, "You have permission to engage with your 4-5," and they went, "Yeah, we will though." I think the captain's response was, "Duh! If there's anything firing at me, I'm gonna blast it to Kingdom Come and ask questions later."
We needed permission?
We're in war zone. I don't need permission to fire my guns. They're firing at me. That's all the permission I need.
Yep.
I thought permission was strongly implied, but my take on the gun thing is that I can't speak necessarily to the Falklands because I don't know enough about that conflict to weigh in. But what Vietnam proved is that the missile will become the primary offensive system, but you are a fool if you think it is the only offensive system that you need.
Yeah. I will point out that there is a whole myth created by certain members of certain political circles in the United States that do like to bang on and on about how Top Gun, etc. We fixed the whole issue with the American training system, and like, no, reformers, you didn't. You basically just took credit for work other people did.
Yeah, it's one of those things of the missiles have not replaced wholesale guns. They have added an additional layer, which is currently the bleeding edge. To surface to surface or air to air or ship to shore combat.
Yep.
So, excuse me for drifting off there. I'm working my way through these questions. Channel or channel question.
The other thing with Top Gun, and this is the point that people often forget when they're talking about it, is that the whole thing wasn't that the pilots needed to have guns. It was that they'd forgotten how were no longer being trained in advanced combat manoeuvring, and there was no process for it to be disseminated about the fleets. And the whole point of taking the best pilots from every squadron, giving them this training, and then sending them back to their squadrons was what? It was to have them come together, share best practice with some instructors who are going to hammer best practice into them, as well as learn from them, and then take it back to their fleet, their squadron, disseminated around the squadron. It's
Yep.
basically the same thing as the British and Americans had done in World War II, where the combat veterans would get withdrawn, go become instructors for a tour, and then return as squadron leaders or flight leaders or squadron commanders or sort of at the rank higher, and they keep going round the merry-go-round. It's about sharing the experience around.
Mm-hmm.
Did they do that with air crews
Mm-hmm.
or ground crews, I should say?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry.
Chan-
Just finishing this up.
Lord Chandler, when converting the Admiralty Cochrane to an aircraft carrier, what did the Royal Navy change? Why did the Royal Navy change her name to Eagle, given the storied adventures of this most peculiar British commander? Because Eagle had been assigned to carriers. And Admiral Cochrane, they weren't going to use Admiral class. Basically, if she'd been named, let's put it this way: if it was an Admiral class which was being converted, they're not going to rename them. But with Cochrane, because her name was officially a name by a foreign service and she hadn't been launched yet, when she comes into the Royal Navy, she has to be assigned a name. And the Royal Navy at that point didn't want to give carriers an admiral name, because admiral names, like Queen's or Prince of Wales, carry significance. And this was the whole point me and Drac were discussing, is that if you had an admiral named ship as what part of the, as you know, if the Royal Navy 2 or even 3 of the admirals had, let's say, been, the moment they stopped them, paused them in January 1917, if they started converting them to carriers, I think it was January, was it March 1910? Was it January or March 1917 they started converting them? I think it was January they paused them, 1917. If they'd started converting them to carriers at that point, they would have been in service probably by the end of World War One, if not slightly in that early. And the Royal Navy had 3 ships, all with admiral names, all aircraft carriers. At which point, Fleet, do you think there's a rear admiral aircraft carriers appointed by the Royal Navy? Fleet? I think he's gone. At which point there would be. But the trouble is, I can see when I can see when Runon goes, but Fleet's not got his camera on, so I can't see if he's gone. So the thing is, who all is in the panel, Brandon Larson? It's Runon and it's Fleet of Oceans. Runon is adminning and hot fixing the bot that does the questions as we speak, and Fleet is backing me up because if I need to go off and cough because my pneumonia is acting up, then he is there to back me up, because Fleet is very, very kind and very, very helpful. And as you all know, I'm still getting over pneumonia, and I still do occasionally get the coughing bouts, and I don't want to disappoint you by having to leave you all without someone answering questions. So Fleet very kindly offers to stand in and help for me.
Hey, is it just
yeah.
for charity? I'm getting my pound of flesh out of it. Dr. Clarke is very kindly arranging a bunch of nice people to appear on my
Yeah.
kind little show.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be a lot of fun. When converting the Admiralty, so yeah, basically she's given the title Eagle because the Royal Navy's not prepared to give carriers admiral titles unless they've already given to the ship. Because if you have an admiral name on a ship, it's a high status unit. And if you want an example of that, HMS Duncan. Look at how many times in exercises she has been operating, and she's had the senior officer aboard her. When you've not had a carrier or something else around. She's the only ship currently in the fleet named for an admiral. So, admiral names carry a lot of status in the Royal Navy. They always have done. Seneca,
I like Cody 88's comment over on Twitch. Eagle is birdie. Carrier is birdie house. So carrier need birdie name.
yeah.
He's out of line, but he's right.
That is good. I
You're
like
not
that one. I
as
do
wrong
like
as I'd like you to be.
that is very true, Cody. Seneca Nero, question. You are the captain of a modern destroyer of the Royal Navy, so Type 45, get sent back to World War II and replace a destroyer of the same name. How would you act? That's going to be one of the D class. The D class are in some interesting areas. But let's be honest. Where would I? Let's see. Type 45s. It's HMS. I'm gonna stick with HMS Duncan because tracking back all 6 of them would take quite a while. But I'll let you two pick which one you want to do because how you act is gonna depend on where you turn up. But yeah, I'm gonna take HMS Duncan, and if I take her back to then, she's a D-class destroyer launched in 1932, scrapped in 1945. Yeah, she's part of first destroyer flotilla in the Mediterranean. Then by World War II, yeah, she's in the Mediterranean. So I'm going to be making sure that Barham gets back to the UK. Because I go with them back to the UK and then go. I'm basically going to be part of probably the Norway campaign. Going to be blowing up quite a lot of German aircraft up there. And if I can find some way of restocking my missiles, goodness knows how we're going to do that. I am then going to spend my war making sure the Mediterranean is as clear for ship transitions as possible. In fact, air attacks in the Mediterranean are going to be rare and far and few between by the time I'm finished, because my 4.5-inch gun can just probably, with the data I can give it, can probably wipe out most air attacks coming in, let alone my missiles if I've got them armed up. But yeah, I can have a lot of fun with that with her. I will. She spent most of her time escorting Ark Royal, and also the Type 45s. They have a fairly good sonar on them compared to 1940s tech. So yeah. I'm also going to be wiping out a few submarines. And I have a helicopter.
And we have helicopters!
Yeah. I usually carry
all sorts of secretive shenanigans.
SBS is going to love those helos. I don't have an opinion on this one because I just don't have enough information to have an opinion on this one.
Well, also, think about it. If I take the Wildcats, it's probably better for me to have the Wildcats than the Merlin, because despite the Merlin being the better ASW helicopter, I'd only have one of those. But I'd have 2 Wildcats, and they can carry Sea Venom anti-ship missiles soon. Our Stingray anti-submarine torpedoes, and of course Martlet multi-role missiles, and Mark 11 depth charges. So what I could do with a Lynx. Oh, good lord, a Wildcat, Lynx Wildcat. Oh, that in World War II. Let's see. The top speed, I think it can outpace most of the fighters of the period. I think I could do air-to-air combat with my Wildcats and they could be winning against the fighters. Top speed, maximum speed, 193 miles per hour. That's going to do quite well against most of the fighters in the period.
Yep.
Because, yeah, let's consider the most popular Axis fighter of the war. Yeah, I can definitely get in and get out of dodge before most of the enemy fighters will actually be able to catch up with me. They have the speed to catch up with me, but by the time they catch up with me, I'm going to be long gone. In the Lynx.
Or you'll be close enough to the mothership that the air defense can suddenly become a factor.
Yes, it'll be close enough to the mothership that they'll suddenly go, why are we blowing up? Because at 200 nautical miles range, bye-bye.
I see that you have shot at my daughter craft. Isn't that my decision?
I see you are trying to get in range to shoot your cannon at your guns at my helicopter. I do not agree with this decision, so I have decided to remove you from the position of making that decision.
You will cease your existence.
So, which of the Type 45s are you two picking?
I'm just gonna lean on you for this one because.
Oh, pick one of them. I did Duncan. You can pick any of the other 3 you want.
I'll take Dragon for the memes.
Okay.
No, don't tell Dragon that. I'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, you're gonna be having fun with that.
Yep, pretty much.
Nobody asked Dragon. So, Lions is over on Twitch has asked, does the Type 45 have a Marine contingent?
Yes.
Ooh, you could do some nasty work with that in the helos.
Yeah.
It's one of them.
Let's be-
It's one of them things where you just go, I don't know what I want to do.
Well, the trouble is, it's an out of context problem for anyone in 1940s, because if you have a Type 45 destroyer, even if its radar's only working, it's run out of missiles. Just think about that from an air defense perspective. Think about how far away you can see the enemy aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, yeah. And think about the tech
Yeah,
transfer.
that would be interesting. Take Dragon out and talk to King about what it can do, and then see if you can get posted to one of the USN task forces, and just be like, yes, you wanted early warning. How much of it would you like?
Well, the thing is, the Royal Navy is not going to let anyone have their Type 45 destroyed at that point. It's going to be, Force H is the thing I'd think of. I'd most likely be seeing it with, but also with the Mediterranean fleet, because you imagine that in the Malta convoy runs. There are enemy aircraft inbound. They're going to be here in about half an hour. So finish your tea, gents, and then everyone's ready, we'll get you launched. How's that sound?
Does that level of early warning affect Force Z?
If the 45 is with Force Z for some reason, then yes.
Dan Friedman, in the best way, you're always working.
And also, it's going to be 36 hours constant. So in the nicest way, not even you are pulling a 36-hour shift over the weekend. And if you are, I am setting Natasha on you. That's literally it. I will set Natasha on you.
Dr. Clarke, what have we talked about pulling people away from their job?
Well, there's the small problem of, I think, with the amount of hours that Dan works or is alleged to have worked, there may be some federal minimum wage issues that he could be running into. And by federal, I mean, UK versions of federal minimum wage.
There are certainly issues going on. He works 1 in 5 weekends. No, my friend, you do not. You work way more than 1 in 5 weekends. How often do you go into cover?
You are scheduled to work 1 in 5 weekends. The actual number of weekends that you work probably equates to 2 in 5 weekends off.
You are far and also, I know how often you don't leave work on time. You are one of the kindest, nicest people I know, and working in the medical profession you are definitely the doctor we all would want treating us.
Yes.
But you're also, that's not necessarily good for you having a social life or anything outside of work. Nice to go from question 8. How much did the navies buy into the whole missile will replace the gun mantra? Honestly, I think there was even a pushback in the Royal Navy after the Type 22s. There were issues. The fact there were designs of the Type 23s with guns, there was already discussions of it might have gone too far. The big problem I think the Royal Navy is currently debating is whether or not going for the single mounts was the sensible idea. There's a lot of discussion of going back to twin mounts going on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the only time when you really have missile replace gun moment is that brief period in the early 60s where you can get away with ships like Long Beach. The only reason she needs a gun is because Kennedy says he wants to have guns on his cruiser. She doesn't need guns. She has missiles for every occasion.
Mm-hmm.
I have big telegraph pole to kill you at distance. I have small telegraph pole to kill you at closer distance. I have small point defense missile for point defense work.
Yeah.
Because she exists in this brief period where anti-ship missiles are still these big slow dumb things, and aircraft carrying anti-ship missiles are bombers only, with no strike aircraft really entering the field that can carry anti-ship missiles in that way. she has this brief idea. You get to a point though where you see the US readopt guns on the cruisers because again, there's this whole thing where, like I said, there's a lovely brief period where Long Beach's design works. It lasts all of 5 seconds.
It's over before it's done.
She's a great ship, though.
She is.
I mean, I hate her looks, but she's a great ship.
Well, she's fine. Function over form. I'm good with that.
The hull, though, the hull is gorgeous. The hull lines are gorgeous.
Hosh is better looking than that
monstrosity. It's the superstructure which has some issues, no.
You and Soul both need to go get your eyes looked at, or at least your ocular lobes and that foggy bacon you call a brain looked at.
Look, Soul was cool.
I will stand by.
Look, in a nicest way, Soul was just giving you a compliment, Ronan. We know you can't take them, but you know.
Soul needs to get their eyes checked.
What has he said now?
Trying to fluff my ego up, and it's like, yeah, no, sorry, fam, I know how I look. Moving on to Night Heron Productions question. Given the success of the Majestics, do you think it could have been an equally good or even better and longer-lived design?
Definitely equally as good. Longer lived, I'm not so sure, but it's going to depend on how it actually comes about in reality. If it grows in size a bit, there are options. But yeah, it's a case of it depends who buys it as well, how long it lives, and what it's for. So yeah, there's lots of factors which go into it, being how long lived a ship design's going to be. And Night Heron Productions answer that one. Night Security 1. So, how does a 5.1 inch 50 cal gun change the Model 1 destroyer conversions? Probably not at all. Let's be honest, most of the destroyer conversions are not about their surface action capability. They're mostly about their anti-submarine warfare capability and their long-range anti-submarine warfare capability. So, most of the guns they're being fitted with are AA guns, and are the ones they have most easily available. And again, the point I often make to people when they go, well, the Royal Navy doesn't standardize in World War II. No, of course it doesn't. It's trying to maximize production, which means including taking a huge number of things of guns it has in storage. And what does it have in guns in storage? Mostly the ones it was trying to take off ships from the previous generation, while it's trying to standardize. They're there. They work. Flower class corvettes are a good example. They're basically armed with whatever's available.
But they're not the latest and the greatest.
No.
I mean, the Flower cars are when they're built. They're like, oh, cheap Corvette does anti-submarine work. My God, what a brilliant idea!
Sorry, Seneca Nero. Question: How would ship design have changed if there was a major naval war in the 1980s? Depends upon how that war worked.
Yeah, you've basically got to.
You need a lot more detail, I think, in that question.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way.
Essentially, you got to demonstrate whose doctrine is proven to be the most correct.
And also, you've got to see what happens in the wider context. The British lose all their carriers, then they have to go, well, hang on, the Invincible class really wasn't a good thing to bet on. Did the Americans lose a carrier? Did the Soviets lose their carrier? What's going on? Basically, 1980s major war, post-Falklands War, it's going to be different than one pre-Falklands War in the 1980s. Believe it or not. And it's going to be even more different 1987 onwards, because 1987 is after they've had 5 years evaluating the data from the Falklands, and they're drawing completely different conclusions, again, than what they were drawing in 1983 from that data. So the 1980s, it's going to depend on what happens, and who's fighting that war and what they're doing. Admiral Beatty and Secretary Rumsfeld, the two absolute, AK from Samuel Jackson, fools in charge of the most powerful navies in the world at the time. Here's the thing, Admiral Beatty is both problematic and at the same time quite useful in charge of the Royal Navy as its First Lord of the Admiralty. As First Sea Lord, I mean. Rumsfeld, I don't think there's anyone who appreciates it. And I'm gonna, because this is a family-friendly channel where we don't teach my little cousins new words, I'm gonna stop this question and move on before we come to Runon, because Runon and Rumsfeld are almost as famous as Drac. And you don't realise how hard Drac had to constrain himself over Beatty in our video.
Mm-hmm.
And Fu is also limiting himself to just for safety's sake. So, Knight 6831.
In short, I blame
10,
Rumsfeld for
would
a large...
a modern forward aviation support ship before the RAN started? Would a modern forward aviation support ship need to be able to act as a fleet carrier as well as an aircraft maintenance ship? Yes. Because you're not going to get the money for both. You're not. You're just not these days.
Oh my goodness.
Shanlord Trandle, favourite draconism and or quote from the Chieftain and the Mighty Jingles?
Ooh, you spoiled me, whoever asked this question. That's
Can I go
brilliant.
first?
Yes.
Go on.
No, I don't really have a favorite Dracism because I haven't picked up on anything other than his humor. However, Chieftain is somewhere between "Oh bugger, the tank is on fire" and significant emotional event, and Mighty Jingles is a toss-up between something I can't say on this channel and that's a paddling.
Yeah, I'm sorry for Jingles. It has to be prepare for a dose of, and I'm going to stop that quote there. But any of you who know Jingles know exactly how that quote finishes, and for usually accompanied by Jingles snickering before that quote begins. For Drac, it's usually something along the lines of "This went swimmingly for all involved," or some commentary on a certain political event where he's rapidly paraphrasing. Which usually has some semblance of order to it. And for Chieftain, of course, it's the classic, "Oh my god, the tank is on fire." There aren't any fleetisms yet.
I prefer "Oh bugger, the tank is on fire" just because it's
Rudolph,
so
Rudolph, you're forgetting yourself. You've done it twice now.
Okay, I am an American. That is not profanity in America.
That is absolutely profanity.
That is explicitly not profanity stateside.
How is that not profanity stateside? We speak the same language.
I don't know, but I could say that in a board meeting and nobody would care. But if I say, "Oh my God," I would get looked at.
The fact that the fact that the US is obsessed with religion to the extent it is, despite being a country that has a separation of church and state, is honestly worrying.
If you think Dr. Clarke was trying to avoid a rant with Rumsfeld, let's not open that particular can of worms. Colin Cameron.
I'm just going to say significant emotional event because I nicked it myself because it's a really great way of describing what's going to happen when a 16-inch shell hits you. And yeah, Colin Cameron's. Yeah.
If the UK had gotten tube alloys working in early 41, do you think Churchill would have used an uninhabited demonstration target or a strategic one, such as the U-boat yards for the first target of what I presume would be the atomic bomb testing?
Testing you don't usually do on an enemy target, because if the bomb fails to work, you've just given them your technology. But your first target, if you know it works...
Tough one, that.
There is an honest... You're talking about the British bomber campaign and how they were carrying it out. There is half a chance that if they think Hitler's in Berlin, they drop it on Berlin.
Because the situation with Germany is the reverse of Japan. You want to decapitate the upper echelons of Nazi leadership. You do that, you open the possibility to people who are actually willing to surrender.
Also, you have to consider the way the winds go as well. And if you don't want to have the radiation come on the UK, you want to make it, You don't want you want to. There's a certain position. The coastline positions are actually bad because of the way the wind currents go. The radiation might be blown back onto the UK. Whereas if you go for an inland target, it probably doesn't get blown back on the UK. It probably gets blown on the France, but we'll leave that to one side. I'd either go France or Poland. It's not a. Don't take this wrong way. It's not a nice situation. But if the British thought they could end World War II in 1941 with one strike on Germany, they would. Because let's be honest, if that happens, then Mussolini's days. If that bomb is dropped on Berlin, then Mussolini's days in power are numbered in minutes, not days.
I was about to say he has days,
and Germany probably has a very significant change of leadership quite quickly as well, because the British response will be, we just dropped one. Here is our target list for our next 2 dozen.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's probably going to be an interesting conversation, possibly between, depending on when in 1941 we're talking about, there might be an interesting conversation with a Russian dictator about whether or not he should withdraw forces from where he's currently occupying. Or they might get rolled back for him. Because you have just created the first superpower.
Okay, so oh boy.
Okay, next one on the docket is RG. What if, after the night ambush at Guadalcanal, about a month later, in a day engagement, Washington is leading a group of cruisers, engages and destroys a Japanese formation with Yamato, 1 Kongo, 1 Atago, and 4 destroyers?
Not scientifically possible. In a day engagement, if it's just Washington with a bunch of leading a group of cruisers, that Japanese formation has no business losing. If it's a daylight engagement, Yamato just absolutely wipes the floor with Washington. Congo and the Otago can quite handily deal with the cruisers, and I'm not seeing any US destroyers in this formation, so the Japanese destroyers are quite free to set up their own attack runs with torpedoes. I can't see a way in which that US task group comes out of that any way other than rapidly sinking to the bottom of Iron Bottom Sound. Dr. Clarke, you have any thoughts on that? Dr. Clarke, are you there?
I am here. It's a daytime engagement. I'm just sitting there going, "What is the?" It looks to me like the question should have a second part. Because it is going to go one way. It almost looks like it should have a second part. I ran out of characters. I thought that was the case.
Well, first of all,
but yeah, in that scenario, there's just not. That's too much stacked in the favor of the Japanese. There are the scenarios which daylight where it could work is if it's fog, thick fog, and they can do their engagement at range. But the thing is, a daylight engagement, yeah, Yamato, and I would say Yamato and the Congo would probably start off concentrating on Washington whilst they're at range, and then once they get into they almost get into cruiser gunfire range, then then Congo's going to shift. But by that point, Washington is going to be in trouble.
Because the 16-inch 50, the 16-inch 50 can deal with Yamato anywhere. The 16-inch 45, there's a reason why the US developed the 16-inch 50.
Mm-hmm. Black Moses, have you played or will you play the now-released Sea Power game? I will do. I think someone actually put some money in a super chat for me to get it. I seem to remember. But the super chats don't come through
And Space Marine too.
till later month, and Space Marine too. And I plan on getting both and playing both on Twitch because I like doing that. I have been playing. I've got to get back into playing Frostpunk, and the reason I haven't been doing my Frostpunk evenings on Monday and Tuesdays is because literally I have been doing so much work to prep for the Historiathon. Because there are going to be free presentations during that, and they've been trying to work out software and all sorts of things. And believe it or not, Restream, which we're currently using, so we can do all this across Facebook, across Twitch, across YouTube, and be dealing with currently across those three about. It looks like I'm talking to about 90 to 100 people, depending on how the night goes to go.
Hello, 90 to 100 people.
It's fun, but it's a case of working out which software to use and what. And the thing I have said, and I have said this to both Runon and Fleet, because at the moment I've got the basic entry-level package which allows you 3 channels. If it works well, and if it turns out to be a sensible thing that we're using, the next package up allows me not just to upgrade to doing 5 or more channels if I want to broadcasting, but allows me to actually add more people in. So I could add in a Fleet, and I could add in Runon, and they could be able to use the same package as me to restream on multiple channels for themselves. And the thing is, you can be broadcasting up to 5. You can be broadcasting on up to 5, but you could have up to. And the thing is, though, at the moment, this one costs £16 a month. The next one up costs £25 a month. So it's a case of, if it's not worth it, then there's no point me signing the deal, which is, and one I have to do a minimum of 3 months, and the other one I have to do a minimum for a year. So if it's worth it and it's working well, then I'm happy to do it, because let's be honest, 25 a month with what comes in from the channel, etc. I shouldn't be too worried about that. I should be able to cover that.
Yep.
But it's a case of, is it worth it? Is it increasing engagement? Is it allowing more people to find naval history? Are people enjoying it? And again, with the gaming, I won't do gaming broadcasts on YouTube, because when you do gaming on YouTube, when I put games up on YouTube, it kills my engagement for some reason. So that's going to go out on Twitch. But I'm also doing that on Facebook as well, because Facebook stores it for slightly longer than Twitch. So if you want to go find it, you can go find it there. And don't worry, Foxo, I've made you an admin on all 3.
You're cruel.
Don't worry.
That's cruel.
Don't worry. Draken is only an admin on YouTube, but Fox I've given an admin on all 3 because I felt she deserved it. So that means Melanie, Runon, and Foxo are the only ones who are admins on all 3. Oh.
It's cold, Jim. Ugh. It's cold tonight.
Information about YouTube, information about, yeah, right. Yeah, the logarithm gets confused when a channel tries to do more than one thing, so I kept mine to education.
Seneca.
Don't get Seneca's having lots of typo issues. Don't be cruel. Don't pick up on it, Runon. Just skip past Seneca's typo issues, okay? Just skip past them. Seneca will get there in a second. Be nice to Seneca. Remember how many times they've been whacked and have been banned off the channel for various things by mistake. Just let them get through this.
Oh.
I got yelled at. Alrighty. Next question, Chandel or Chandel. How likely is it that Drac shows up to a Bruships?
Depends if he's busy. See, the reason that I'm available is I have nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Drac creates content that is very, very high quality that requires a lot of editing. So
yeah, it's like,
whereas my content does not.
Let's put it this way: for me to churn out the videos, I always say, I'm always using downplaying it by a bit, going it's churning out the videos, etc. I would say for the videos you see on my channel, it's probably about 40 to 48 hours a week of work on those videos alone. Especially when I'm going up to a video a day, which I do over the Christmas period. And that's fine, because I'm a functioning insomniac. I usually have about 3 to 4 hours sleep a night, and I'm fine. I'm happy with it. Questions on Twitch do usually show up here as well.
Muckers, what is your common name to Twitch and YouTube? Or common name to YouTube and Discord?
Because I did track them down and credit them to Foxo. So yeah, Foxo. I thanks to a dragon, I did track it down and give you the admin on all those things.
Oh bloody hell! Oh boy, Foxo has power. This can
Foxo
only go one
deserves
way.
power. I
I
trust
will
Foxo with
ask.
power.
Let's see. I've got a freeze on Twitch. I don't have a freeze on YouTube, so I guess Twitch is just having a bit of. Oh, there it goes. Lions has submitted to replace Washington with a Montana or a. I added the Longtana.
Okay, yeah, that gives them a bit of a better range, but it's not going to change the odds much because they're just supported by that. Smuckers is you. I thought that was you, Melanie, and you are supposed to have admin rights, or no? You are mod, and you're
Okay,
modded on the Facebook one as well.
I have now transferred over all of the questions from the archive. Yay! Speaking of questions, Hendrik Butha. Question: going by history, will you let us know if you hear about if the Neanderthals starts a procurement program for battle cruisers? How worried should we be if they do?
Netherlands start by history. Will you let us know if you hear about Netherlands starting a procurement program for battle cruisers? How worried should we be if they do? Look, the Netherlands haven't started procurement for battle cruisers, but they have started talking about needing to buy a generation of destroyers. Okay.
Well, that's not so bad. The problem, see, because it's always capital assets is when there's about to be a world war. If the Netherlands start talking about the need to procure an aircraft carrier, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, yes, but to be honest, fleet.
But a Netherlands fleet structure at the moment, a destroyer could count.
A general purpose destroyer is a capital asset.
No, but the point I'm making is it's a big capital asset. So yeah, destroyers are capital assets in the same way heavy cruisers were once.
They're talking about a Zumwalt-sized vessel.
Oh, that's on the edge.
Yeah. Oh,
it's still not big enough though.
You're gonna hope and you're gonna hold yourself to it. It's not big enough yet. It's not big enough. It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Yep, that's where I am with it right now because the alternative is too horrible to contemplate.
Foxo, don't worry. You have Runon, you have Melanie, you have Kate Jameson. There's lots of female goobers. People wandering around, helping people. If goober means helpful person.
Dr. Clarke, just please, I know you have your Clarkisms as well as the Drac has his other things, but that one I feel is best left on the countertop.
Okay.
All right, Steve Clarke. Composite armors on Soviet gunboats were a terrible idea. Which other materials that have been tried are also terrible combinations? I'm assuming for naval use.
Well, depends which Soviet gunboats you mean. If you're talking about during the Second World War, the reason they were terrible is because, well, the Soviets didn't really want to waste steel on their gunboats, so they decided...
They used the duraluminium, which is a version of aluminium. And it's actually worse on the in salt water, and it corrodes faster.
So...
yeah, basically, aluminium and ships is not always the best idea.
Yeah, but in regards to other materials that have also been tried, which are terrible combinations, the problem is that it doesn't really show up, because the time when you get to composite armor of the kind in which we're considering, and of materials that aren't wood, iron, or steel, or some combination thereof, you start to get to the point where armor is no longer a viable defense mechanism for any warship, other than splinter protection for near misses. So there is quite literally composite armor from the late ironclad, early all steel battleship period, which is literally iron and steel not mixed together, but layered around and near each other, to try and take advantage of the fact that steel wasn't quite hard enough to be used as armor fully as taking the impact of the shot. But if you backed it behind iron, you could use it to displace a lot of the energy by having the hard iron in front of it take the impact. I think that's how composite armor worked. Dr. Clarke, correct me if I'm wrong here. I may be talking out of my posterior.
There's various forms of composite armor. HMS Warrior has composite armor because she has iron backed up by wood. Basically, what the trick is, you need something which has a lower spooling type than the material in front of it to stop spool, because it's to try and stop splinters going around the ship, basically. So that's why she has such thick teak. There's a great if you ever go to see HMS Warrior, good thing to do is they've got a section of armor next as you approach it. It just looks like this random block of metal and wood next to you as you walk past, but it's actually it's actually to scale as a section of the armor. And if you stand next to it, you realize how thick it was, and then you go, oh yeah, this is why HMS Warrior could have bodied every single ship at the Battle of Trafalgar, Spanish, French, and British, without any trouble.
But Monitor could take her in open seas.
Oh, don't even. Don't even.
No, just no. In a nice way, Warrior could go fast enough that her wake would sink Monitor in open seas. This is the whole thing. When any time anyone tries to come up with a theory of how Monitor would actually win against Warrior, she has to get her very close inshore and manage to keep her in a position where she can't fire back and cannot ram her.
In short, impossible.
And also not disgorge boats of Marines who will try and board, because Warrior carried more Marines than Monitor had crew, and which will try and board Monitor and take her.
The power of freedom will protect her.
Oh, for the love of Mike, if Virginia had had armor-piercing shells aboard, or even heck, a solid shot, Warrior would have been not Warrior, sorry. Monitor would have been toast that day.
Virginia is also another one who Warrior would have just gone, oh my, you've sent out a toy for me to play with.
Yeah. Basically.
And you have to remember, the worst thing is this. Warrior and Black Prince tend to travel together. So the odds are, if you find one, you find the other.
Mm-hmm.
Monitor versus both of them. It's not good. The main problem they have is making sure they don't get in the way of each other's shooting. And they're probably going to deal that by just steaming in line. And dropping shells down on top of Monitor.
Alrighty. Blackburn. Question 4. If Warspite was a mech from Mech Warrior Battletech, what would she be? Cody88 is putting forth the Atlas. I'm just going to put forth the King Crab because I like the King Crab. And to be frank, as much as I like the Urban Mech, I am concerned that once HMS Warrior is commissioned, I will be receiving a ICBM if I tell the world that I think that HMS Warrior or HMS Warspite is equivalent to an Urban Mech. As much as I love the Urban Mech, and you shouldn't curb the Urby, yeah, I want to live.
I'm not familiar with Mech Warrior, so I'm just going to say refer to other panelist comments.
Dr. Clarke?
Broadly speaking, I agree, but I'm just going through my list, because I haven't played Mech Warrior in a long time, so I'm going through my list of units. I'm going to agree with you.
And then, of course, I'm that man who'd be sitting there in the corner in a Mech Warrior game going, why do you people have these large vulnerable robots? My tank core is smashing you.
You think your tank core would smash my rebels? Really?
Maybe situation dependent. Your mileage may vary. Always consult a lawyer.
Good. So, Matthew
Not sure.
Blerens.
Not sure.
With long-range missiles allowing escorts to have a similar strike range to carriers, and the massive air warfare of anti-air warfare demanding that fleets fire anti-surface warfare missiles, how does that change carrier strike groups? Honestly, think about it from the orientation perspective. Okay, so if you fire your strike missiles from your surface ships, if you don't want them to reveal your location, then they have to do a dogleg attack. Which means they're going to expend a lot of fuel flying away from your ships in one direction before they turn and go towards attack the enemy, so they don't reveal your location. Carrier aircraft are another methodology of doing the dogleg and not revealing your position, because otherwise, especially if you're firing at longest range, that kind of does go straight line back to, oh, that's where you're firing it from. So
Yeah.
the reality is, everything's always more complicated than a straight line analysis when it comes to warfare.
There's also the
carrier
concept.
strike groups. Is it needs nicest way? The thing is, we had to get out of the wars of choice argument, which we had for years. Which means, in a nice way, ships are not going to have 48 VLS tubes or 32 VLS tubes and call that enough. They're going the entry level is going to be raised up to probably 64 and then you're going to need more than that.
I'm also going to point. I'm also going to point out that if you have a carrier, a fully capable carrier, what you've got is an ability to say, okay, my carrier strike aircraft are my delivery platforms for anti-ship missiles, which means my escorts can carry less of them and carry more interceptors. Which therefore means your escorts are more capable of defending the carrier, which is now your strike platform. That's basically where the whole thing ends up. Like, it's not saying that your escorts don't carry any anti-ship missiles at all, if they're in a carrier strike group, but they carry less than they otherwise would if they were operating solo or as part of a purely surface action group. That's the basic premise here.
The other scenario
the
other scenario that comes forward is the fact that you can resupply an aircraft carrier far easier than you can a ship's VLS. Now, whilst yes, we have done experimentations recently which do allow us to resupply a VLS at sea, they are talking about proving it. They haven't yet doing it on a regular occasion, are they? It's not yet a regular occurrence, and as such, let's be honest, the more you want to use your carrier because you can resupply that ship with missiles for its aircraft far easier than you can VLS for the escorts, and they can engage your targets furthest away. So if you want to keep your carrier strike group and your strike groups operating longer in enemy territory, you want to have a carrier because you can resupply that one strike missiles, the air-to-air missiles, all those weapons far easier than you can for the ships, and therefore that, as long as you're expanding those, and they're reducing the target load, then that's going to reduce the target load or cost on your escorts, which means you can stay in area longer before you have to withdraw because your escorts are running low on missiles.
Yep, basically.
Shandlord Shandle, over the last 2 to 3 decades, what country has fumbled its naval policy the worst, meaning paying too much to get extremely little in return and or going against doctrine?
Ooh.
I'm going with the U.S. I'm sorry.
We have an embarrassment of riches.
We've
for
wasted.
options.
We've wasted so much time and money between the Zumwalt and the LCS program that, I'm going with the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like other countries have sort of missed the ball in other ways, but in terms of amount spent for amount gained, it's not even a contest.
Yeah.
And it's not even like with the Zumwalts, where, as Dr. Clarke has suggested on multiple occasions, where you've gone and said, all right, well, let's just take the Zumwalt hull and engineering space and just lick and stick in a Burke on top of it. No, we're starting from the ground up again for the DDGX. And then with the LCS program, instead of maybe reworking the engineering plant so we, didn't have all the problems that come with making a ship the size of the LCS do 40 to 50 knots. No, now we're making Constellation and scrapping most of the LCSs. And then there's Seawolf and what we've done with Virginia instead of.
Well, okay, the Virginias. Okay, I don't like. I'll give you credit for some things, but I think the Virginias are actually a success story rather than a failure.
The Virginias aren't a failure, but now we're torturing the Virginia hull to get more out of it.
Well, you don't really have much choice with that one, given how long procurement is for submarines generally.
The growth of length of the Virginia hulls, at a certain point, you will no longer need more than one submarine because it'll be long enough to stretch between the American coast and China. You say you're here for the comedic relief. And to answer Melanie 64,
I try, all right.
You mean COD is easier than reloading VLS at sea? No, razzing an aircraft carrier and restocking its supply of missiles and weapons for its aircraft is far easier than trying to razzing a destroyer or frigate and trying to reload its VLS at sea. The Americans have done one recently. To go, we can do this! Yeah, how often are you planning on doing it? Not a lot.
Knights, check your sources. LCS is being scrapped. Maybe not the whole fleet, but a lot of the early ones are headed for reserves or the breaking yards.
Yeah, they are. The LCS
those hulls had a lot of problems.
Mostly it was
which is why now we're getting
deleting the sacrificial anodes. That caused a lot of
problems.
That too. Deleting sacrificial anodes is not good for a hull life.
Nope.
It isn't. And most of the ones which are going quickest are the ones which had to have that retrofitted rather than the ones which were built with that retrofitted in them. Because they realised what the problem was. That was causing their hulls to start to have issues so quickly.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, pretty much there are issues out there. And the point I would make about the resupplying the VLS at sea is, in a nice way, if it was a practical thing that they could do as an everyday regular thing, then the American escorts off the coast of the Red Sea and doing the duty down there will be resupplying by that rather than having to go off station to go to port on a regular basis. But they're not. They're having to go to port on a regular basis. That tells you how difficult that is and how much they don't like to do it. It's far easier to resupply an aircraft carrier with box munitions on a normal RAS line.
Via the dependable Wizzy transport machine, also known as a carrier onboard delivery aircraft.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that on a t-shirt, the dependable Wizzy transport machine.
Yeah,
information
that
mimic.
honestly doesn't
Question.
take
There
a
are
lot of your
multiple-
tonnage. It's just mostly used for personnel, and things like whole engines occasionally when they need them, not for things like resupplying the bomb load of your strike group. That will come from a ship, cranes across. Yeah, I think it takes about 2.5 hours.
Information mimic. There are multiple instances where wooden ships had to be deliberately sunk by its crew. How is this done if there were no Kingston valves? They drill a hole through the hull.
They actually...
Basically,
there are usually already holes in the hull that you just remove the corks from. There are usually already, there's usually already holes, etc., and things that have worked their way into the hull that you filled because of various scenarios. And the carpenters will know where they are because they filled them, so the carpenters will quite happily unfill them.
Well, they'll unfill them. I don't know if they'll do so happily. Blackburn. Question 5. If, say, some more battle cruisers had been lost at Jutland and Jellicoe decided to stick with fast battleships, how could this change the building of ships between 1916 and the Washington Treaty?
That is basically what they did. In a nice way, the whole thing was the ships lost at Jutland were mostly battle cruiser 2 words, and that's what the Admiral class were being built as originally, and they are changed to battlecruiser one words because, like Renown and Repulse, they are Jackie Fisher's idea of what an aircraft, what a battlecruiser should be, which is a economic warfare, fast. Everything depends on my speed for my survivability, and he actually didn't like HMS Tiger. He didn't like Queen Mary. He didn't like the Lions and Princess Royal. He didn't like those ships because he felt they weren't emphasizing speed enough, and they could have been much faster because of the armor they had. So basically, what you see is that. If you've lost more of them and you're going down the fast battleship route, then in the nicest way, the admirals don't get, or the admirals either get completely cancelled straight away, and there's no one because you can move a ship. Because I keep trying to point out, being a difference between a battle cruiser, 2 words, battle cruiser 1 word, fast battleship, and a battleship is as much about the subdivision internally as it is about the armor, and it's not just armor thickness; it's armor coverage that we're talking about mainly. And so they could all have the same thickness of armor, but the area of coverage will be very different. As I've explained in the past, I've used the example of the fact that, in the nicest way, the battleship is the equivalent of a human in jousting armor, where they have to be craned onto a horse. It's completely impractical for warfare for a human to have that much armor coverage. But that's what a battleship is built like. But then, you're starting to get a level of battle, what a human can actually do actual battle in when you're talking about the full plate coverage of a fast battleship. And then it goes down and it's a battle cruiser, and then it goes down even more and it's a battle cruiser 2 words, because it's about coverage, it's about the density in the armor, not just the thickness, and also the subdivision behind it. And that means there's only so many changes you can do. You can make a battle cruiser 2 words into a battle cruiser. You can make a battle cruiser into a fast battleship. You can make a fast battleship into a battleship and 1 level down. But you can't make it jump 2. You can't turn an Admiral class into a fast battleship. You can't put in that much subdivision without redesigning the entire ship, and it's cheaper to start again because you have to rip everything out and put everything in again. Because you think about it, if you're adding in subdivision, what are you going to have to do? Well, you're going to have to change the engine room spaces and all the other things to divide them down. Which means you're going to have to rewrite all the piping, recite all the engines. Then there's going to be repositioning the barbettes, repositioning the magazines. It's so expensive, you can't do it. It's just impossible to do it, impractical to do it. So if you're going for, if you want to, if that happens, then the Admiral class get cancelled in 1916, pretty much immediately after the Battle of Jutland, if they're making that decision, and they go for a fast battleship design, and they build a fast battleship design. But the thing is, the fast battleship design would probably actually get completed because it wouldn't go through the changes. And this is what I always point out: if the battle cruisers, if the admirals had been built as battlecruiser 1 words originally, or even as fast battleships, they wouldn't have been paused; they would have been completed. But it's because of the amount of changes they need to go through to be made into what was decent post-Jutland battle cruisers or battle cruisers that they get paused because it's too expensive and pointless the amount of work you have to do. HMS Hood gets completed because she was further along and it made sense and they could do an okay-ish job with her, but she wasn't going to be as good as they wanted her to be. So that's the thing. If they'd been built as battlecruiser 1 words from the beginning, they could have been turned into fast battleships and they would have probably all been completed. Or if they'd been as fast battleships, they'd have all been completed. And they'd have been completed before Washington. They'd probably have been 28 to 30 knot ships rather than aiming for 33 knots, aiming for 36 knots. They would probably have had far more density of armor coverage. And the really interesting thing is they could well still have had 8 guns. But they might have had something more like maybe 12 guns, because if you're going for that, if you're prepared to accept a 30 knot speed ship or 28 to 30 knot speed ship on that same hull design, you can probably up the guns to triple gun turrets, and then you've got 12 guns. And that they were already using new turret designs for the Hoods class anyway, so the Admiral class anyway, so that didn't matter. They could have done that. They're not reusing other ships. They're not reusing turrets bought for other ships. So they could have been triples.
Sorry, I'm going to divert us back to Knight 6831 here for a minute. the U.S. Navy / Congress, mostly Congress, or I'll restart. The LCS program is not going to be sold to partner nations for 3 reasons. 1, they're maintenance hogs. 2, they're crew hogs. And 3, they are likely too new and too advanced for Congress to sign off on transferring them to a foreign nation.
Also-
9 of the 9 of the freedoms are being prematurely retired. They looks like they're keeping the independence. They are not going to be transferred to a partner nation. They are most likely, at best, they will be kept in reserve, but most likely they are going to be sent to the breakers' yards.
Yep.
And not really, because the LCS is designed to be in somebody else's coasts. This is the whole point of U.S. defense and defense strategy. We do not want a war on North America. We want a war somewhere that's not North America, preferably not South America either. But we want the war to be across the Atlantic or across the Pacific. So that's what we designed to fight in.
Freedom has already been decommissioned. Milwaukee's already been decommissioned. Detroit and Little Rock are technically decommissioned, potentially for a military sale, but unlikely. And Sioux City is decommissioned. And the odds are, if there's any country which would get them or actually want the LCS as a foreign military sale, I'm trying to think of the list. The list of nations who get shared that amount level of technology is very few and far between. I think you're basically talking about Israel, who would actually want them and would actually be prepared to have the technology, unless they're planning on ripping out the technology and put in new technology, but that's going to be expensive. And those hulls are already in issues. So, yeah, it's doubtful. It's doubtful. Lions, what if the US Navy had non-dry ships during World War II? They'd have been significantly happier and significantly more dangerous. Lord Shandor.
And probably would have spent a lot less time and money engineering certain non-negotiable supplies on those vessels to be toxic enough to make the crew sick, but not so toxic to kill them.
Also, they wouldn't have been quite so open to bribery by the Royal Navy for ice cream. And various other things.
Yeah. Chandler's question 34. What is the smallest piece of magnesium that you would need to drop next to a Yamato or KGV to sink them? One large enough to create a wake to capsize the ship. Water is an extremely good way of dissipating heat. So the magnesium is likely not going to burn hot enough against the hull to actually melt.
Yeah, I'm not getting into those sorts of figures.
You would have to sit down and do the engineering.
Yes, but also what works on a battleship those days might work on something else these days, so I'm not getting into those sort of figures. I'll let someone else work it out for them. I'm not doing that. Senecanero question: the meme about the Pacific War is that the I-Chain Honorable Glory of Holy Empire got beat by 10 identical copies of the US. We built this yesterday. Does this reflect reality? To an extent, yes. But it also, to an extent, underplays the quality of the US ships. Because US ships were well built yesterday. They were, and then, that is the thing. The US do have the advantage of numbers. But they have the good quality numbers. They have the infrastructure to turn out good quality in numbers.
Yep. They don't have to make the choice the Russians did.
Or the Germans did.
Adding to Line's question about dry ships, where do you send ships dry during Prohibition? Yes.
I think they're still dry today.
Yeah, they are.
Why do you think the US Marine Corps petitioned to be permanently having a squadron based on the Queen Elizabeth class carriers? US Marine Corps are very happy to supply aircraft to the Royal Navy to operate from their carriers. They would like would happily. The fact that there's a bar on each of those carriers, a fully stocked pub on each of those carriers, is enough to make the US Marine Corps think sincerely about transferring services.
Yes.
Information Mimic. Question. I heard an opinion that the Russians stationed Varyag at Jamlupo? Uplo?
That's bait.
As bait, expecting to be hit. Russian sources often claim it to be simply stationed there at an international port along with ships of other Western powers, and all that transpired was a vicious hit in the back, etc., etc. Do you think the theory of Varyag being bait is possible?
It would be
Um,
incredibly stupid if it was. But
What was Varyag?
Varyag was
Varyag?
Varyag was a Slava class cruiser. Is a Slava class cruiser, which is flagship of the Pacific Fleet, and no, put it this way, I think the fact it still serves with the Pacific Fleet and does all it does is interesting. It's the cornerstone of the Pacific Fleet in some ways. It's
1904.
and it's
Varyag.
Yeah. It's basically wandered around some parts of the Suez Canal, etc., in various points. But yeah, it's based in.
which Variag are we talking about? Are we talking about the protected cruiser that Emden lit up, or are we talking about the
Information
modern
Mimic is saying protected cruiser.
Oh,
Oh well,
that one.
in that case then. Oh, in
No,
that case
it's there
then.
as
Well, the
protection
reason.
it's there. It's supposed to be protecting the international trade lanes. That's why it's there. It's the nearest place for coal.
Yeah, it's basically about the size of it. Yeah.
Stephen Meyer. Question.
There's a
Which of the
Yeah, Russo-Japanese War Varag. Yeah, it's having fun.
No, he caught it, Stafford. Question: Which of the World War II era Dream fleets showing up at anchor, cold, uncrewed, but fully provisioned would cause the most problems for their navies? The German and IJN fleets. Congrats!
Yeah.
You've just added a huge logistical drain that neither navy can support. Woohoo!
And you don't have the crew.
So in the German case, you just added a whole swath of targets to Bomber Harris's wish list.
Wild ride, I think you
No,
mean.
you've just taken over what Bomber Harris's wish list, because Bomber Harris's target list, because frankly, that's going to be priority numero uno, destroying those ships.
Because if the Germans somehow scrape together enough men to make those things run, that is out of context problem for the Royal Navy.
Yeah.
Because you said they're fully provisioned, so they're fully fueled. So if the Kriegsmarine finds enough men to even skeleton crew those ships so they function at a basic level of combat effectiveness, even if it's just their main battery and their machinery spaces and the fire control and everything else, congratulations, you've yeah.
Yeah, no. Bomber Harris is going to be very busy.
Wayne's World, Science and Technology.
Yeah.
Question: U-47 does not manage to penetrate Scapa Flow. How does another old battleship affect the next couple of years? Royal Oak wasn't technically old because she had just come out of a major refit.
She was the best of the R classes.
Basically, it's another force multiplication asset. It's going to mean you have one more ship for doing convoy escort. You don't need to use one of the other battleships for. It's going to.
Oh
be,
no, she's going to the Med. Like she is like as a rebuilt R, she's going to the Med with Cunningham. That's where she's needed.
No. No, that's not on her deployment schedule at all. She's probably useful for certain things in Norway, etc. But the thing is, she's not going to the Med. There's a reason why they keep the ships they do in the Med. There's a reason why they don't have the R's there. But she was the high threat R, so she was going to be doing. She would have been doing convoy escort for things like the Arctic convoys, etc. Possibly later in the war. But she's not going to the Med.
Inez Morrison, there is, with the exception of the diesel boats for the Kriegsmarine, there is no fuel for the army to steal because those ships run off of bunker crude, which is the absolute dregs from the refining process.
Yeah, and that's deliberate. Basically, the German Navy's like, "Can we have fuel, please?" And the army goes, "Are you absolutely serious right now?"
For reference, the Iowas had a whole fuel preheating system to make the fuel liquid enough to feed into their boilers to
Yep.
burn it to make steam.
Yep.
Which is why when they go to JP5 or JP7 question mark, the Iowas actually get a couple hundred tons back because they can remove that preheating system and they don't have to spend the energy and the weight to preheat their fuel before they take it into the fueling system.
It's like when people talk about the coal, whether you're getting anthracitic coal or not, for your ships, and there are different grades of anthracitic coal, believe it or not. When you're talking about Welsh coal, there's the extremely fine Welsh coal, which goes often more to the railways, and there's the version which goes to the Royal Navy. And yes, the Royal Navy is still getting Welsh coal, and it's far better burning than the more bituminous coal you can get, but it's still not the highest grade of anthracite. It's not.
Yep.
It's fun times. Mark Harkness, with Japan not going to war with the West before at least 1948 as per the Yonai video, does this give extra impetus to Stalin to demand he get his battleships because of the Japanese threat? Potentially, because there's more likely to be battleships being built in that time period, I'd say, in that sort of...
Yeah, if you're talking... So, I haven't seen the second part of the Yonai vid, so negotiation options for Japan. I haven't actually seen that second part, so I could do with a quick TLDR. I saw the first bit about off-ramp options for Japan, about not going to war.
Well, yeah, there are options, but also I was talking about in the second part, I was talking mainly about how Yonai could correct things, and basically the point was that I could see him stop if that happens, then they could potentially prevent going to war with the Allies till about 1948. But if you have Japan still building stuff, and part of the reason he's going to keep the Navy on side is going to be building up the Navy, to giving the Navy money to keep building some ships, etc., and improving their infrastructure. That's going to mean they're a more visible threat to the Russians. Combined with them perhaps having a better relationship with America under that scenario, then it might not be they're going to go to war with the West. They might be going to go to war with the Soviet Union. And if you consider,
yeah, that's probably quite right.
World War II, if the Japanese haven't got involved in World War II, then the likelihood of World War II being as long as it was historically goes way down, because you don't have things like needing to deploy Queen Elizabeth, Prince of Wales and Repulse to the Far East. You don't have any of those. You have those assets back in European theatre and European waters, and the others. You don't have the Eastern Fleet have to be built. So that means operation tempo is going to be much more dictated by not needing to balance things, but needing to just concentrate on the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. So, especially if the Americans end up getting involved because of whatever happens that allows Roosevelt to skivvy it across the line. Yeah, there was someone the other day who pointed out to me, did a nice sort of company thing ago. It's not in those periods. It wasn't the president who decided to go to war. Still, it was Congress. And I said my response to that is the same as it always has been. It's always been the president who's decided if you're going to war, not Congress. The question has always been, can the president get Congress to agree with them going to war? That's always been the trouble. It's always been the president who's decided if America's going to war or not. But can they get the Congress to agree?
Yep.
Yeah.
And for that,
you're basically looking. Yeah. So just to very quickly give my 2 cents, then, you're basically looking at a soft red fleet timeline here. You're looking at a Nazi Germany-Italian alliance that is defeated in 1944. Basically down to the fact that there is no distraction on Allied war efforts, and Hitler was going to go to war with America at some point in the middle of the war anyway, whether or not Japan invades them or not.
Yes, he is
Because
he is
as
a
far
big
as
enough idiot to think it's a good idea. He is. I just
and
wanted
he
to
also
prove it.
and also there's the whole ego trip of a great power does not allow itself to be declared war on, and given how many times that American ships were getting accidentally, honest we gov swear, sunk by German U-boats, even though they were very clearly flying the stars and stripes. Yeah, the Americans were coming for Germany, and so you see the same thing as historical, but probably in middle of 42 rather than um, anything than any other way. But now you have speed run Western Front because you've basically got the entire American war effort geared towards Europe. You've probably got North African and Italian campaigns basically running as historical. The reason I say that is because even though the Americans have joined later, there are more resources available to do things like torch in Sicily. But what you might have is you might have Normandy um, in early 1944 to late 43, taking advantage of the winter weather being like the channel can be horrible in winter, but it can also give you just enough periods of calm with fog to enable you to get a landing ashore, which is what they wanted. Um, and if that happens, you're basically looking at the war in Europe being over by by basically the end of 1944 with no atomic bombs being dropped. And what you're looking at then is, well, depends where the borders lie. Obviously, depends how far west the Russians get. Depends how much the Allies do. Um, and but you are going to be quite seriously looking at the Russians going, okay, yeah, that Blue Water Fleet program that we were doing before the war, let's start that up again. Not only to look towards dealing with the Allies, but there's a Japan sitting over there with influence over China and possibly an enlarged puppet state in northern China, centered around Beijing, not Manchuria, but some other client-side state, which is probably the most likely outcome of any peace conference that the Japanese would be willing to accept. So they get concessions. They get a small client state centered around Beijing, probably extending down a bit into China, but nothing more than that. Remember, at this point, Beijing isn't the capital of China. Nanking is. Yeah, you will be looking at the Russians trying to build up, and what will happen is probably most likely neither Russia nor Japan will have an atom bomb when at some point in 1948, 49, which is when you will see the first of Russia's new generation of cruisers, battleships, battle cruisers, and carriers coming in. Japan will go, okay, you're basing those in the Pacific. I know where this is going. Surprise attack, and then Russo-Japanese War Mark II, Electric Boogaloo, now with added communism.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
James C. Stanley, regarding... Sorry.
Sorry, there's some discussion going on about the coal types.
Yes, Knights, questions are still closed. We probably got another 20 plus questions left in the queue, and we're at the almost 4 hour mark. 3 hours 42 minutes. Speaking of which, James C. Stanley, regarding World War II, Orkney jeweler spy. Reputedly, a family member was witnessed to his escape. No info on the internet, or so is this just a soldier's tale?
Question.
I have no idea what this is about, so I definitely can't weigh in.
I do have something, but there was a spy which was supposedly in the Orkney Islands, who was a jeweler, a jeweler. But no, there is. There's interesting things. It's one of those things of witness to his escape to us. It's just a family tale. The trouble is for lots of issues in terms of what was going on in that sort of period. There are lots of things which are often focused on, and these are supposed to be spies, but sometimes they're not. So I would say that more often not, because the British have penetrated the German system quite so heavily.
And of course, the Abwehr is quite literally working against the German war effort. Admiral,
no.
yeah.
Canaris maybe, but no, not the whole Abwehr. To get on for the Royal Navy, the coal question, which Paul from Chicago pointed out, anthracite. Yeah, it is bituminous coal, not anthracite. But actually, the reason I said anthracite and I was getting confused was I was reading a paper today, and it's quite an interesting one. The Royal Navy actually experimented with anthracite, and they reckon they could do better. They based their estimations on German performance from their experiments with anthracite, and it turns out the British did better on Welsh anthracite than the Germans did on German anthracite.
Well, anthracite is the best coal for burning in boilers. Just, it is.
Yeah. They produce the Welsh steam coal is what they like to use, and there's a whole description of it and discussions.
Ready to click over to Hedrick's question?
Probably for the best, I would think.
I'm sorry, I've managed to distract myself by getting up my own notes about Welsh coal and the various things and the percentages of anthracite versus bituminous, and trying to figure if can I make this into an answer, but I think it's more of a video. But what I will do is I will put a link for an interesting thing I found on Hansard for Paul in the chat.
How much engine power would a ship with a 26-meter beam and a 260-meter waterline length, need to reach 40+ knots? Not enough information to answer the question.
What's the hull, the depth of the hull? What's its draft? What's its hull shaping? Is it a flat bottom vessel? Is it a keeled? Is it double keeled? There are so many different things to do. We have to answer this question.
Yeah, what do the intakes and outlets look like? What are the skegs like? You're getting into very advanced hydrodynamic.
If you want to do something going 40 knots,
there.
that's a lot of qualifications. 28 knots you can probably work out. 40 knots.
C. The LCS.
If I would say you're.
Yeah, it's the whole thing here.
Yeah, I'm having a look down. You're not far off the Nimitz class, which is technically 30+ knots, and they are 260,000 shaft horsepower. You're not far off the Nimitz class. Their Nimitz class are slightly fatter, but they're slightly longer, but they're also slightly a lot fatter. So, length to beam ratio, yeah, you're probably talking somewhere in that going to show off horsepower for 40+ knots.
Yeah, basically.
Alrighty, Knight 6831. How would Ozawa have Pearl Harbor raid?
Well, Ozawa is going to do what Nagumo did. He has his orders. He has the plan. He's not more likely to risk a third wave any more than Nagumo would. There's not really much room for change here.
Yeah. And there are limited options. You do what you do. A third wave, what was it going to deliver if there were no carriers present? I think if there were carriers being present, this is the third wave. Without the carriers present, you are dangling around.
Could have taken out the fuel storage.
Yeah.
You can't realistically take out the fuel storage at Pearl Harbor, not with the way it's built.
Depends which bombs you load. I was talking about the bombs which are basically variants of battleship shells. They could, if you decided to go amass those, you could probably do some severe damage to it. But yeah,
It's possible, but by then you've basically got an awake Pearl Harbor waiting for you.
Yes,
So-
but it's also, as much as it might be awake, it is also very much on fire. And, yeah.
Yeah.
So, RG, question. Prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Kido Butai is in a storm. Had an accident happened where one of the Congos accidentally rammed Akashi abreast of the forward boiler room, what happens?
Akashi. Akashi, is that a cruiser?
Or Kagi? There's a couple of typos in here, so I'm doing a little bit of glossing over.
I assume I'm just gonna look up IGN Akashi just to see if that is a
Akagi.
It's
a
a
Kagi.
ship that
but
exists.
Akashi is actually
he
a
was-
cruiser.
Okay.
RG was fighting autocorrect on that one.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry. One of your flight decks is damaged. You are doing a mission that is already risky.
And the Congo is
you are
damaged.
at the end. Yeah, you are at the end of the logistics saying, nope, take Billy Big steps in the other direction. Although what this will mean is while the attack on Pearl Harbor will be missed, it will mean that you declare war in a way that is seen by the American public as being honorable.
If you
For
declare
all the
war.
benefits and losses. True.
If you declare war.
Wayne's World, Science and Technology. Talking mods, I'm cutting a video on field expedient modifications, which sounds interesting.
That sounds fun, yeah.
Although I'd be more curious to know which nations, which branches.
Senator, what level of fleet build-up would be needed to have the equivalent of the Royal Navy at the end of the Napoleonic Wars nowadays?
Define equivalent, because if you're talking firepower equivalent, we've already got that and then some. But
if we're talking ship numbers equivalent, let's say first and second rates are carriers and LHDs, third rates cruisers,
Oh my good lord.
Third rates cruisers, let's say fourth and fifth rates destroyers, sixth rates and below frigates.
I don't think there's enough money in the world. Well, no, there is, but you're basically going to strip the entirety of the rest of the world's economic sectors to do this.
I have. Let me put it this way: the rating. I've got an Excel spreadsheet somewhere here, which I've just looked up. Okay, so in 1814, in commission, the Royal Navy has 8 first rates, so that'd be 8 aircraft carriers, 7 second rates, so that's 7 LHDs, 103 third rates, so that's 103 cruisers.
Seneca Nero has
140.
Sorry, Dr. Clarke. What?
Yeah.
Seneca Nero has edited his question with proportional equivalence.
Oh, well, we're already there, basically.
Yeah. But no, that's what it's 140. I was just remember 144 destroyers, and that'd be 385 frigates. The Royal Navy would love that strength. The U.S. Navy would love that strength. That would make things for very fun times for the Royal Navy.
Yep, basically.
It would also mean that probably Fleet and and large portions of the United Kingdom's population would be doing compulsory service in the Royal Navy to crewed out number ships.
Yep.
And by the way, that would make
RG.
the Royal Navy as dominant as well as then. Yeah, RG.
RG,
What if
you mentioned Lord Fisher had secured favor by dancing with the Queen. What would have happened had an army general noticed and decided to work his way towards Fisher's influence?
As long as it didn't cause Fisher problems, it would probably been fine. The Queen would have had 2 dancing partners. If the army general had tried to get in the Fisher's way, I'm sure that poor general would have had a nasty accident, which when he fell down some stairs from courtesy of Fisher. Not enough to be life-threatening, but enough to mean he wasn't going to be dancing anytime soon. Basically, it's a useful thing because connections with the monarch in that time period are kind of like job security. They can't necessarily put you in a post, but they can make it very difficult to fire you. Because they can ask questions about why you're being fired. And prime ministers don't like to be asked questions. Especially from the one person who they have to go and sit down alone with every week. Every week they have to go and sit down and have an audience with a monarch.
Indeed they do.
And prime ministers have tried to get out of it in the past, and they have, and there have been some prime ministers who've had very, very bad times. When governments have tried to play off against the monarchy rather than, there was a period when there was a disaster in Wales, and some sections of the governments almost tried to blame the monarchy over the government and wanted to blame the Queen over the government rather than the government, and it's literally the government's job to administer them, but they were trying to pass the buck of the blame. When the Prime Minister at the time had to go and meet the Queen and explain this, basically when he came back, the members of the government who'd been trying to do that because they thought it was a great wheeze to pass it on to the Queen and blame the Queen for their problems, had a come to Jesus moment because the Prime Minister had a come to the Queen moment. And that significant emotional event led to them having a, oh, frigate. This is the trouble with nationalising the coal mines and having the coal board. It certainly makes it entirely the government's fault. And one of the reasons why, it's often not discussed, one of the reasons why the Queen didn't go to the mines for that particular disaster was she felt it would be stepping on the toes of the government, who needed to go and respond and deal with the crisis, because not only did the government own and run the mines, the government had put in their regulations which had caused the problem. It's the government's fault, it's not the Queen's. She reigns, they rule.
Calling Cameron?
You think so?
Yeah.
With no World War II, given the plans to build multiple vanguards along with Lions, I'm assuming if there is no World War II, do you see the KJVs being kept near home to simplify logistics, given 15 and 16-inch shells are already in Singapore and other foreign stations?
Probably not. The Royal Navy has a large number of bases, and they have a large number of merchant ships they can stick shells in and move them around the world. And you have to remember, the Royal Navy has a very simple policy with things. The fleet of slow merchant ships and other hulls hired from Merchant Navy move the stuff between the bases, and the fast fleet supply ships are the ones which supply the fleet from those bases. So honestly, they can afford to move the shells around. So if you're talking about over a period where World War II gets delayed long enough that the Lions have ended service, as well as the King George V's and the Vanguards, then yeah, the shells will be where they need to be. That isn't even going to be a point of concern for the Royal Navy by that point. Singapore will have a underground storage space. In its will have an ammunition storage for 14-inch shells like it does for 15-inch shells and 16-inch shells. They'll just be there. It'll be built. It'll be filled. It'll be maintained. Right. RG question. What if, due to intelligence error, Japan believes that US destroyers from 39 onwards will have 12-inch guns, and this scales up for other type of ships? How does it affect the IJN?
It really doesn't. They just go, "Oh wow, the US has completely lost its head when it comes to building destroyers." Carry on.
Yeah, because if you've got a destroyer and you fire a 12-inch gun at any angle, goodbye your destroyer.
Yeah, yeah. Japan's basically going to go, "Oh, fantastic! We've literally been handed the destroyer fight
Yeah, the
by the
Americans
US."
the American ships will fire once and then will no longer have any destroyers left. They probably think that they actually mean they're going to have 12 guns. That's more likely what they're going to believe. They're going to think until they see them and then go. And then the first time they go to a live fire exercise, the Americans are going to go home going, "So we've lost all the destroyers. We now have to admit this to the public." Oh, great.
Yeah, the thing is, given that this is an intelligence error, on Japan's side, again, all you've literally got here is Japan going, "Well, we've won the destroyer fight without having even fired a shot. Now what?"
And probably the Japan, if that's their intelligence error, are going to go double check. And they're just going to send someone to sit outside of it. They're going to send someone, probably. And here's how it's going to work, because this is totally trick. The Japanese won't send a Japanese individual to go sit outside a yard and take a photo. No. There'll be a Japanese magazine will commission an American reporter to go and write a story about the new American destroyers being built for the magazine. Because, to check this out, you only need pictures of the ship. You don't need technical details. You don't need anyone to go skulking around. And they'll go take the photos.
You basically have to have someone go
publish it in the magazine. And
yeah, like all you need to do is have someone go, "So these new destroyers of yours, what's their main armament?" Because well, that's not really classified with destroyer grade ships. Heck, even with some other ships.
It's not classified at all, because once it's built, you can tell what they have.
Yeah, it's going to have X guns, and then the Japanese Navy's going to look around, they're going to go, "All right, what brain-dead twit brought us the report on 12-inch gun-armed destroyers? And how quickly can we send him over a cliff without a parachute?"
Pretty much. But, linguistics. So, Jonathan Moon.
From the Twitch side of the face, I'm assuming in reference to the nationalized coal industry, Cody88 is asking, is that the Queen's version of rubbing their face?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. Just think, today, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has to go and have these conversations with King Charles.
Of course, the thing is, actually, of all the prime ministers we've had out of late, Keir Starmer is the one the king is least likely to want to punch.
Remember how keen King Charles is on farming and farmers?
I'm aware of that, but he's also probably...
Your least likely here is relative to not wanting to punch. I think we have to clarify, least likely is relative.
Yes, but I can also imagine Keir Starmer having a thorough debate, having a thorough discussion with the king about why he's doing what he's doing, and how it is, quite frankly and correctly, the previous government's fault.
Yeah, you can only get away with blaming on the previous government for so long. The Tories also themselves found, you can only do it for so long.
Yeah, but luckily we're still in the honeymoon phase. We're still in the honeymoon phase where Labour does have to fix a lot of nonsense that's gone on. So,
I think there's been a lot of things pushed down the road which they didn't want the decisions to make on, but I also think Labour might be overcorrecting, but that's my instinct looking at some of the stuff that's been coming out.
Hey, balanced budget, I'm all for it. I'm also for the budget surplus.
Budget, though.
Give me.
It's not a balanced budget.
No, but later. We're going there. We're going there. We got to get there.
It's not. Sorry.
Not right now, but it will be. Later.
No, it won't. It won't. I hate to tell you this, but politicians are always promising balanced budgets. They've never delivered one yet.
Let's see. I hope so.
They will get projects, they will get ideas, and things will get added on, and there'll be emergencies and contingencies, and sorry, mate. It's kind of like war will be over for Christmas. There will be a balanced budget in the future if we do this. Pain is another thing. It's just never going to happen. Any politician promises it, don't believe them. They're lying.
I hope you're wrong, but I've seen it before.
At any rate,
yeah.
Jonathan Moon. Question. Length to beam. Age of sail ships are relatively short compared to later ships, yet the broadside is their main armament, which they solve by more decks. What could be done to make them longer instead of the 4-deckers? You need to develop diagonal cross bracing.
Yep.
Yeah, and you also need to have stronger keels because there's a sort of length you can do. It's fun.
Yeah, the wooden sail ships you see rapidly run into the limitations of the material. And anytime you see the size jump, the length jump, it is because somebody has figured out a way to get more out of the material, or they have found a better material which to use.
Stafford, we're better than that on this channel. We don't need to do that. You can do better than that.
Yeah, please pull that comment. Okay.
You know, it's not the comment. It's the you can leave that as a proper name, not libtards, liberals.
It's the language in the comment. It's
comment correct. Language, we are better than that on this channel. That's how we can have the debates and we have discussions. And I know you are better than that because you're one of my best admins. So, yeah. I can understand the emotion behind it, but no. We're better than that.
Christ.
So, Calvin Gasberg. How much... question, re-tilt of problems. How much is the V22 Osprey able to fold itself contributed to its problems? That's not so much the problem versus the whole tilt rotary thing. And the transition phase of flight. It's incredibly dangerous. That's the thing. And look, it's things like the tilt rotor, it's got so many teething problems because it is the first generation. Okay, it's whenever people keep going about the V22, I go, look at the second generation before you start putting these ideas. And there are next generation tilt rotors. There are lots of them. There are other tilt rotor aircraft coming along. The one I would say which looks most promising to me is, well, the V280 Valor looked pretty good. That's the one which is basically a Black Hawk, the tilt rotor. It's a pretty interesting aircraft, heavy transport. There is several UAVs, including the V247 from Bell, and Bell are producing a lot of them. Bell and Boeing have a quad tilt rotor, which they've been working on together since 2005, which looks like if you wanted to try and turn an Osprey into a Chinook. And it's something.
Do you wish to transport an Abrams whole to the battlefield? If the answer is yes, behold the MacGuffin McMuffin.
It could literally lift an Abrams tank. It's
in its internal bay. Just yes, I casually am going to transform logistics for the U.S. Army. Congratulations.
Yeah. It's a study which they have been working on since 2005. Apparently, hasn't produced any aircraft yet. We'll leave that to one side. But yeah, the 280 is the one which is probably the one I'd be talking about if I was looking at talking about things now. But it's had user tests since of April 2024, I think, and it's expected to be deployable in 2031. They are doing flight testing, development, etc. now, and it's so far proved, touch wood, more reliable and safer than other options. But there is also, if you're the UK and you want to talk about European options, because you should always be able to talk about European options to be going on. Augusta Westland, the 609. Is also around and has been through all sorts of work. Originally it was a Bell Augusta thing. It's technically Italy section of the Augusta Westland, Leonardo, who are producing it, but it's also working a lot of stuff in the UK as well. It's an interesting aircraft type, and there have been some suggesting that it's the likely successor to things like the the Gulf streams in some of the UK services. But yeah,
very nice.
it's under development. But you know, it's got one of its aircraft did have an accident. The aircraft.
Oh my.
They had issues. They had a crash, and they've fixed it. It's been working, but the point is, tilt rotors and tilt rotor design is very, very complicated. And as said, I don't expect airborne early warning on these things to be on until at least the 3rd generation.
Makes sense.
Matthew Ballerins, the military patent is owned by Beldo. No. They own the methodology for their mechanism. They have a patent on their mechanism. That doesn't mean they can. They have the. They can't do a patent of. We will patent tilt rotor, and you can't. No one else can produce a tilt rotor aircraft other than us. No. That doesn't limit the things. And yeah, when they had to give it all up to Augusta Westland entirely, they had to give them free rein as well. So because they left the program. It was fun.
The joys of military procurement, everybody. We all hate it, but it's all there.
Colin Carr, I'm gonna believe that's a misspelling. All right, so let's see. Cody88. If Starfleet had kept building Connie, I'm presuming Constellation, hulls with updated technology.
No, Constitution.
Constitution.
Yeah, when people talk about Connies in Trek, they are talking about the Constitutions.
I always thought it was Constellations for some reason. I must be completely wrong. No, kept building Constitution class hulls with updated technology. Because, yeah, okay, I suppose it makes sense. It's Federation. They're just nick things. How capable would they be, and what kind of ships would they be in Dominion Wars? Given that they were the Excelsiors were light cruisers by that point.
You basically got the Connies as frigates or destroyers, if they're updated, given the size range they are.
Yeah, but think about their crewing requirements.
Yeah.
Why have you kept them around?
Yeah. I mean, just because the hulls are the same, doesn't mean anything else is.
No, it could be they've completely. But in which case, the nicest way. Why haven't you just? Okay. So let's say you've kept building the hull and you've just kept improving it with the technology. Yeah, they're probably filling the role of destroyers by that point, but you can do a far more efficient hull design for a destroyer in that instance of Federation than a Constitution. It's one of the things of it's tempting to keep it going, but it's not practical. With with the moratorium on cod fishing, the Canadian government has put you in charge of building a shipbuilding industry to help unemployment. You have control of the Coast Guard, Navy, and Merchant Marine. What do you build? Today? I'm building LNG carriers and cargo and container ships because there's never enough of those to go around, and containers. And in terms of the Navy, I'm keeping with what I'm building, just making sure I'm building more of it at the moment, because I actually need to build up the naval service before I can actually add any more. For the Coast Guard, I'm probably going to give them also again some more Harry DeWolf class, but also probably I'm going to get some actual icebreakers for them as well.
Makes sense. You basically got it in one.
I don't know enough to have an opinion.
And once I've built up the Navy crew personnel more, maybe then I look at something like a Queen Elizabeth class or something like that. I don't want to jump into nuclear-powered surface ships until I have time to, but an aircraft carrier on LHD might be a good, sensible investment. Dragon 2000. You've been put in charge of developing the next line, such as destroyer, light cruiser for World of Warships. What would this be, and what would it look like? Additionally, you can rebuild one existing.
Well, first of all,
I'm going to let you two go with that, and I'm going to deal with the person who's knocking on my door.
Can it be knocking at my door?
World of Warships. I don't play World of Warships enough to. Well, I want pan-European battleships first of all, because which will basically be entirely Austrian ships, and Austrian could have beans because that's basically your only option for pan-European battleships.
No, Spain's got its own fleet now. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean Spanish battleships could be a thing, but you basically got the Hispanias. Ships we've literally made up out of nowhere from the Hispanias through to the... Well, sorry. No, you've got... The Tier 4 will be whatever form Wargaming decides to take on the battleships the Spanish were going to order in Britain to supplement and replace the Hispanias. Then you'll have made-up nonsense between Tier 5 and Tier 8, where you'll have the Littorios, and then from that point on, you'll basically have Spanish versions of Littorio follow-ons up to Tier 10. Basically.
What about you, Ronan?
I don't know. I'd probably. The problem is, I have my memory of much older versions of World of Warships, and I miss some of the carriers. I'd like to restore, at least in terms of the tiers, back to the way they were, not necessarily mechanics. I'd probably like to install just generally a battle cruiser classification that is separate from the cruisers or the battleships. But yeah, I don't have anything super specific for this one.
I think I'm going to go completely annoying to everyone, and I'd like to include a pre-Dreadnought era. I would like to make. I'm not sure if you have to make it. If you have to then downgrade the level, upgrade the levels, and stick in them below, or if you do it as a separate section of the game, you have the option of going. Well, if you're going to pre-Dreadnought series, they have their own their own levels, because I just think it'd be fun. I think the pre-dreads will be fun.
Yes, I see that. I see that Teemu is a human of taste. RTS CVs. High skill floor, but man, were they satisfying.
Teemu, if I'm building icebreakers for Canada to employ people in Canada, then I'm probably going to build them in Canada. But I'm probably also going to get the Finns in to help with the design, because I'd be stupid not to. I'm not silly.
Okay, but Teemu, be real here. Would you like the RTS carriers, or would you like the carriers with planes that you can't shoot down, you can't set the ship on fire, you can't cause the ship to flood, it has almost no citadel that you can hit, you can't citadel the dang thing, and has unlimited aircraft?
Okay.
Leave your comments in the box below. Colin Cameron, question. A follow-on to the Stovall AEW. If the UK had followed up and developed the ASW package used on the training Harrier to win a couple of exercises, would this have followed the same pattern?
If it's a rotary style, it's gonna sound different, because for ASW training, you need ASW work. You need a lot more. Especially, it depends how it's going to work. Is it going to work kind of like a A6, or is it going to try and work like a? For some reason, my chat, my Restream chat has stopped picking up YouTube. I have no idea why.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
Mm.
I'm still getting YouTube chat coming through my live chat feed, but it's a case of why is the Restreams decided to stop working on YouTube? I have no idea why. None at all. Yeah, it's not picking it up at all for some reason. It's picking up Twitch, it's picking up the others, but it's not picking up YouTube. You'll get it. I'm sure it'll work itself out at some point. But anyway, leaving that to one side. If you've got that as a system, it depends on what kind of Stoffel AW aircraft you've got. If it's a tilt rotor style aircraft and hovering is a practical thing for it, then you've got a dipping sonar system, then you are going to probably use that. But the thing is, if it's not got dipping sonar, it's entirely, A6 like. No, S3 Viking like. It's going to be not really that much help for the Royal Navy. They like helicopter ASW at this point. So it's going to depend. Can it fit into helicopter ASW role or not? If it can't, then no. What do you think, Fu?
It's one of those things where it's a question where my knowledge base is limited, and I'm just gonna bow to what you've already said. It's one of those ones where I don't feel I'm not confident making a statement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right then, so next one, Calvin Gasberg. Stafford Thompson.
Nope.
Stafford. Yeah.
Stafford.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why weren't modern warships designed to house 2 medium-lift helicopters and 2 light-lift helicopters for greater flexibility and multi-role supportive deployments? Because of the space it's going to take up and the amount of crew and everything else it's going to take up. Once you can decide you've got 4 helicopters of 2 different types requiring 2 different logistics sets and 2 different sets of crew to support and train them and 2 different sets of... You're talking up a lot of capability being taken up by those things and a lot of space. So, whilst it might seem very helpful to have that, the reality is somewhat different. And for now, it's got YouTube back. Is now my chat. Thanks, Dirt Squad. You revealed that to me. It's now working again. Yay!
Hey.
I have no idea why it decided to go off. There are so many things we're learning about Restream while using it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be fun working this out once it's over.
Gentlemen, it is now coming up on 5 minutes to midnight, and though I am thoroughly enjoying myself, I do have to call it here for the evening.
Go on, you go get some sleep.
For me, I am afraid. Yeah, because I've got to do a whole lot of things tomorrow morning, and then, of course, in the evening, I've got ramblings. Yippee!
Yeah. I look
But
forward
first,
to it.
you must
everyone.
choose E7 Wedgetail or AN71 Madcap.
Wedgetail, without a
Okay.
shadow of a doubt.
You can leave
Ser-
now.
Yeah, look up what Madcap is. It's just I cannot. It is the goofy R machine. Goodbye, everyone.
Suppose I'll do my due diligence and look it up.
Don't save your eyes.
Cannot tell.
Fleet,
But
we can
why?
still hear you.
But why?
Yeah, we can still. No, it's got to be the E7 Wedgetail. In fact, a chat
Why
just
is the
quiet.
radome so... Oh, because they integrated it into the vertical stabilizer.
Yeah,
Why?
because someone had a bright idea. Runon. Someone had a bright idea. Brandon Larson.
Why?
Brandon Larson, you're put in charge of the Soviet Navy from 1950 to 1990. What do you build and why? No, Fu still's not disconnected and exited, so we could be hearing all sorts of things from him in a second. But could hear what he really thinks about all of us if we listen quietly. You're put in charge of the Navy from 1950 to 1990. What do you build and why? Honestly, if I'm in charge and I have the power to do it, I would probably want aircraft carriers if I'm the Soviet Navy. I also want cruisers to go wandering around the world and causing out-of-area problems. And I want decent destroyers and frigates. So I'm going to be trying to build a balanced fleet. I'm not going to try and build something which is quite so cruiser-centric. As soon as I can get into nuclear submarines, I'm going into nuclear submarines because they're a very useful asset for me. But I do want a balanced surface fleet, so that's my guiding philosophy. Is going to be to keep the fleet balanced and have balanced power projection. What's your favourite turret, visually speaking? Okay, this is going to get me into trouble, but I kind of like the Crichtons. I do kind of like the Crichtons. I've never known why. With modern turrets, I kind of like the Crichton turrets because, yeah, they just looked fun for me. That's the 4.5-inch Mark 8 naval gun. That's the Royal Navy's Crichton turret, which is based on the Type 45s. It just looks quite a bit cool.
I like the Iowas.
Yeah, I can understand that. And on battleship turrets, I do have a bit of a soft spot for the Nelrod turrets for some reason. Don't know why. I like a triple turret. I like a good triple turret.
I kind of like the Zumwalt turrets. But I prefer the Iowas over them. Brandon Larson, if the U.S. forms a NATO equivalent in the Indo-Pacific region with the U.S., Canada, twice. South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Australia, Singapore, and India, what does Russia do? Russia move on life because that's not really the biggest area of interest for Russia.
Okay, hopefully we have Runon back now. Runon, Discord is doing its normal fun to you. Discord has decided to go really weird on us.
Japan is already has secured under only by its own most of the U.S. I think Russia makes about it.
Okay.
No, I'm disconnecting.
You okay?
I'm back now, I think.
Yes,
I think Russia makes a lot. I think Russia makes a lot of noise about it, but they don't really do anything.
Yeah, the last few minutes sounded like you were doing a disco performance. You were the disco dancing backdrop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My short answer is that as I understand Russia's situation, this doesn't change anything for Russia.
No.
They make a lot of noise about it, but they don't do anything, nor do they really care.
No, they don't. China's more going to be annoyed, and Canada's going to be very annoyed because they're now part of both organizations, and they're not going to have fun with that. It's going to be expensive for them. Also, there's probably going to be other powers who are going to want to be part of that. France might want to be part of it, so would possibly Britain. And at which point you just end up with basically forming almost... At a certain point, did the organizations stay separate, or do they combine into some sort of super NATO? Which is really weird.
I don't think they... It would be interesting. I don't think they would combine, but then again, it's not going to be their choice. Because it's going to be the biggest guys at the table, which are going to have feet in both organizations.
Yeah, and also I think to an extent it's also going to be a case of, well, it does create an outside problem for Russia in that it means automatically you cause trouble in Europe, you could get problems in your backyard in Pacific region, and it automatically means for China that any scenario where they involve and they find themselves fighting them, they're automatically dealing with the European powers, theoretically on paper. They might think they won't have to, but also, again, once you get to a large enough organization with enough countries involved, you get problems of actually coordinating all those countries and getting them to actually work together.
And you also run into, well, for China at least, you run into the problem of definitely losing the European markets.
Yeah. Information Mimic. What is your opinion on sailing traineeships? Do they help aspiring sailors learning seafaring skills? I'm personally in favour of them, but I often find people not understanding why. Okay. So I like them. They're cute, but I wouldn't buy them if I didn't have one. That's my thing. I think they are. If you have them, I've been on the Italian ones. They're lovely. It was a wonderful time. But if you gave me some money and told me we don't have one, would you buy one? I wouldn't buy one, because I'd go for a more modern training ship which has the more engines and the systems in which I can train current sailors on. But if I have one and it's still useful and it still works, I'd use it, because it does treat people about the sea and it's got some skill. So I hope that sort of explains my policy. That seems like a bit, probably I'm sitting on the fence information mimic there, but realistically it's because it is nice to have, but it's not something I go out and buy, because I think there are better training ships you can build for today's sailors to use. But if I have it, I'll use it, sort of thing. Megascrow. Question. Given your appreciation for LEGO ships, what do you think of the LEGO Endurance Shackleton ship that's about to release? I'm looking forward to it, but I doubt it'll be on my Christmas list because, well, unless the Historathon does really well, I'm buying it for myself. Because at the moment, as I keep saying, you know, Paul me and Runon both have similar things. I mean, Runon is quite rightly complaining about issues with getting paid the correct amount, and I'm having issues with. I'm a new homeowner, and it's the first time I've ever owned a house myself. I've always either been in university accommodation or have been, you know, the family home was owned. I sort of rented a couple of places, those sort of things, etc. as well. Home ownership is different. It's not me. It's not me giving the money to my mum to help her with the house or something like that, or, you know, paying my part because my stuff's still there. It's, oh, this is on me to make a decision and pay this money, and there are bills. If I actually do something naughty with my camera, I can talk to you about those things. So, down that end, we have a room we're converting to a kitchen, so I have my kitchen. But on the outside of that wall, there's going to be a garage put in for cars, because we don't have one for our cars, and we now live about 3 minutes from the sea, so we need something to protect the cars from salt water. Up this front, we have a sufficiently, how do I put this, badly designed, it shows up, and badly installed window door system that the air whistles through it. So I need to get this replaced. It's going to be replaced with a proper front door and a proper window, so I can have my desk in the corner over there, because I would prefer to also be able to shut down a bit of light coming in to protect the books. And then, of course, we have these stairs and these walls, which are all fun things I'm doing things with to try and make them better. And banisters, etc. Stuff I need to do work on. And there's work in the rest of the house as well. There's all sorts of things I have to do. Plus, if you might notice, here is technically my wardrobe at the moment, because upstairs, the wardrobe I have been putting up there is not yet able to be installed, because I've got boxes and things which we had to move out of the attic into my spaces up there, because we need to get access to the attic to put in new piping. Yes, this is home ownership, the realty. It's fun. It's what you survive on, but yeah, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. 3 minutes from the sea. It's 3 minutes from our house to a lovely car park by the sea, and literally on by the coast. And when I say 3 minutes, that's 3 minutes if there's traffic. There are
And
lots
if
of
there's
images
no
up
traffic?
top of the ships. I have a full Falklands War series up on that wall. So I have Hermes, Invincible, Fearless, Queen Elizabeth, and some frigates and some of the hospital ships. $10 employment time. Colin, I love the optimism that $4.99 is 10 minutes employment time. I love the optimism. But so far from what I've seen, that is how do I put this? About 5 minutes. But thank you.
Let's do some math here.
Question, RG, is RG, is a 60-kilometer version of a Nimitz class carrier excessive for sci-fi setting? The crew complement is about 1 billion, and it has 50 million starfighters, because I just scaled up Nimitz wholesale. Why in the frigging... your fighters are going to be bigger, but also you're not going to have a crew complement of 1 billion, no. And 60-kilometer version of Nimitz, that is colossal, but why would you have 1 billion crew? It's going to be incredibly cramped. And also remember, a Nimitz class is supposed to be operating at sea for months, and it has the space things designed. If you've got a space carrier, that's going to be crew operating in space away from home for years. The facilities you need to keep those people going are going to be far greater.
Colin Cameron, I regret to inform you, but you're likely about $10 short on that for 10 minutes of plumber's time. Yeah, ouch.
Gee, if you wanted to at some point, drop in on a Thursday when I'm in Discord, and we'll have we'll chat it through. And Thursday evening after a live, I'm usually in Discord for a couple of hours, and we'll chat it through with the group there. But I think there is I don't think that's quite right. And yeah, Rogel Dawn versus Perturabo. Who would we?
Dorn.
Dawn. Yes. Perturabo, I might want to to especially pre his fall. I might want him to be in charge of the fortifications, but I want Rogel Dawn to actually build them. But
okay, here's my logic. Dorn, he might give you the cold shoulder. He might be about a 9.0 on the autism scale, but he's at least going to not make you feel like crap for having to come fortify your house. Perturabo is going to make you feel like crap for having to come to fortify your house, regardless of its pre-fall or post-fall.
Linguistics, but yes. There's discussions now of how much does it cost for a plumber to cross the hallway. Let me put it this way. I won't tell you how much the bill is, but I've been told that to install piping for the radiator system and the heating system, which we've got to put in because we've got problems with the piping and they've got to be designed into different zones and all sorts of things. They're going to have to be here for 5 days. And for 2 of those days, all the heating in the house is going to be shut off. And that starts the Monday after the Historiathon. So if at any point there are any videos missed that week, you know why. But also, while they're doing that, I have got the same company are going to put in the internet for the internet network for me, so I can set up an actual proper network through the house. So instead of me having cables running around and going through doorways, etc., they're actually going to thread the cable through the roof and down from the ceiling. Yeah, my bank account is. They're very good. I will give them a shout out. Trident of Cornwall. Trident they do plumbing, gas, and water and electrics. They are very, very good. Very nice people. And let me put it this way. They're not the cheapest company, but they do very good quality, and they're not the most expensive. And I won't say this, but the quote for those that work from the most expensive company actually made me cry. And I haven't cried in over a decade. I'm admitting to. It was entirely something in my eye when I went to see Haida for the first time. Entirely something in my eye.
Shibra, when I was at my last job, I was getting paid about $22 an hour. My trip charge, which only covered the first 30 minutes of labor, I think was $120 odd bucks. And that was just for me to show up.
Yeah. Oh.
That was for me to show up and knock on the door and spend 30 minutes. After that, it was, I think, about $80 an hour.
Wade's World of Science and Technology. Have you ever filled the bathtub with iron brew? You think I would ever waste that much iron brew?
Yeah, I was about to say that'd be a horrendous waste of iron brew, almost criminal.
And Morrison, would it have been possible to fit twin 6-inch guns to early towns? Yes, but why? You're fitting triple 6-inch guns. Why do you want to fit twin 6-inch? Are you talking about the later twin auto mounts? Because yes, you could have retrofitted them with those if you'd wanted to. Information mimic, I like it. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's lost the YouTube chat again on that. Luckily, I have the YouTube chat set up separately on the studio system. But, yeah, it's lost it again. The restream keeps losing YouTube chat.
And also, I will diverge for a moment just to remind people that, yes, while tradesmen in general charge a lot of money to show up, remember that you are paying for the truck, the insurance on the truck, the tools on the truck, the supplies on the truck, the gas that goes in the truck. You're paying for the insurance on the employee that's showing up. You're paying taxes on all of that. In the U.S., you're paying Medicare, Medicaid, and unemployment, disability, Social Security.
It all adds up. It all has a value and it all has a cost.
Trust me, I wish I was getting paid half of what I billed out at.
Mm-hmm.
Bonewheel Boy, what was the relative disparity in infrastructure between the U.S., Spain, France, and the U.K. during the War of 1812, Napoleonic War? Comical in favor of the U.K. and the U.K.-U.S. axis.
Basically, the UK has... UK probably has the best supply, but not necessarily the most infrastructure. France probably has the most infrastructure, but actually doesn't supply it and coordinate it, so it doesn't get the most out of it. Spain is somewhere below both. It has more organization than France, but less infrastructure than the UK. And then the US's infrastructure might as well not show up. It's in the War of 1812, Napoleonic War period. It's just not a factor. It really isn't. There's a reason why the US. It's a 2-year-long war, and the US basically launches no ships in that time. Yes, and you are paying for the 15 years of experience as well, over tradesman. That's the thing. I think they mean the World War I towns. Could you put twin 6-inch guns on World War I towns? In Morrison, if it's the World War on the early towns, so the World War I towns, you could, but that's going to require a lot of rework. I think when I did the video, I said twin 4.5s or 4.7s, and that's probably a lot easier. Yeah. There's a fox, though. It's 300 plus for me to visit for an hour, and I only get 26 in the end. Yeah. I remember when I was an IT technician working, because the way the university system worked, we got billed out to departments when they needed us, and it was sort of hourly billing. I was on 35 an hour at one point when I was finally fully qualified, etc. This is many years ago. But I know the university departments, when they were paying me, and this was internally, before you added anything I bought with me or any component I had to go for, and which they'd also be bought for, they were paying about 150, and this just was within the university for me an hour. So I'm getting my take-home pay before tax is 35 an hour. They're paying 150, and that's an internal. We weren't private contractors or anything. No, we were part of the university structure. That's how they admined it out. So yeah, it was fun.
Matthew Blairns, with long-range missiles allowing escorts to have similar strike range to carriers and the massive AAW demanding that fleets mass fire ASUW
Didn't we
missiles.
answer this one?
I think he said it might have been a duplicate.
Okay, don't worry.
I guess this is the question in that he was referring. Bone Meal Boy. During the Age of Sail, were there areas of relative strength or weakness regarding the components of ships other than timber between the major navies?
Let me put it this way. The Royal Navy's cannon and the Royal Navy's maps were prized by the other navies because of the quantity and the quality they managed to achieve. Basically, the thing the French Navy often admit was the Royal Navy had very good quality control, very good consistency. The French could produce better cannon than the British on occasion, but they couldn't make their quality control was more they had more difficult quality control. And this is partially due to a legacy of the various revolutions that take place, including the stuff against the Huguenots by Louis XIV, I think it was. So in a nice way, the French are suffering from multiple issues. The Spanish usually have pretty good quality control. But again, British maps were considered really, really scary. Really good. The French were offering, for capturing British maps, British charts and navigation aids, the French were offering almost as much money to get them as they were for getting a ship. Because the British had better charts of the French coast than the French did.
Which is quite sad that your opponent has better charts of your coast than you do.
Yes, but the Royal Navy had the benefit of the fact that the best French chart makers were all Huguenots, and they mostly went to Britain, where they were promptly employed by the Royal Navy and helped train up. They were also the Royal Navy ones were already pretty good as well, and so the two groups together then trained next generation. And yeah, the British had very, very good chart makers and have continued with that policy for ever since. Colin Cameron, Dr. Clarke, what program do you use for editing your videos? Are you captured by Adobe? And if so, please say you at least get the education on this account. No, because Adobe were absolutely massively expensive. I use OBS to record my videos, and when I need to do editing of the videos, I use a little piece of software called Movie Maker Video Editor Pro, which I have. I should probably know more about on who it's made by. I think it could be Microsoft. But I honestly have no idea. It works very well for me. I found it on the Microsoft system, and it's the Microsoft App Store, and it cost me about, I think it was about £10, and it's always worked very well for me. And I realise I should probably have something better and something nicer to move things out, but yeah. I'm looking through the ratings of it, and it's V3 Taps seems to be the makers. So it's not Microsoft. It's someone who put it up, but it works well for me. They have. Let me put it this way. When I talk with my colleagues about this, who are all doing editing, they all go, I have this, and I go, I have this program. I have never once had to ask the question of, well, how the frigate do I do this? I am completely self-taught on it. It's very straightforward, very intuitive, and completely designed for someone who doesn't have the time to spend days/weeks trying to figure out the exact setting on a program to use. Movie Maker is Microsoft. Yeah, it just doesn't have Microsoft in any of the write-ups. But yeah, it works well for me.
I use either Microsoft or Clipchamp for the videos I put together. So
I did work with did try and do some stuff with Clipchamp a while back, and it seems to work better on paper, but in practice it tends to not like my video streams for some reason.
Boom. RG, for a sci-fi setting, should a ship based on a World War I capital ship keep the raised forward deck or lowered quarter and mid decks in its side profile? If you're going to do an aesthetic inspiration of, it's pretty much just Control-C, Control-V. because the problem is if you are doing, unless you're doing sci-fi in the water, but sci-fi typically means space, typically, then the requirements for what makes sense in ship-to-ship combat space-wise are so different from what makes sense ship-to-ship, ship-to-ship sea-wise that there's really no good comparison.
Yeah, I saw someone the other day who basically what they've done is they did some sci-fi and they basically mirrored HMS Tiger. Actually, it was. I was looking for things like mirrored her round, given her a sort of double tumble home bow, so it pointed into a sharp point, and basically she had the hull onto it, and so it was stepped down by both sort of at the end towards the middle of the ship, and she's basically a double HMS, a sort of HMS Tiger mirror onto an HMS Tiger, which I thought was quite cool.
Bone Wheel Boy, were there any major advances in sail, block and tackle, rope, or paint technology in the age of sail, and what effect did those have on ship design? Royal Navy started mass producing block and tackle sets.
Yeah, and basically you just listed what were the major developments. Block, tackle, rigging, all those things were developed heavily during that period. What they start off with in the, let's say, the 1500s is not what they end up with in the late 1800s. There is a vast evolution that takes place. Sometimes it's gradual, sometimes it's very quick, sometimes it's just the sheer number of components you can experiment around. And they often work with them. So, yeah, there's lots of advances, and the ships, the same size ship can get have a lot more sail, and B, be able to be a lot more efficient at getting the power out of the wind 300 years later than it would have been in 1500. So, yeah, that things like HMS Victory could have outpaced the Golden Hind, as well as smashed the entire Armada and the English fleet. Blackbird Maximus, in a scenario like the Fisher's furious flying off fish, would the Germans try to sally forth while being attacked if the Grand Fleet is sitting just off Heligoland, or stay in port? Well, it's going to depend on if they know the British are coming. Because if they don't know the British are coming, then by the time they get hit by the bombers, they're going to get hit. If they don't want to try and sally forth out, they've got to work up steam, they've got damaged ships, and they're going to be working out to come face to face. The Royal Navy is going to be recovering its aircraft and going off, while they're still working themselves up and getting themselves out. It's not a quick process to get the full fleet out to sea. It's not like you turn on a gas turbine, it starts getting wells up power almost immediately, and then you start moving. It's a case of, I need to first preheat my fuel, maybe. Or I need to warm up my boilers and slowly work them up. Light them and slowly get them up, heat up the water, start the water going through, etc. How many boilers do I have running? How am I dealing with the damage of the ships? Are there damaged ships blocking my exit, especially if the torpedo bombers have hit? How many ships have got damage? It's a thing that they might want to charge out, but if they do charge out, they're not taking the full fleet, and they might well be charging into the Royal Navy's full Grand Fleet. So probably, if they do get out, they're not turning for the sea. They're not turning for North Sea. They're turning for the Baltic and trying to run deeper into there. Brandon Larson, I read that a Nimitz-class supercarrier could carry 130 Hornets. How effective would it be in such an air group? Who was writing such stuff?
I mean, it can probably fit 130 Hornets on or in the hull.
You can, but
whether or not it could actually conduct air operations is a completely different subject.
Operating them? No, that's not going to happen. I'm happy to do till 1 o'clock. So if you want to open up to questions again for a bit, I'm happy to take a couple more questions. Because I think Chandler's the last one. Unless you're busy. If you want to go, you can. We're in it. But I'm happy to go on for another half hour.
It's what 7:30 on my end.
Yeah.
We'll see what we get for the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, how effective is such an air group? Not going to be that effective because trying to operate is going to be a nightmare. Try and maintain it and keep it organized is just going to drive everyone insane. You'll be able to operate like the first strike, and then after that, everything will start falling apart quickly, and you'll have a mess on your flight deck because that's what they found. They got a mess in their hangars and a mess on their flight deck, and everything just got too difficult to deal with. And they try it regularly. They try it, but it's roughly 90 aircraft. And this was one of the fun things again because this was a university-led exercise where we were simulating, and I was just tangentially involved, but I was helping out a bit, simulating the crewed, uncrewed strike capacity of the Queen Elizabeth class. And the idea was, well, hang on, we can fit in quite large UAVs, but they take up a lot less space, so we can actually put in a mezzanine deck in the hangar on the Queen Elizabeth, and partially, so we could store a lot more down there. But we'd drop the large aircraft air group down to roughly 40, down to, I think it was roughly 48 aircraft. I seem to remember it was, and we will be able to take roughly 48 UCAVs of this type. Okay, fine. So we're operating 96 aircraft. I keep getting into problems with it, and I go, drop the UCAV numbers by about 6 aircraft. Why? Just do it. They did. Within about 20 minutes, me and the professor were giggling because the students were just going, "Why is it all operating a lot easier? Why is the simulation everything?" So because you're not that 6 extra aircraft just formed just enough extra paperwork, enough extra problems to be maintained, enough extra issues in terms of launching them and recovering them and sustaining them and what you're using them for and actually what are you using for them rather having them sitting in the hangar, just enough that it was slowing down your pace of operations. And that was cumulatively more problematic than losing 6 aircraft. That's the weird thing. Shadow Channel, aside for Foo's love for the Hosh, what are the worst opinions you have held and lovingly bullied out of, even if Foo still loves that thing?
Held ourselves or fleet has held?
Yeah, there's a problem with that. I don't think anyone's ever successfully bullied me out of having an opinion. My mother probably has at some point, but I can't remember it.
Life has bullied me out of some of my political opinions, but that's about it. Everything else I've either fallen back and rejustified, or I haven't had to rejustify.
I would say the thing I will watch with Fu is I hope for his sake, they achieve, but I have given. Life has long ago taught me that any of the big things politicians promise in terms of balanced budgets or war will be over by Christmas or anything like that, I just don't bother. It's just platitudes. It's just words that are coming out of their mouths. That's all. I don't have any faith in it at all.
All right.
Yep.
Sorry,
I realize he is. This is when I realize how much younger he is than me, and I look at him and go, I don't want you to lose that innocence, but oh boy, you're going to. Because politicians promise these things, they never deliver.
Yeah, and a lot of it too, you need to look at counterbalancing influences.
And what I would say is
recently.
Also, what you learn about when you balance, the people are trying to balance budgets is there's always the law of unintended consequences, because they go into and they do this idea to balance the budget, and it causes this thing. It's like, let's say you raise taxes. Okay, that's good. That's fine. But what happens if that leads to unemployment? What happens if that leads to higher cost of food? All sorts of, so more people needing, let's put it this way, it becomes a case of, oh, well, if food's going to cost this much, or let's say nursery care prices go up, or schooling prices go up, or things like that. So less people, so people go, well, actually, it's cheaper for me to actually not work and not be earning money and not be paying tax than the costs going out for me to be in my job. So it's better to stay home and look after the kids, or things like that. That's not what the government wants, but that's what could happen. And then you have to, all your sums about what's going to happen economically go awry, because you have no control of those. That's why governments can't promise those things. And the thing is,
And additionally, you may have a policy which works really well in the short term, but then absolutely falls apart in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time.
Or 1 year time, or 18 months time, as is often the case. It usually works well. It's going great. 18 months later, oh, frigate. Who let Donald Rumsfeld into the chat?
Wasn't me. I have a gut feeling I know who it is, but it wasn't me.
Okay, who's torturing Runon? Name's on a
I have
postcard.
a gut
Who's
feeling
torturing
who it
Runon?
is.
Alex, I was still typing. Steve, send it to Runon, and if Runon likes it on Discord, he'll add it in. They'll add it in.
I'll
Yeah.
sneakernet it over.
Sorry, misspoke again. Brain's sort of dying on some things.
That's fine. I'm
But
used to it.
the trouble is, this is going to sound terrible.
Not from you specifically, mind you, just in general.
Yeah, I've now met another Runon who uses the same spelling as you. But
Where?
they are a Welsh bloke down the pub who's 6'6" in my local pub. Has a beard thicker than mine. I will send you a picture at some point. And apparently, it's a traditional Welsh name of some kind.
Okay, that part I'm not that surprised of based on where I got my name out of. But at the same time.
Yeah! I will send you a photo at some time of him. If you're ever over here, I will introduce the two of you together. You probably end up... He's into Warhammer as well, and has all sorts of... He's a fun guy.
So he's like me if I was straight and had another 4 inches on me.
And like to play rugby. He's trying to get me to join the rugby team at the pub. And I'm going, I haven't got the fitness. No worries. You can do it. I'm sort of going, how is it the Welsh guy is trying to drag me into rugby in Cornwall?
Welcome to the neighborhood hazing.
I'm not sure, but they're apparently short props, and I'm sort of going, in the nicest way, I'm not going to line up with you, mate. You've got 6 inches on me. I'm 6 foot. 5'11.5" to 6 foot, depending on my shoes. And the only reason I know it down to the ½ inch is because the Royal Navy, when they measure you for your flight suits and various things, do measure you to the nearest ½ inch. And they went, well, you could be 6 foot, you could be 5'11.5". You're in between them. I went, does it make a difference for the flight suit, whether it's tighter or looser? They went, well, it's actually usually slightly better for you if it's slightly tighter. Okay, well, I'll have that one then. Yeah, the trouble is, every time I meet him, I then have to remind myself, one of you, that, it's starting to confuse my poor dyslexic brain just a tad.
Yeah, and my voice doesn't help you at all, let alone my mug, despite what Soul's crazed eyes would think.
I'm not going to get into that argument because I'm technically in this scenario your boss, so I will never. At any point I'm in a leadership position, I never comment on anything like that at all. So but I would say
Yeah,
I
but-
think you are overstating it, disagreeing with Sol. I will go that far, but that's as far as I feel comfortable going with in any form of leadership position. But yeah, it's more the having now two people, because while it was just one person with that name, I was fine. It was easy. It was attached, and it was one person, one gender. Now it's two people with the same name, different genders. It's like when you walk into a room. It's like when I walk into a room and there are too many Alexes in there. It just gets. Or the fun people have finally realised. Some people finally realised why why Drac calls me Dr. Clarke and I call him Drac when we're talking on videos together. We're both called Alex. And it gets confusing for the listeners if we're both calling each other Alex. So I call him Drac and he calls me Dr. Clarke, and that's why the video was set up as Drac in the Fell with Dr. Clarke. Literally, that's why it was that, because that's what we call each other. We made that decision on bilge pumps a long time ago, and it's always a fun bit of thing. But the amount of people who go, "Oh, are you two being formal with each other? Are you really friends?" And so going, "Yes, we are," but we can't call each other the nicknames we call each other online, because it's definitely not safe for my channel. And we don't call each other Alex in this thing, because then, well, in a nice way, as I was the Dr. Alex Clarke, I would have got the Alex, and he would have still been Drac, because that was his, and that wasn't fair. So he calls me Dr. Clarke, and I call him Drac, to make it easier for people to follow. Now, Stafford, Q&A.
Thompson, what would your Dominion class battle cruiser look like if it was able to build as a result of the London Naval Treaty falling through and not being signed? Did Discord die again?
Let's see. What would I do? Ooh, what would it look like? If the London Naval Treaty, if the first London Naval Treaty falls through and I'm actually building a battlecruiser rather than a fast battleship, I'm probably, at that point, considering the designs being looked at and in the world we're in, I'm dusting off the F3 design, because that's the quickest I can actually work up and build. Because whilst there have been design studies, I haven't got anything designed up to the level the F3s were designed available to quickly grab. And it's basically a nail rod in terms of 16-inch guns, and I can churn out, and I go for the Mark II 16-inch gun, and I just upgraded to a new 16-inch gun to replace the 16-inch guns or that and nail rods, and then I work from there. And it's probably going to be an F3 style design. A Desert Foxo, do you know more than one Ruby Doe? Yes. I used to have I used to have an Auntie Ruby. And I have some little cousins who are called Ruby. Again, my family comes from the extreme ends of the country. I know my mum and dad helpfully met in the middle, so I end up with the Surrey accent. But my family come from down here, Cornwall, and from Scotland, and yeah, we have a lot of those names. But yeah, my Auntie Ruby was cool. She was the person who could use a mince pie like a discus and would, at Christmas events, if people were being rude and causing trouble at a Christmas party, they would get whacked by a mince pie coming flying out of nowhere. She had skills, that lady. And her mince pies tasted good as well. It was almost a waste when they were chucked, because she could actually cook really nice ones. Donna Romsod, what part of the infrastructure for Age of Sail ship construction was most difficult to set up? Properties, ponds, dry dock deck, wood storage.
Stands of timber.
Wood storage.
That too.
Because you have to set up the wood storage so you can keep the wood dry, so it can time to season, but also you want it aerated so the dust doesn't build up and start a fire. So it's fun to organize and set up.
I'm not certain how the interchange between Mega Scroll and Derp Squad has gone because I can't hear their voices, but the interchange is funny.
Ah, yes. They are having fun.
Hell breaks loose. Question: is it legally allowed to arm a hospital ship with self-defense weapons like the Mark 15 or C-RAM? To my knowledge, yes.
No.
They can not at all.
No. I don't like it, but they're not supposed to be armed at all. They are not. They're supposed to be completely disarmed. But if we consider the realities of modern warfare and long-range missile strikes, eventually the only way they're going to be able to do that is by, if they continue doing that, is by having some sort of beacon system to advertise their location and tell everyone where they are so you know not to fire them, but that's going to reveal your fleet's location. Because if they're travelling anywhere near your fleet, they're going to be broadcasting its position. So, yeah, there are issues for hospital ships in wartime. But they're not armed. They are not supposed to be armed at all. That is also one of the reasons why HMS Argus is not rolled as a hospital ship. So she could be armed. And why the Royal Navy doesn't really like the idea of pure hospital ships. They prefer to have... what did they call HMS Argus? I think they called her a... RFA Argus... is a, let's see.
Son of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they had CWIS.
Nope, they're not allowed anything. Argus was fitted with a full intensive care unit, medical x-ray, CT scan capabilities. She's a primary casualty receiving ship. An aviation training ship, that was what her role, but she was not a hospital ship, not classified as such, and so could still be carry weapons. And her weapons were a phalanx, some oricons, because she couldn't carry any of those if she was a hospital ship. And Uganda was used as a hospital ship during the Falklands War, but she was a ship taken up from trade and completely disarmed. Oh,
on that cheery note,
yeah, Karen. Desert Foxo.
Desert Foxo. If HMS Warrior and or HMS Black Prince are sent as a mission to the Imperial forces in the Japanese Civil War, how are they used and can the Shogunate stop/deter them?
No, the Shogunate can't do anything about them, and if they are supporting the Imperial forces, then bye-bye Shogunate, any Shogunate Navy. They are those two ships are the individual ships. Those ships are just far too big and powerful.
Colin Cameron, for the job intended, which of the UK-based museum ships could still do its job? My suggestion is Britannia.
Britannia pretty much has the best chance, but even that's going to be interesting. To the current day, yeah, your best option is Britannia, but that she's still being converted. She's still had quite a lot of work done on
her. Stafford Thompson, Bofors or Automalera for the Type 83 main guns?
It's probably going to be Bofors, because they're BAE.
Shibra. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I butchered that again. The ferry gyrodyne at sea, how feasible would it have been, and where would it have been used?
Wasn't there a question from about Gary Gigsby or something?
Mm.
I'm sure I saw it somewhere. There was a question about using Gary Gooseby's War in the Pacific games. Oh, that's Alex, so that's in the chat. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Sure, the ferry dynamo at sea, how feasible would it have been? It would have been useful. It would have probably been used from cruisers and carriers for probably ASW work in the end. But the thing is, the issue is its practicality, because it was quite fragile, and it's going to take some development. But it has options. It does have options.
Rotodyne.
Yeah.
They've clarified their statement as Rotodyne.
I meant the Rotodyne. I thought you meant the Gyrodone. Okay, so you want the Rotodyne. Okay. The Rotodyne. The big one. Well, again, that's going to be used as a carrier underwater delivery aircraft. That's pretty much that one's role, and possibly could have been used airborne or whirling. That's the kind of thing which is sort of fitting into the same bracket as the variable tilt rotor craft. It has sort of similar capabilities. It can operate as a helicopter and a plane in some regards. It would be carrier on board delivery. It would probably be possibly be used as sort of a Chinook style thing for the British forces if they were using it. It's an interesting aircraft, but it had issues. It had its issues, but your basically Chinook style aircraft, and if they modified it, maybe if they make smaller variants of it, maybe ASW. And Steve Clarke, the fuels used navies in the interwar and World War II varied massively across the world in both quantity and quality. If all things like supply demand was equal, then who still has issues in logistics?
The Japanese.
If you're saying supply demand, no. If quantity and quality, so if all things like supply and demand was equal, so if they're all getting the fuel they need and they're all getting the best quality, who still has issues in logistics? It's going to be the navies which are operating over the longest distances and having to supply everything else. I would.
Yeah, I'm parsing that as they have access to oil fields of the same quantity and quality.
Yeah, it's. In which case, if they've got the same quantity and quality, they've all got. And then it's going to be the people that how far away those oil fields are, where they can get the fuel, storage, maneuver it. The Japanese have a problem because they lose tankers early on. One interesting thing which I didn't cover enough, I think, in the Italian lack of Italians in World War II conflict is, and I should probably have mentioned it, but it would have taken it over the time limit. Is I set for myself is that the biggest and the most likely area for losing fast tankers for the Royal Navy and for Britain and for America, because remember, America had paid for some fast tankers to be built, which were merchant ships, which were then sold when they needed to be to certain British companies to provide fuel transport, was the Mediterranean. And if you don't have the Mediterranean, you don't lose those tankers. You don't lose a lot of those ships, and that's the fast merchant ships and the fast tankers, which you don't lose. A, can help out with the fast convoys across the Atlantic, but B, when you need to move forces into the Far East, you can support them that much better. Okay, so I'm going to do this because I'm naughty.
Did you catch Steve's update in the Discord chat?
Yeah. Steve Clarke, the fuels used navies, the fuel used by navies, it's the fuel handling. So who still even if you've made the fuel handling the same, then the same countries which have the issues with logistics are still going to have the issues with logistics, because most of them have the issues because of things outside of handling, things outside of the quality of the fuel. It's like the Germans have problems because of the quantity of fuel they're getting, but that's because they are definitely not the primary service that's going to get the fuel. The Japanese have problems in that where the fuel is and trying to move it around, they can't necessarily get it where they need it to go. And also I'm going to grab this one before I forget it. I haven't got it. Let me get it. No, wrong one. Away. Go away. Stop. No, go away, you thing. Thank you. That's better. Yeah, the system just being annoying there. Right. So it's pretty much logistics is fun, but also politics and internal politics and the reality of geography. The British had the access to the fuel they did, but also that was because, nice way, they had so much fuel stored. That was the British advantage in that, frankly, they had the fuel deliveries, that was nice, but they had enough fuel that the fuel deliveries didn't turn up for 2 years. That wouldn't have bothered them much with ship fuel. They'd still be operating at full capacity. And the Americans, well, they've got their own in domestic fuel. Timestamps, I should be putting them in, but I keep forgetting those things, don't I?
No, you're good. I'm just putting that in as a placeholder.
Okay.
In case you decide to do what you usually do and go ham and flood the chat with questions.
I'm not flooding the chat with questions. I'm not being that.
Sure, fam.
We work together far too much now. All the mystery's gone. It's terrible. Stafford Thompson, if you could bring back the Royal Dockyards, how many, if any, would end up in Northern Ireland, Wales, or Scotland, or would you keep them all in England? The thing is, if you're bringing back the Royal Dockyards, I was talking about, in the nicest way, you're basically purchasing dockyards which solely supply the Navy, and that's all they exist to do. So, for me, the good example would be the nuclear submarine construction yard. Why is Barrow a company which is working for profit when they literally sell to one person? And they have one customer, so that customer is providing all their profit. So every time you see they have a profit statement, and they've got to legally, they are a private company, they are owned by shareholders, and they have to provide a profit. They have to do a profit. That profit is entirely coming from UK taxpayers because they sell and supply one customer, the UK government. And when we talk, there are other yards as well. So it's a case of, it's sort of bring back the Royal Dockyards program of which dockyards. We have still got some of the dockyards, the maintenance facilities I would have as Royal Dockyards, and that we use for maintaining the ships, definitely, if they just literally just maintain Royal Navy ships, and the yards which just produce Royal Navy ships. Because you're just paying the profit. All you're doing is paying the profit margins. But yes, that means also you have to bear the cost. This is what usually they say. Usually government's going around. But then we have to bear the cost of the investment. Well, guess what? The cost of the investment doesn't come from thin air. It comes from you as well. You're the sole customer. Yes, they might raise the cost of that investment from taking a loan out. But guess what? The loan, the interest, and the profit on all that money is still paid by you as the customer. They pass it on as cost of the stuff they're building. The government doesn't get it for free when the government is the only customer. The country still pays it. And yes, Steve Clarke,
General Dynamics and the
in a nice way, Steve,
Zumwalt program.
They're not going to be selling it to another country. At most, they're going to be doing components for the Australians. They're going to be building probably the power plant system and that sort of section of the hull. that module. They're not going to be selling whole submarines. They're not going to be selling for another country. No one's going to be buying nuclear submarines wholly built off the UK. Definitely not Australia. They could do. They've got the capacity to, but Australia's not going to. And even then, as far as the British government's concerned, well then fine. That's not going to reduce the cost enough for the UK to justify keeping them independent. And if the government had them owned it all, then that profit from those ships, those boats, would come back into the UK government, in the UK programmes coffers. Yeah, the private enterprise is not necessarily any more efficient than government. Government is not necessarily any less efficient than private enterprise. It purely, whichever's best, depends on what kind of a market and what kind of product you're doing. If you are operating in a market where you've got multiple source suppliers and multiple buyers, then private enterprise and capitalism probably works fine. But when you're operating in a system which has one buyer and one supplier,
it's also a lot of what efficiency do you want to solve for?
Yeah.
Because you can solve for different types of efficiency.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, the country's bearing the cost. And the country's bearing the cost for a single source supplier. And it's, it's like Sheffield Steel, Sheffield Forge Masters. The metal they mostly produce and work is mostly for British warships and some specialist British vehicles and armour things. And submarines, of course, especially. So we've already done that. They're basically, the thing that keeps them going is the fact that we have to have, as far as we're concerned, our own domestic secure supplier of this material. Well, we also have to, if we want to maintain submarines, we have to have our own domestic supplier of that. And one yard produces all our submarines. That one yard only sells to Britain. So yeah, I know I get into trouble because as I omitted what I was which party I was grouped with as a borough councillor, and it's supposed to be an article of faith that private enterprise is always better. I was sitting there going, but it isn't, because and nicer way if you go to true conservatism and true back to where it was. The whole point about conservatism originally was you were governing in facts and reality, not ideology. It was a reaction to liberalism, which they saw as government through ideology. The trouble is now, modern conservatism, has developed ideologies.
Sorry, ADHD distraction kicked in.
Yeah. And then we have the Gary Grisby War in the Pacific. Now,
from Braden Atkinson.
This is the thing. When you said that name, I went, I remember that, but that's a very old game, isn't it? The War in Pacific, it's from 2004. And I do remember playing it, but I don't think I have a computer which still does play it. If there's been a more modern updated version and somewhere on Steam, which I'm currently now searching for it, because that's what I've been sort of doing, I got War in the East from Gary Grisby, but I know War in the Pacific on there, and War in the West. Although at 80 quid for the War in the West Complete Edition, definitely not getting that. That's way more than I. Oh, that's an expensive computer game. And War in the East it looks like comes to about, once you buy all the DLCs, buy the DLC and the game, that's about 70 plus 20. That's 90 quid. Yeah. That's... Yeah, I'm looking at it. There's no Warner Pacific I can buy for modern computers to work out. So there's the 2004 games I can't get. I've got... I don't know, and oh good lord, the DLCs are expensive. Good to me. But yeah, it would be. I have played it a long time ago. It was a fun game, but yeah, they've not got another one version for me to play. DOSBox. Yeah, but the trouble is, Steve, and don't get me wrong, if I'm running DOSBox along with OBS, Restream, the bot, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to need to start upping this computer a couple of grades. I am probably going to need about a third screen. B, I'm going to need to probably try and work out a way to up some of the detail, sort of the settings of my computer and some of my system facts, because yeah, I might have 63.9 gigabytes of usable installed RAM instead of, and I probably need to upgrade that. I probably need to a need to maybe increase, add another. Or would I need to add another one of those? Possibly need another graphics card because of the graphics sustainability of it all. And that's the thing. There's only so much you can run. It's one of the things that's always interested me, especially with the current level of internet I have, and that's causing me fun issues, which the computer is compensating for, because the internet here in Cornwall is nowhere near what it was at home in Epsom. And I do continually toy with the idea of, have I got enough money coming in a month to actually just keep running Starlink, because that has actually better upload speeds than the hardwire connection down here at the moment. And I probably won't, because that's a lot of that's an extra 90 quid a month, and I'd prefer to spend that money on books at the moment, but it's going to depend on how things go with this. Hammer's edition from 2009. Okay, again, that's not showing up on Steam. On Steam, that's not showing up on Steam. So, sadly, I can't find that. But you found there's one from 2009. I probably played that, honestly, back then. But that's 15 years ago. So, hang on. Let me check my boxes. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. That's got that list. Wait. Ouch! That hurt. Ow! That's my foot.
That's okay, you didn't need that.
Mirrors are not light objects, and when they decide they're going to use your toe as a landing pad, they're not fun, but at least the mirror's not cracked. I have a box over there which is labelled strategy games, but it's under another pile of boxes, and I'm not moving it tonight. But it might be in there. But again, is it going to work with Windows 10? And can I patch it? You can find it on Matrix Game Site. I'll have a look at the Matrix Game Site and see if I can get a version to work. I will have a look. Have I got any interesting books lately? Yeah, but honestly, there are more coming. They haven't arrived yet, and there is going to be. I'm going to do a book. I'm saving some books for the pre-Christmas book buying one for the first Bruships in December. Basically, me and Me and Fu are going to go through some books and going to say these are good ones for Christmas. Steve, I don't run the mod
Oh no,
Harpoon
what's
on
Steve
stream.
doing?
I don't run that on the stream. That gets run on not this computer. That's on a older modded computer for it that's over there. So yeah, you'll see. But yeah, there's. I actually got the system settings up and open at the moment, so I can sort of watch all the things the computer's been going through. I've got Task Manager. I've had it running all this evening, and it's let's see. The GPU has been running between 15 and 70% utilization, depending on time. The video encoding capacity has been running at between 40 and 90% capacity. The memory usage on the GPU is holding steadily at about half its GPU capacity is already being used. The memory for the memory, including the bots and everything else, currently holding steady at roughly 30 gigabytes of RAM being used at different points. It goes down to 19, but it goes up to 36 on occasion. So it's been a fun evening, but yeah. There's also the constants are fine.
Yes, Blackburn. Yes,
the interesting thing for me for this has been that the GPU temperature and the has not strayed off 41 degrees centigrade for about the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah, Blackburn Maximus. Yes, you can. Steam just as long as Steam knows that there's a library there, you're good.
Just give me a second, because YouTube has done YouTube stuff.
I have done it with Fallout. What has YouTube done?
YouTube stuff. It decided it needed to be refreshed. Anyway, yeah. It's now 1:10 in the morning. We have been running for 5 hours.
5 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Yeah. I hope you've all enjoyed it.
And if you haven't, well, at least all you had to pay was your time.
Yeah. I hope you've had fun. I hope you
also,
enjoyed
why are you still here?
After 5 hours and 46 minutes. Oh. And says that it's fine. Well, the computer's fine. YouTube is YouTube. A nice way, there's a limit. There's a limit to my capabilities, and the computer... That's also the other thing. You have to remember the computer has to compensate. This is something me and Drac have discussed on many occasions. The computer has to compensate for YouTube on occasion. There's the problems they built into their system. And most of those problems they've built into their system are a result of the fact that YouTube is an evolved system, not a created system. And that and unless you're going to completely persuade YouTube to completely reset their entire system, it's never not going to be an evolved system. It's always going to have some compromises, because it has to. Price of musician is your sanity, Tom has. Oh, I love the claim of having sanity before the video.
Yeah, I'd say again, you had sanity.
Yeah, Karen, with all that on the PC, do you need any other heating in the house? Not in this. This office is usually okay, but it's the rest of the house which gets a problem, and that's an issue. The computers, especially if I have both PCs running, doing some stuff on Harpoon at the same time. Yeah, then it's fun. I would say again that getting another one of these screens is another of those things of if the stretch goals get meted for the Historiathon, it's one of those things on the list of there is an order of priority of things which we paid for in order of priority. That the thing which first comes on the stretch goals is a trip to America. Actually, no, the thing that comes first on the stretch goals is a new laptop. The next thing after that is a trip to America, my first solo trip to America, to go and see things in America. The USS Midway and the USS Iowa, I think. Might be New Jersey. Not sure. One of the battleships. And also, hopefully, and if there's a little bit more money, then go see Haida and possibly a few other things. And then the next thing after that is kitchen. No, bathroom. Then kitchen. And after that, it's a case of things like, oh, well, the third screen for the computer would be nice, and sorting out some of the other issues would be quite useful, and yeah, that sort of thing. And it's a case of, if I got a third monitor, any third monitor would be useful, but it's a case of if I would like to get a third one of the same type, and the reason I get a third one of the same type is that I didn't get one of those free monitor mounts that are freestanding, that I could stand behind my desk to hold the monitors. And because basically what you can do then is you can have one tilted that way and two sort of stacked up, and things like that to make it work. I might well have the one there, the one there would be sort of, so I'd be looking at sort of about there for the chat, and I have the chat just going down on this massive monitor above me. That's all things of if it goes really, really well. I'm hoping it does well. I'm hoping it works, and I'm hoping people enjoy it, and I'm hoping I'm hoping I raise enough money to do the books. It's just what I want. But if I do get more than that, I will be very, very happy, because, as I said, there are things that money can go towards. There's also a tax bill in January, which I will never object to being able to pay early. Because if I could pay the tax man before January, then I'd be very, very happy. My accountant tells me I can. As some with 4 multi-purpose monitors, 4 monitors are fun. Yeah, I think 3 is probably where I'd max out.
I have 3.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you've got multiple monitors, if you want to make it easier on your computer, you want to have the same type. And the reason you want to have the same type is because it means the aspect ratios and coding are all the same, which makes it easier for the computer to manage and balance them all. If you have my sister likes to have various different types of monitors, and her computer likes to cry over it, because basically it's going, no, they're all different. How do I fix them all, make them all work together? So you always sort of want to have the same. And I have quite big monitors, I think. I forget what they are. I should, in terms of their width, but I have somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Yada-da-da. Says the man who should really remember what it is. Yeah. They are 27s. And they are ViewSonic 27s, which is nice. I do like. They were actually presents a long while ago from subscribers to this channel who I don't think are watching currently, but were on earlier. I'm chatting away earlier, and it was very kind of them to send me. Basically, I got a message going, "You need monitors." Yeah. And they came, and they were very helpful. Right. Right then. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, yeah, try and limit it to be the same one. I have a 121-inch main and a 14-inch touchscreen as a second. Means I can control the second screen with my offhand instead of my mouse. Yeah. If you need to do that for reasons, that's good. I do not. I used to have a touchscreen laptop, and I do not miss not having that. I really don't. But we are fast approaching the 6-hour mark, and that's me just randomly talking. So I think we're going to call it a day. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it useful. Like Maximus, I've just found I can put the YouTube chat on my second monitor. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't need sleep. I do, however, need to go and prep because today, Monday, I have the gentleman coming who's going to hopefully, well, not fix that window set, but fix all the other windows in the house because we found out none of them have been properly sealed and none of them have been properly maintained. So tomorrow, I have a very nice gentleman out from, I think it's First Class Vista. Very nice, a very good company again in Red Roof, local company. And they are doing everything for a price. They're fixing it all. They're going to be putting in a new door as well because one of the doors was completely busted. And that'll hopefully make the property slightly warmer for next week when we are having all the repiping done. Ugh. A team of 3 plumbers for 5 days. And electrician. And probably for most of that as well. And I will be on Ramblings tomorrow.
Sparky.
It's going to be fun. We're slowly getting there for the 36-hour show. Yeah, that's going to be next week. That's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Doing is going to be an endurance stream, but it's more I worry that I'm going to run out of things to say over 36 hours and I'm going to fall asleep. Although that is the weird thing about my thing, is that sometimes I do need to sleep and quite often I don't. So I'm hoping it's not going to be I'm not going to suddenly have one of my sleepy phases on that Saturday night. But I should be okay. They're installing new piping for the radiators, so that you'll make sure you'll say that's a full rebuild, isn't it? Yeah, that's a lot of copper. The lovely thing about Trident is they usually don't charge us in advance. They usually don't charge in advance. They usually very quickly send out the invoice afterwards. But this time they charge us money in advance because of the amount of copper they had to buy.
Yep. What is it? LMK. So if you're getting L or M for your radiator work, yeah, that's going to stack up really quickly.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun. Do they still use copper? Yes, we still use copper for the piping.
Yes, copper is actually quite good because it doesn't break down in heat. PEX is fine, but if you're going to have a high endurance a high run heat system, copper's better. So, yes, I'm going to agree with Steve and donk us over the head on this one, even though I can't because I don't have access to the computer.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Steve, Desert Foxo. Thank you, Blackman Maximus, Stafford. Desert Foxo, I'm looking at you not just to keep us going, but also there's more important thing. You're going to be assisting with the 36-hour live.
You've been dragooned.
Yeah. And not in the fun Doki Bird fashion. In the Royal Marine you have volunteered. I require 3 volunteers. Oh good, there's 3 of you standing in front of me. Fashion.
But we didn't volunteer. You volunteered when you signed the forms.
And yes, to the many who ask, yeah, Doki is one of my mum's favourites, as is Ame, and also, I would say, yeah, I had a choice of when I lost a bet of who I was going to have up above me for a year, and I picked Ame because out of the choices, she was the least dubious.
Good luck with that, dragon. All right.
Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Buzz.
Hope you enjoyed, and take care. Have a good night. And thank you, Runon. Thank you, Fu, and thank you, everyone, for admin. Who's been admin since. Take care, all.